Chapter 251 Ninetales breaking seal 45. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, and Xingyu and the others were sitting in a barbecue restaurant. Pleased Tru Miming for a big meal, so I chose barbecue. Moreover, it is also the most famous yakiniku restaurant in Konoha village, which can enjoy the name in Honai village. The yakiniku in this yakiniku restaurant naturally tastes good. Are you full? Xinu turned to Trumi Mingjai. Trumi nodded. In order to give Xinu a fierce meal, she has already eaten up. Let's go when full. Hoshiba left the rotisserie with Kushina and Trumi, and walked on the street today. There is no such thing. On the contrary, Anb's figure is active and vigilant around Konoha village. What's too much? Juxina couldn't help but asked Xinu. Xinu didn't tell her before, so Juxina had always been very curious in his heart, and now the curiosity was completely overwhelmed. 8 and 8 Earth. It's okay to tell you. People will take the opportunity to release Kyuubi and attack Konoha village. Xinu felt that there was nothing to conceal. The reason why he didn't say it before was because Juxinai didn't ask. Release the Ninetales? The Ninetales are not so easy to release, right? The seal technique that seals the Ninetales is the seal technique of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina is very confident in the seal technique of the Uzumaki Onna clan. It's normal, but what if the Kyuubi Yulai gives birth? During childbirth, there is no time to suppress Ninetales _ chakra. Who maintains the seal technique will also weaken. At that time it was 9. The chance of tailing Ninetales Yulai is Kuzi Uzumaki. Do you mean Mizi Uzumaki has a child? Kuzina asked in surprise. Yes, and her son is not ordinary. The reincarnation of chakra of Otsuki Azura, of course. It's very unusual. If you don't talk about anything else, this background is not comparable to others. Then Xinu, what do you plan to do? 3 inches. Juxina looked at Xingyu Jiandao. I believe Xingyu should understand what she meant by asking this. Plan? Nothing to do. Watching things develop. What's going to happen tonight? Xinu didn't intend to stop it, and at the same time, he didn't take the opportunity to fall into the well against Konoha. As for whether Bofeng Shuiman and Uzumaki Kuzi were alive or dead in the end, Xingyu didn't care at all. The original relationship between Xinu and Bofeng Shuiman was just normal, but now it's closed. The department can only be said to be worse. So naturally he wouldn't step in to save Bofeng Shuiman or something. Xingyu was not so idle. And Maelstrom Kuzi, although he has the same clan relationship with him, but there is no connection between them. Why does Xingyu want to save her? So Hoshiba decided not to intervene. Just looking at the development of the relationship, he would not help Uchiha Ido. Xingyu came here purely to watch the show. I chose to witness this historic event. Juxina nodded and didn't say anything directly. Anyway, she and Kuzi Uzumaki didn't have any friendship with them. I went to a ninja school. When I haven't said a few times. Kizzy Juxina also felt that she was deliberately alienating her and Xinu at the time. In fact, Juxina feels right. At that time, Kuzi Uzumaki was selected as the Ninetales Yulai and obeyed the 3rd generation of Naruto Uanfke son / and kept a distance from Xinu and the others. When will you wait? Terumi Ming finally found a chance to speak. I don't know either, Xinu-tan said to Terumi Ming with his hands. Hoshiba really doesn't know. Who knows when Uzumaki Mitsuko will be born? Uchiha must wait until Uzumaki Akiko is born. Time comes slowly. In the early hours of the morning, Uchiha wore a tiger-patterned face with soil and sneaked into the village of Konoha quietly. Konoha village is regarded as the first Taishinobu village. Of course the guard is tight, especially on this very important day today. But for the real master, it is not difficult to sneak in. Ryuki is Uchiha's belt soil with the help of spatial eye art and Beiju. From Shira's side, Uchiha Daido already knew the location of the delivery room. Not in Honyuba village, but at the back of Konoha village. Although very concealed, Beiju's investigation cannot be escaped. Bofeng Shui men, here. Uchi. The 3-gu jade writing wheel eyes in Hada Ido's eyes slowly turned, and his hands were sealed, and two shadow clones appeared beside Uchiha's Daido. Daito glanced at the two shadow clones. Then the two shadow avatars left immediately and there was a burst of explosions not long after they left. Bring plus. I don't know, that heartbreaking definitely won't work. There are 4 generations of Naruto Wave Feng Shui Gate and 3 generations of Naruto Saruto BB slashing guard here. Even though there is a bit of arrogance in the heart of the earth now, but I don't think it can succeed in front of the 2 Hokage. So what you need to bring this oil is to draw them away first, and the shadow clone is to draw away Heifeng, Mizuiro and Sarutobi's method. Sure enough, after Feng Mizuman and Sarutobiru were attracted, they immediately went over to check, and took the soil to start immediately. There is not much time left for him, so he must hurry up and start his hands. It is estimated that Hake's, Mizuman and Sarutobi will be able to recover soon. After entering the delivery room, Takashi directly kills the midwife Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Then he snatches the newly born Naruto from Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Well, this Sarutobi Lake Biwa is the wife of Sarutobi Hizen. As soon as the leader caught Naruto, Heifeng Mizuman and Sarutobi Hizen returned. The face with dirt is a bit ugly. I didn't expect them to react so quickly, and it took less than half a minute to realize that they had been fooled. Shuiman, child. Uzumaki Kuzi shouted to Bofeng Shuiman with difficulty. Bofeng Watergate has been seen. He was about to save his son immediately. However, taking the soil directly took out the kunai on the newborn Naruto's neck. 4 generations of Hokage. I advise you not to act rashly. With soil indifferent, he looked at Bofeng Shuiman. Goodbye to Bofeng Shuiman. He did not experience any emotional fluctuations. In fact, it is normal. The heart with soil is dead. Maybe it's only when I meet Kimoto Kakashi. Health some emotional fluctuations. Threatened by soil, Bofeng Watergate naturally did not dare to move. Even Sarutobi Hizen, who was so sad and angry because of the death of Sarutobi Lake Biwa, did not dare to move close to the whirlpool Kuko. When Uzumaki Kuzi grabbed the soil, he threw Naruto directly towards the water gate of the wave. Taking advantage of the broad feng shui the moment when Naruto was caught. Bring the soil and hold the whirlpool, secret child, and leave 3 generations of adults. Take good care of my child, and I will save Kuzi. Bofeng Shuiman kindly glanced at 3.3. and then handed it to Yuanlzan. Then Bofeng Shuiman uses the technique of Flying Thunder God to go chasing the masked man who captured Yuikuzie. When Bofeng Shuiman catches up, it's too late. Taita has broken the seal of Liwai. Uji-hated chakra overflowed, and a huge body of 9 tails appeared in the back mountain of Konoha village. Damn it. Bofeng Shuiman's eyes were red, and Renzuli's fate after being pulled out of the tail beast. Bofeng and Shuiman knew exactly what happened. Late, Shichi Hokage. Uchiha took the soil and threw the Uzumaki Akiko towards the Heifeng Mizuno coldly and mercilessly. After that, I don't talk nonsense with Bofeng Shuiman. Use the power of God in the Shenhua space. Pass the mark set in advance. Use Shenhua to move to the set mark position instantaneously, which is the inside of the main leaf village. Chapter 252. It's safe here. 55. Bringing soil stood on the high-rise building inside Benai village, looking at Konoha, who was once so passionate about it. At this time, the soil has no feelings. Psychic heart. 9 tails, originally in the back mountain of Konoha village, were brought to the interior of Honai village. A psychic technique. Bringing soil to the 9 genera of psychics should have something to do with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara used to forcibly turn 9 tails into his psychic beast in order to deal with Senju's Yuma. Then, Uchiha Madara and Kyuubi were rubbed wildly by Senjujuma on the ground together. Looking at the irritable 9 tails. Bring soil and use your own million flowers. Shorthand for round eyes. Control the power tail ordinarily. It is written with a kaleidoscope to write around IS, and it is still a kaleidoscope to write around I. It's hard to control Kyuubi's E. However, I transplanted the cells between the first generation Naruto Senju with soil. The pupil power was greatly enhanced, and it was okay to barely control the 9th time for a period of time. The waiting flowers are almost thankful. Now they are finally here. Hoshiba, Kushina, Trumim sat on the Hokage rock. L looked at the madly roaring Ninetales, and couldn't help but say, "This is Ninetales. I don't know how strong it is." Trumiming looked at Ninetales curiously. "The strength is average. I can rub the power tail against the ground without using my hands." Xingyu said lightly, "Although it looks quite dumb, I can hang Kyuubi at 16 inches." Kushina said straight after Hoshiba. "Since you all said that, it's not too much to tie Ricky and I." Trumi could not help but said. Xingyu looked at Trumiming and shook his head. "You can't help thinking that it's more straightforward. It's true that Kushina is hanging Kyuubi, but it is estimated that you will be slammed and beaten by Kyuubi." "You don't seem to be convinced." Seeing Trumimei's unconvinced expression, Hoshiba chuckled and said, "Nine-tailed is the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts. Don't underestimate it." Juxunai was able to sling 9 tails because of the sealing technique, the powerful sealing technique of the Maelstrom clan, coupled with the strength of Juxunai, the slinging power. There was no problem in the tail. But Trumim couldn't do it. Although Wrong Dun and Boiling Dun are very strong against human beings, but it pales in comparison to the tail beast. Although Trumiming learned the fairy pattern, but these alone still cannot face Kyuubi. "Okay, what do you mean by official positions?" According to Meiming lowered her head and looked at the expression on Meiming's face, as if she was still a little unconvinced. "It seems that Uchiha Belt's oil is still merciful to Motoa village." Hoshiba looked at Kyuubi, who was roaring and destroying Konoha village, and couldn't help but said, "If at this time, Bozubu brought the soil to control the tail and use the tail beast Jade, Konoha village might suffer a heavy loss." At this time, no one could come to resist the tail beast Jade. The villagers of Konoha village had not had time to evacuate to a safe place. So now is the best time to destroy the village of Honiuba, but Uchiha doesn't seem to be able to grasp the soil. "Yes. Don't you know?" Xingyu thought it was impossible. "It is estimated that the possibility of having old feelings about Konoha is even more. We are right here on the edge of 0B. I guess it should be safe here." Just after Xingyu finished speaking, the 9 genera suddenly roared. Then the chakras of yin and yang come together, form a black sphere. Then 9 tails swallowed the black sphere, breath, and then spewed out a huge chakra beam of light. And the target of the attack happened to be the Naruto rock. "Fuck. Tailed Beast Cannon Attack 3 is going to slap me in the face." Xina couldn't help but explode. 0 to Sigang _ The Lupao was attacked by the Beast Cannon. Right. On the safe day here, Susanoo said to Kuziuk Mai. "It's really safe." Trumiming with Xinu. This kind of offensive and defensive art, she also wants to have a god of body. Is she not Hoichiha? Miming thinks that if she is Yuiki's person, according to her talent, the road opens. One Hui is abbreviated for round eyes. In fact, the talent of kaleidoscope writing round eyes can be opened. Why does the tail suddenly turn towards this L? Is it possible that which Uchiha brought the H? Kushina was a little angry and was beaten inexplicably. What? The character of the Emperor. Of course I want to hit me. But I don't know if Fuaki found me here. Xing King Chu. It is impossible to know Hokage rock from the Uchiha belt soil. But now, where Bozubu belt soil is located, Ju is far away, and he didn't seek Xinu. Si Uchiha does not know the location of Wu Yinyan to watch the show with the soil. Gongchen wants to attack Hokage rock. Kjiwa is considered to be the village of Kokage. It is very important that it is the spiritual symbol of the village of Kokage plus Fenjita, so Uchiha destroyed the Hokage rock. But the tail beast cannon hit it, and it was actually divided, as if it was given by something, because at any night Yuki did not know what it was. If Hoshiba's Susanoo is almost fused with the night, Sasa who can't see Hoshiba on his belt will have no time to cross the Uchiha belt soil. The wave of the wind and water gate has been killed, facing the murderous waves. It's also very difficult. In the end, who is it? Why do you wear the bow? Feng Shui men asked in a cold voice. When Shiba Feng Shui men and an abandoned training ground were in the same place, Bo Feng Shuiman chased the problem of Bo Feng Shuiman. Yu Shangshan 413 remained silent. Of course he could not be exposed. That I'll name Uchiha Madara. He again took out Uchiha Madara's, and I heard Uchiha Madara's name. Pai Feng Shui Men's heart vibrated. One Uchiha Madara. Feng Shui Men stared at the other's skin dots already died. This is what Teng Yuzigao knows. It seems that even if Uchiha Madara is still, she must be very old. Shang last year was not very big. So Seven did not believe in this Kyuubi Zhen who was facing the wanton destruction of the fortune. Bo Feng Shuiman is not entangled in identity anymore. Wait for the capture. Under the opponent's iron, you can know the true cause of the opponent. Holding the special flying thunder god Ku-8 Mizuman directly towards Uchiha. Looking at the kunai in front of him, with the dirt. Let kunai wear him. 8. The Watergate relies on Flushenkua's leader behind. Then Chakramaru, who was in his hand, turned towards him, and the attack from the earthen body penetrated and did not hurt a trace of the earthen king statue. The attack did not hit at all. Space ninjutsu. 8. Watergate felt very tricky. When Mao, he knew that the opponent was like ninjutsu. After the fight, feel the hand. The attack will be from the opponent's body. As if what is in front of you is a fantasy or flu novel. F_M original works _The joy of reading chapter 253. Slip away with soil. 15. Bo Feng Zed Shui L1 looked at the masked man solemnly, analyzed the weakness of the opponent's ability. He believes that there is no absolutely invincible ability. Spiral pill. Talking about attacking the masked person again, but the attack passed through the masked person again, without hurting the other person. And this time the attack also revealed with the floor. Uchiha's leader held kunai in his hand, grasped the floor exposed by the Haifeng Watergate, and pierced towards the back of the Haifeng Watergate. After Kua's stabbing, Bo Feng and Shui Guingfei, who were stabbed, suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. No, I was fooled. Uchiha Daido knew it was bad, but it was too late at this time. The real Haifeng Mizuno held a spiral pill and smashed Uchiha Daido on the back of Uchiha Daido. Bang up. Uchiha was carried away with the soil, and his body rolled a few times on the ground, and then slid a few meters away. Sure enough, when L is attacking, your immune attack will lose its effect, right? Haifeng Mizuman was shrewdly watching Uchiha belt soil. Compared with Haifeng_Mizuman, Uchiha Belt Soil's combat experience is still far behind. When did you use the shadow clone, Uchi? After Bo Daito got up and asked in a cold voice, it was the shadow clone that revealed the flaw just now, and Bo Feng Shuiman caught the moment he attacked. Stealed him. In fact, Uchiha's divine power blurring the soil has many weaknesses. First of all, it cannot attack the enemy when it becomes incorporeal. Because it is in another space it is naturally impossible to attack the enemy when it takes action against others. The blur must be lifted. It must be an entity when it absorbs or releases other objects. It can last for 5 minutes during the day of intangibility, and it can break the intangibility by continuously attacking for 5 minutes. Although there are many shortcomings, it is difficult to find. Feng Shuiman was able to find a weakness of Uchiha's leader in such a short period of time, which also shows the 9 realities of Haifeng Zetsukman. Namikaze Mizuman did not reply to Uchiha's inquiry, so he used the technique of Thunder God again to get close to Uchiha's inquiry. The masked man must be solved as quickly as possible, but on the other side, there is still a Kyuubi raging. Faced with the attack of Haifeng Mizuman, Uchiha's leader once again used the power of the imaginary, and now Uchiha brought the soil to realize that he can only know this now, although it will be able to escape. But it is just a simple 2 swords, the other Uchiha Madara stays. The ninjutsu is also mastered without practice. In fact, it's okay to have supernatural power to rely on, but his supernatural power has already lost twice. This time was in the hands of Uzumaki Xinu, and the other time was this time. Damn it! Did Kyuubi break free of control? Why now? When Uchiha took the spotlight again when he used the magic power of pupils, he realized that Kyuubi had been out of his control. It's normal, mainly because Uchiha's high Mage can't hold back the soil. Originally, it was barely enough to control Kyuubi. At this time, using the pupil technique to consume pupil power, Kyuubi was naturally able to break free. The price is a 10,000 flower abbreviation wheel lie, controlling the power tail for so long. To be honest, Uchiha Belt can really be proud. 4 generations of Hokage have passed away. You still want to use the law to deal with Liwai. Uchiha Daido looked at Namafing directly and used the power to leave. He didn't intend to continue to entangle with Namafing. After fighting, Baoziba knew that he couldn't help Bofeng XK, and even if he continued to fight, there would be danger. So take the soil and choose to slip away after weighing the pros and cons. Bofeng Shuiman looked hesitant. Before, he secretly left the Thunder God technique on the masked man, but now he wants to catch up with it. Just looking back, take a look at Nine Tails. Bofeng Shuiman gave up the idea of continuing to catch up with that masked man's weird space technique. Even if he catches up, he may not be able to solve the opponent. The most important thing now is Kyuubi. The destructive power of the tail beast is too great. Now that he loses the control of the masked man, Kyuubi has become even more manic. Wave Wind Water Gate uses Flushen to leave. Go to support the Konoha ninjas fighting Ryo. The battle between Heifeng Mizuman and Uchiha Daiyu Hoshiba did not pay attention, and Hoshiba, who has read the original guide Uchiha Daido, cannot take advantage of it. Your teacher is always your teacher. It is impossible to defeat Bofeng Shuiman with all the current means of bringing tea. It really deserves to be the strongest tail beast. This destructive power is really terrifying. Terumim couldn't help but said. Now Terumim finally understands that Xena said she couldn't beat the end. Look at the power displayed by the power tail now. Terumim knew that she couldn't do anything else. It's so big. If its destructive power is not terrifying, how can it be worthy of its size? Xingyu said to Zoumiming. The strength of the tail beast does not mention how strong it is. But the destructive power is indeed exaggerated. Like a ninja with a tail beast, there is no way. Just like now, the ninja of Konoha village faces the mad Kyuubi. There is no way to deal with it. The attack of a group of elite Shinobu is just tickling. Even Saruofi Risen faced Kyuubi only to contain him, and there was no way to deal with Kyuubi. Nine Tails are going to release the tail beast Jade again. Nine Kinai pointed to Liwai, who was dancing wildly with Nine Tails, and said, the target of the tail beast Jade attack this time is not Xenu and the others. It is the village of Honai. This is hard to stop with Konoha's power. Kushina feels Konoha couldn't stop the nine-tailed tail beast Jade. The destructive power of this thing was enough to knock down several mountains. The nine-tailed beast Jade came out, and when Sarutobi and the ninjas were desperate, Heifeng Mizuman arrived. Flying Thunder God guides Thunder. Wave Wind Water Gate uses the technique of Flying Thunder God to divert the attack of the tail beast Jade. Bofeng Shuiman's Earthfire Thunder God technique can transfer the tail beast Jade. Moved to the outside of the village, and then the tail beast Jade blasted off several mountains. It's not a big problem, as long as you don't bomb Konoha village. Mizumi, you are finally here. Sarutobi and Rizuan. When I saw the Bofeng Water Gate, I was relieved in my heart. It's not just Sarutobi / Even the other ninjas in Konoha village breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Heifeng Water Gate, as if they had a backbone. After all, Bofeng Water Gate is the 4th generation of Hokage. As long as he's here, the ninjas of Konoha village can also feel relieved. The 3 generations of adults still think of a way to seal the nine tails. Bofeng Shuiman said bitterly towards Sarutobi Hizen. This time it was not only a disaster for Konoha Liliha but also a disaster for Bofeng Shuiman. Sarutobi Hizen originally wanted to ask that. The masked man caught nothing. But now there's no such thing as time. 3 generations of adults can't let Liwai continue to destroy the village now. Is there a way to carry Kyuubi out? Bofeng Shuiman asked. In fact, he wanted to use the technique of Life Eye Thunder God to take the power tail out of the village. but Bo Feng Shuiman did not have as much power as the straight. The technique of Flying Thunder God is okay with his own personal strength, but he tails this behemoth. Bo Feng Shuiman said that he does not have that many chakra attacks. "I'll try it." Sarutobi stood up with the King Kong wishful stick. "Ape, devil, I beg you." King Kong wishful stick. "Stretch out." The golden wishful rod in Sarutobi's hand stretched out, just like Monkey King's golden cudgel, directly hit the nine tails and forced the nine tails out. Being able to push the power tail out is really not small. Fandlu remind you, 3 things about reading: collect, recommend, share. Datang 66999 support fellow novel network BF to enjoy the joy of reading chapter 254. The ghoul is sealed. 25 Sarutobi slashed all his strength and knocked 9 tails out of Konoha village, and Haefeng's gate immediately chased after him with the technique of Fulshim. Finally knocked out 9-tailed but definitely can't let 9-tailed run back to Bo Feng Shuiman to go over and entangle 9-tailed after Sarutobi sighed for a sigh of relief. Lead the ninjas of Konoha village to support Haefeng Mizuman. The ninjas who played in the battle were all elite ninja insects, and Xieran did not participate, because participation was useless, and they also had other tasks. The task is to help the villagers in Konoha village to evacuate to a safe place and at the same time prevent them from coming to die. It is estimated that Konoha village will be over this time. Kyubai's strength is too strong. They can't deal with it at all. Tryumim now feels that Konoha can't deal with Kyubai at all. Seeing the strength of Kyubai, Tryumim felt that even if the 3 of them were together, they couldn't help Ricky. How do you know that Konoha village can't deal with Kyubai? With the knowledge of Konoha village, it's okay to deal with Kyubai, although the price will be very heavy. It is easy to deal with the power of the tail beast. There are writing round eyes and would escape. There is also a sealing technique. Right round eyes Konoha will definitely not use S. Let alone. Can Konoha village control 860 Kyubai's writing wheel eyes? Even if it did, Sarutobi would definitely not allow Haefeng Shuiman and would not agree to Yuma escape. This main leaf may have. Now Yamato should have would escape, but he is still just a child. And what's the use of his inferior grade Mudun? So in the end, the only thing that can make the inside is the seal technique. Go too far. Let's go over and take a look. When Ricky was still inside Konoha village, it was just right to watch the play from Hokage Rock. Now that Nikki was carried out of Konoha, he couldn't see it here. Star Feather Handle. Putting his hands on Kushina and Tryumim, they appeared outside of Konoha village with them for an instant, and then floated in the air. Flying? Tryumi looked at Xing's eye in astonishment. What's so surprising about this? Xingyu was accustomed to flying. Although subconsciously neglecting flying is an unattainable dream for ordinary ninjas. Few ninjas in Naruto world can fly. Can you teach me? Tryumi asked Xina with some embarrassment. I really can't teach you this. Star BG's EBU is not petty. But I really can't teach Tryumi. At this time Xina used repulsion to fly up, but the repulsive power can only be mastered by the reincarnating eyes and rebirth eyes. Tryumi Mitsubishi must not be invited. Well, if you can reach the Lidao level, it can also float in the air at will. This is as difficult as it is to get the eyes of reincarnation. Others rely on some ninjutsu such as Onoki's superlight and heavy rock art. But Xina can't. Xina felt that it was of no use to him, so he didn't copy Taiyima's forbearance. It's a pity. Tryumim felt a little pity. Xinia's gaze rested on Nine Tails. At this time, Liwai is killing a special kill. Whether it is Shangnin or Elite Shangnin, neither could stop the blow of the Nine Tails. Wave Feng Shuiman is able to deal with Nine Tails, but Wave Feng Shuiman can't do anything to him. It is very simple that Wave Feng Shuiman's attack power is not enough. Perhaps when facing people, Bo Feng Shuiman showed great combat power but dealt with big guys like Liwai. Bo Feng Shuiman is really not good. The spiral was hit, and the damage caused to Kyubai was not painful or itchy. Of course, Kyubai can't hit the wave of Feng Shui Gate. 3 generations of adults, You can't go on like this. I plan to use that technique to seal the 9 tails. Bo Feng Mizuman came to Sun Chai Hokage's side, and said to Sarutobi Hizen, chakra has already consumed a lot of soil. Bo Feng Shui Men also understands that they can't deal with it like this. After the chakra runs out, there will be no way to deal with the 9 tails. Sarutobi Hizen listened to Ha Feng Mizuman's words. He knows what the technique Bo Feng _Shuiman is talking about is the ghoul sealing technique, which originated from the ultimate seal technique of the Sklan in the vortex. The ghoul can summon the god of death as much as possible. Then in the Reaper Society, the sword cut off the target's soul and swallowed it in the abdomen, thereby sealing the target's soul. However, there is a price to use a ghost sealing. This is a technique to sell one's soul to the god of death, which means that after the soul of the target is swallowed, his soul will also be swallowed by the god of death. Ordinarily, this should be an unsolvable sealing technique. However, in the late Naruto story, the ghoul seal becomes able to be unlocked. Xingyu also had this seal technique, but Xingyu hadn't learned it. If you don't need it, Xingyu doesn't think he will end up with others. Watergate, let me do it. You are still young. No, 3 generations of people. I have made up my mind. I hope you can take good care of me and Kyuzi's children in the future. Bo Feng Shui Gwen. His tone was very firm. Sarutobi Hizaki looked at Haifeng Mizuno. In the end, he opened his mouth and said nothing. After all, Sarutobi Hizen really didn't want to die. If there is really no way, Yuan Fiery would sacrifice for Konoha. But now some are willing to sacrifice. Sarutobi Hisaki is no longer in dispute. My son is called Naruto. It's the name in the novel by Mr. Jilia. Watergate, let me help you. Give it a hand. We don't know when Kuzi will appear here. Mizzy, how are you going? Bo Feng Shuiman immediately passed. Looking at Uzumaki Kuzi worriedly. Kuzi didn't speak. The tail beast was drawn out. And it was already the tenacious vitality of the Z family of Ua that it was still alive. But Kuzi Uzumaki also knows, she will die soon, she will soon be unable to hold it. King Kong blocked. Uzaki Kuzi used the seal technique of the Uzumaki clan, which was also a commonly used attack method, and the chain directly restrained the violent 9 tails. 3 generations of adults. Please take Naruto. Come over. Haifeng Mizuman firmly said to Sarutobi Hizen. Watergate, do you want it? Sarutobi Hizen had already guessed at this time that Bo Feng Mizuman wanted his child to become the Kyuubi Juri, seal the power of Kyuubi in his newborn child. As an irresponsible father, let me give him some gifts. Haifeng Mizuman said to Sarutobi Hizen. Kyuubi can use good words. It is indeed a powerful weapon. Bo Feng Shuiman believes that his children can subdue Kyuubi. It's a pity that he doesn't know how Naruto will be treated in the future. If you do, will Bo Feng Shuiman regret it? Sarutobi Hizen nodded towards Haifeng. Watergate, and it was indeed a good thing that the child of Watergate became the pillar force of the 9-tailed people. Moreover, only the people of the Maelstrom family are the most suitable to become the 9 genus Zuli, and the children of Watergate also have half of the Maelstrom family's blood. Soon someone took Naruto over and Bo Feng Shuiman didn't hesitate. Uzumaki Kuzi took advantage of this to control 9 tails. Immediately Jin uses the ghoul to seal it all up. Seal technique. It has been sealed by ghosts. After Wave 8Z Watergate is completed, a huge ghost of death appears behind Wave Watergate in death. After appearing, Rikyo was obviously more restless, as if he sensed danger. Chapter 255. Want to share the buy afterwards? 35. After the Bo Feng Z Watergate was used and the ghost seal was exhausted, Xingyu's gaze was placed on the death god who was summoned by Bo Feng Watergate using the ghoul seal. Xingyu's eyes were a little weird at this time. He was actually on the body of this god of death, receiving the power of the 6th level. Juxinai was also staring at the god of death curiously. Although he knew that the ghoul had sealed the 0 spell, this was the first time that Juxinai saw someone cast it. After all, this kind of self-destructive sealing technique, unless forced to. Otherwise, who would use it casually? Is this weird thing the god of death? I feel uncomfortable just looking at it, Juxina said to Xinu. Staring at this god of death, I felt a little palpitations as if my soul was being watched. This god of death contains 6 levels of power, Xinu said. For the mysterious Reaper, Xingyu was actually very curious about what it was. The original book didn't seem to explain anything about Reaper. At this time, the god of death had already moved, swinging the short knife bit in his mouth and slashing on nine-tailed body. Half of the nine-tailed chakra was sealed and sealed. The other 2.5 of the 9 genera, it was sealed in the newly born Naruto body _ by Bofeng Shuiki. Before being sealed, Li Wei also used his own sharp claws to give the sealer Bofeng, Shuigui and Uzumaki Kuzi a heartwarming experience, and the sharp claws pierced them. In fact, even if Nine Tails didn't do anything, Bofeng Mizuno and Uzumaki Kuko would die in the end. It didn't make sense to vent their anger. The soul of Bofeng Watergate was swallowed by the god of death. And then the god of death lifted up and glanced in the direction of Xinu. Oh, you found me. Xinu was quite surprised. After Xinius' observation, this thing called the god of death _ shouldn't be a living thing, but something similar to a puppet. So who is behind this god of death? Xingyu suspected that it might be the 6 Tao immortal Great Chi and Mu Ui. It may also be Deiji and Motomura. Xingyu felt that the 6 Tao immortals must still be alive now. As for the younger brother of the 6 Tao immortals, Deiji in Muiyu village, this star feather can't be determined. If Taitongkiba village is still alive. When I wiped out the Datongma clan on the moon, Deiji in Muiyu village had no reason not to appear. Xingyu didn't want to think so much at all. It was useless to think so much. The god of death had disappeared. Xingyu didn't make any move to leave this god of death. In fact, Xinu wanted to find the god of death very easily. Just use his eyes. Eyes power control vertical bar 1 puppet and then cast the ghoul to seal it all. Therefore, the departure of the god of death from Xinu is not a thing of the past. Nine-tailed chaos is over, and the system hasn't released a mission. Xingyu muttered in his heart. Originally, Xinu thought that the system might be released this time, a mission or something. The result is over. And the system still hasn't moved at all. It's been so long since I got the system, and Xingming hasn't figured out the rules of system publishing tasks. I feel that publishing tasks is really casual. Sarutobi Izumi holding Naruto and looking at Hafeng Shuiman mistress. A touch of grief flashed in his eyes. This time, the loss to Konoha village is really too great. And the damage in the village will not be mentioned. The death of the 4-cutting Hokage alone is an extremely huge blow to Konoha village. About the children of the 4 generations, don't publicize it, Sarutobi Hizen said seriously to the surrounding ninjas. Yes, 3 generations of adults. Danzo, did you really just watch when Konoha was in a hurry? Thinking of Danzo, there was no movement at all. Sarutobi Hizen couldn't help sighing such a trend. If Danzo doesn't know, Sarutobi Hizaki would never believe it. None of the members of the root organization came over. Obviously Danzo was deliberately scooping. Just when Sarutobi chanted Danzo, Danzo Land arrived, and beside him, there were many members of the root organization. Are you late? Tuanzang looked at the corpse of Bofeng Shuiman with a very flat expression on the L face, but he began to secretly joy in his heart. Bofeng Mizuman is dead. Doesn't that mean that he has a chance to become the next in Konoha village Ren Hokage? Originally Danzo was desperately desperate, and Bofeng Shuiman was so young. I don't know how long it will take to stay in the shadow position. Now Bofeng Shuiman is dead. Help was born in Danzo's heart again, and he took the position of Hokage this time. Danzo is out of touch. Who can rob him if he believes? Danzo, where did you go before? Sarutobi Hiro asked himself sternly at Danzo. He glanced at Sarutobi Rizchi. Before Danzo came, he had already figured out the countermeasures to deal with Sarutobi Rizchi, so he didn't panic when faced with Sarutobi's questions. The old man led the members of the root organization to evacuate the villagers from the village. Is there anything wrong? Danzo looked calmly towards Sarutobi. Rizan said. Sarutobi Hitoshi was so angry. You said that you are a high-end combat power of Konoha village, and you are not going to deal with Kyuubi. Run to evacuate the villagers. Flowers, underscore dot underscore dot one dot 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 one. But Sarutobi Hizen really couldn't punish Danzo. After all, he cannot say that evacuating the villagers is not important. He is the new Liwai Renzulai, son of Bofing Shuiman, right? Danzo's eyes were on Naruto, who was crying loudly. At this time, Danzo's main purpose is for Kyuubi as Ulai, although Danzo was not here before, but for what happened here to Danzo. Understand each soil 18:8. Here is Danzo's eyeliner. So it's not surprising that Danzo will know X. Sarutobi Hitoshi glanced at Tuanzang deeply. Then he asked Danzo, "What do you want to do?" "I know Danzo too much." Sarutobi Hisaki knows Danzo will never say meaningless words. There is definitely something to mention Naruto, and according to Sarutobi's understanding, it is absolutely impossible to be a good thing. Sarutobi hand over the strength of the nine-tailed man to the root tissue training. Only in this way can he become a qualified weapon in Honai village. Danzo stated his purpose. 9. Afterwards, Danzo wanted to share a cup of pie, and had to say that Danzo was indeed disgusting. If Xingyu slapped Danzo directly, he couldn't find North, but if he changed to Ape Fiery Sun, it would certainly not be the case. How could Sarutobi Hizen be willing to take a shot at Danzo? Danzo, Naruto is the son of 4 generations. What do you think of him? Sarutobi Hisaki asked Danzo angrily. Isn't Renzulai a tool in the village? Danzo said coldly, but this is also true. In fact, except for Yunren village, the other villages basically use human Zulai as a tool, as a weapon. And the reason Yunren village is special, that's because Irwai Renju Riki Rabbi is the righteous brother of the 4th generation of Reikiji. If the relationship is not ordinary, he will not be treated as a weapon. Danzo, you give up. I won't hand over the son of the 4th generation to you. You'd better not make up your mind, or you don't blame me for being polite. Sarutobi Hizen stared at Danzo with a sharp gaze. After feeling the determination of Sarutobi Hisaki, Danzo knew that it seemed impossible to get the power of the nine-tailed man. But Danzo didn't give up in his heart. Since the matter of Liwai Renzulai cannot be discussed, so Danzo and Sarutobi Hizen talk about Hokage's problem. The village can't be without Hokage. This is also the main purpose of Danzang. Chapter 256. I don't want to be back. 45. Sarutobi squinted his eyes and looked at Danzo. Danzo wanted to talk to him about Hokage, and Sarutobi Hisaki immediately understood what Danzo was thinking. For Danzo, he really knows too well, but it is precisely because of his understanding. Sarutobi Risen, you couldn't let Danzo succeed. The position of Hokage. I will take the post for the time being, and I will abdicate after I find a suitable next one. Hokage. The words of Sarutobi Hizen dispelled the illusion in Danzo's heart. Danzo's original expressionless face, it was immediately blocked. Sarutobi underscore you should know what I want. Danzo is not. Shin Sarutobi had no idea that he wanted to become Hokage. Why? Why is it so difficult for him to become Hokage? Danzo, your character is not suitable for being Hokage, and if Konoha village is handed over to you, it will be too problematic. Sarutobi Hizen knew that Danzo had the ability, but Danzo's character is too active and too radical. Such a person can't lead the village of Konoha. After Sarutobi Risen finished speaking, the expression on Danzo's face became more gloomy. This made it clear that he didn't believe in his abilities. This was questioning him. After Sarutobi Hitoshi finished talking, he ignored Danzo. Now, afters, too many things are waiting for him to take care of it. Sarutobi Hitoshi has no time to wrestle with Danzo. What did they say just now? Juxina curiously turned towards Xinyu. Xinu and the others did not leave when Danzo appeared. Thera here to underscore it's just that Danzo and Sarutobi Hizen said what? Kushina and Triume did not listen to them. After all, the flying is quite high, it is normal for Juxina and the others not to hear clearly. This guy Danzo is whimsical. If you want to get the power of the tail, You also want to become Naruto, Hoshiba said to Kuzina and Tsumima. To be honest, Xingyu also admires Danzo very much. This face is really thick. I didn't come out when I was supposed to help. But when I needed something, I became active. Although I know that Danzo is shameless, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless. I admire him too, Kushina said. Kuzi is dead. Xu and Keklan seems to be the only two of us left. Juxina looked at Xinu, and said in a low voice, so, we should work hard. Xina blinked at Juxina with a smirk. Kushina didn't understand what Xina meant at first, but soon he came to understand. The color turned into pink all of a sudden. Xinu, you guy is dying. Speaking of Yuxinai, he clenched his fist and hammered towards Xinu. Xinu reached out and grasped Yuxinai's fluttering fist, and then looked at Yuxinai with a deep sullen expression. Yuxinai, who was originally very embarrassed, suddenly looked at Xinia's affectionate gaze. You, why are you actually looking at me with such moonlight? Yuxinai was somewhat twitchy at A said, because I love you. Xinua Wangshan said, and then gently kissed Yuxinai. I say you. Don't you think I don't exist? Terumi said quietly, suddenly giving her dog food somehow. Zhao Meiming said that she was very full. I don't want to continue eating anymore. Kushina glared at Terumi. The good atmosphere was destroyed by Terumi. Sure enough, she shouldn't have watched her lead her out. It's over. Shall we go back? Juxina asked Xinu. Go back. But it's going to dawn soon. Go back after breakfast in Konoha village. Hoshiba took Kuzina and Terumi Masu down into the sky. Just before Konoha Ninja, Xinu and the others were originally in the sky where they were fighting with Nine Tails. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen had already taken Konoha Ninja back. But Danzo is still standing here with a look of uncertainty. Urban Xinu, why are you here? Tuanzang couldn't help but asked aloud. Is this event of the 9 genus runaways related to the Whirlpool Star Feathers? In Danzo's heart, he began to suspect that Hoshiba had something to do with this Kyuubi rebellion. He glanced at Danzo, although Danzo did not show it. But Xinu guessed that Danzo was suspicious of himself. This must be clarified. Point 2. Hoshiba is not willing to give the guy Uchiha back to his back. You are suspecting that I will take action against Benyi too? Xinu asked Danzang faintly, but L's plain words brought a trace of pressure to Danzang. Touched his right arm, even though his hand was full, the writing wheel eye of the arm. Nor can it bring Danzo a sense of security. If I act on Konoha, do you think Motoa will still exist? After Xinu finished speaking, he pulled Kushina and Akemi and left. After Xingyu left, Tuanzang suddenly fell to the ground while Uzumaki Xinu Moonlight looked at him. Danzo feels a spiritual coercion. However, Danzo also believed Uzumaki Xinius words. This time maybe it really has nothing to do with Uzumaki Xinu _ it's not that Tuanzang trusts Wingyuxin Xinu, but that Wuxi Xinu doesn't have to lie at all. If Maelstrom Xinu makes a move, Moto Village is really dangerous. It will not be like this, although the loss was heavy, but the crisis was still past. A few hours later, the sky was completely bright, and some parts of Konoha village had been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the tail beast Jade did not hit the village of Konoha village. Otherwise, the whole Konoha village would be bombed by the tail beast Jade. After all, it was nine-tailed tail beast Jade. It was easy to blast off a few mountains. One tail beast Jade should destroy half of Konoha. It seems there is no place to find breakfast. Hoshiba walks on the famous food street in Konoha village. It was not affected and was not destroyed by Kyuubi, but was fortunately preserved. However, although it has not been destroyed, there is no entry here. The villagers of Konoha village are now taking refuge in refuges. Who can open a shop? I think we are stupid. Kushina patted his head. Home. However, he followed Xinu and ran in to have early supervision. Konoha village had just gone through a misfortune. Who has such a big heart? At this time, he opened the door to do business. We? Did you include me? Zhao Meiming pointed her finger at herself. Yeah. Don't you think you are clever? Kushina glanced at Terumi and then said, actually, I thought about it a long time ago. Tsuyumi couldn't help but said to Hoshiba and Kushina. After Tsuyumi Ming finished speaking, Hoshiba and Kushina looked at each other with a tacit 5.2. Then, when they returned, they shot Tsuyumi Mahara. Since I thought about it a long time ago. I didn't say it, did it? Deliberately look at the joke, Kushina and Kushina said in unison. Tsuyumi Ming's heart is called a grievance. I think she was bullying others when she was in Zenin village. When have you been treated like this? It's really miserable to think about their treatment now. Two people unite to bully themselves. It's really shameless. You seem to be very unconvinced. Kushina smiled and looked at Tsuyumi. However, Kushina's smile shocked Tsuyumi. Looking at Kushina warily. Not convinced. I also dare not accept it. It's mad. Tsuyumi took 2 steps back and said, L curled his lips. If I am not convinced, are you two going to bully me together? Chapter 257. The Uchiha Huda meets Huangli in 55 Go. Leave Konoha village. After a round in the street, Kushina couldn't help sighing even without seeing the shadow of a person. So why? It's just 9 tails a day, and no one is scared. I went to the Yaraman to take a look. I thought that Pen would not change his face when he attacked the village. Uncle Lo would be there. In fact, Kushina thought too much. That's right, after all, the so-called Daijin mule is just ridicule. Uncle Shougang is just an ordinary person who makes ramen. Huangquan Hirozaka. Kushina opened the space door and pulled Kushina, and Tsuyumi walked in. And now I can catch Mikoto's breakfast when I go back. I wanted to eat the special breakfast in Saihanyakan. It seems that I can only wait for a second time. Sarutobi and Rishan didn't know about Kushina's departure. He didn't have time to pay attention to this. At this time, the loss statistics of Konoha village were placed on the table of Sarutobi. Looking at these data, Sarutobi Risen showed a sad expression on his face. It's easy to talk about the destroyed house, as long as it is something that money can solve. It's not a big deal. Honai village may not have that much money, but Konoha is backed by a country of fire. As long as you call the country of fire daimyo, I believe that the country of fire daimyo will allocate funds. After all, as the 16th strongest military force in the country of fire, the name of the country of fire will definitely not be ambiguous in terms of funding. The daimyo is just an ordinary person and needs ninja protection. But the ninja who died in this Kyubi rebellion, that was the most significant loss. The Third Ninja World War just ended. Konoha village was originally in a state of weakness. The mysterious masked man invaded. 9 tails runaway destruction directly pulled out Konoha. The weak tiger's sharp teeth. At this time, who knows if other villages will take advantage of Konoha's idea. Sarutobi Hizaki temporarily put aside these considerations and then summoned the leaders of Konoha village and the heads of the major families. A brief meeting was held, and then he announced that he would become Hokage again. By the way, it is announced that in the next few days, the funeral of the 4th generation of the Hero of the Leaf and the funeral of the Hokage wave Feng Shuiman will be prepared. As the 4 generations of Hokage in the village, he gave up his life to save the hero of Konoha village. Naturally, use the highest standard funeral. But no matter how high the specifications are, it's useless. Everyone is dead. No matter how big a funeral is, what good is it? It's better to be better for the son. The meeting is about to end. At that time, Sarutobi Hizaki looked at the current Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Tomatake. Few are you, I hope you can explain. The other Konoha leaders, as well as the patriarchs of the major families, looked over, and some of them showed expressions of watching the show. Unlock Ricky's seal. It is the Uchiha clan that caused Kyubi to run away. The evidence is that Kyubi was controlled by the writing wheel before. After Liwai was controlled, the 3 Gujade writing round eyes in the 82 eyes were clearly dangling. As soon as Uchiha Tomatake's face sank, he knew he couldn't escape. This incident will definitely be suspected to the head of their Uchiha clan. But Uchiha Tomatake dare to swear that this incident has nothing to do with their Uchiha clan. The situation of the Uchiha clan as a whole. Can the patriarch Uchiha Tomitake be unclear? Even Uchiha Tomitake himself did not dare to say that he could control Kyuubi, let alone other Uchiha people. The 3 generations of Naruto has nothing to do with our Uchiha clan. It is not only the Uchiha clan who owns the writing wheel. Doesn't Uzumaki Xinu also have it? In comparison, he is more suspicious. Uchiha Tomitake stood up and said, "This matter must be separated from the relationship. Otherwise Uchiha 2Z family. From now on, it will be difficult to move in the village of Konoha." And I got news before Uzumaki Xinu came to Konoha village yesterday. Sarutobi took a cigarette and sipped a zero. In fact, Sarutobi and Zanxin also suspected Uzumaki Xinu. However, the suspicion was quickly dispelled by Sarutobi Sunday. If the county is related to Uzumaki Xinu, then this matter will definitely not end so easily. The masked man yesterday didn't look like a vortex star feather. His hair was not red and he was wearing a mask. If it's Uzumaki Xinu, then you have to deal with Konoha. I'm afraid I don't even bother to hide me. Patriarch Hokage. If you say this, it will reach Hoshiba's ears. Do you think he will visit your Uchiha clan himself? Narashikahiza looked at Uchiha Tomitake and asked lightly. Uchiha Tomitake's face sank. Then he kept silent. To be honest, he was really scared in his heart. Rumor has it that at the time of the First Ninja World War, Uzumaki Xinu dared to directly break into another ninja village camp. With this courage, what else could he dare not do? The key is not only courage, but also strength. The Bozibo clan has major suspicions and troubles. Patriarch Fuayu to be able to cooperate. Sarutobi Hitoshi's final hammer was finalized, and he didn't care about Uchiha Tomitake's ugly face. In fact, Sarutobi Hisaki is not only aimed at the Uchiha family, but I think the Uchiha clan is really suspicious. At the time when the 4 generations of Naruto competed, Uchiha Tomitake also participated, but he had not yet participated in the voting. It was rejected by Sarutobi. Therefore, the Uchiha clan has complained, and they are also very restless recently. Sarutobi Hisaki suspected that the Uchiha clan really had a reason. Of course, there is also some prejudice against Uchiha's family. Not only Danzo, but Sarutobi Risen actually has a prejudice against the Uchiha clan. After all, the apprentices who were all Sense Hazuma were influenced by Sense Hazuma, and Sarutobi Izumi and Danzo had a bad impression of the Uchiha Z clan. Although Sarutobi Hisaki is not as extreme as Danzo, it is also directed at the Uchiha clan, and slowly excludes the Uchiha clan from the center of power. Finally discuss the results. It's to make Uchi 490 how urging stay away from Konoha temporarily. Although Uchiha Tomitake is very opinionated, he has no right to refute. Even the radical Danzo proposed to destroy the Uchiha one family. Let Uchiha Tomitake almost blow up hair. The dumb eats coptis. No way. This time it's their Uchiha clan who can only pinch their noses to recognize it. Uchiha Tomitake had already anticipated it. The Uchiha family in the future will only be more difficult. Within a few days, things about Benai village had spread throughout the ninja world. Sarutobi Hisaki never thought about blocking news, but such a big news, it is impossible to seal it off. Other shinobu villages are not fools and deaf. After getting a heavy loss in Konoha village, the 4th generation of Reikijai in Ren village immediately decided to make a move towards Konoha village. Now this is a good opportunity, and Konoha village has lost it. The 4th generation of Naruto wave Feng Shuiman and also lost a lot of elites. It can be said that the combat power of Konoha village is too weak. It would be a pity if I didn't take advantage of this good opportunity to bite off a piece of meat. I have to say that the 4 generations of raking are really shameless. Actually, they can't be considered shameless as such a good opportunity. Everyone wants to seize it. What's more, Yinren village's losses in the Third Ninja World War were not too great. The biggest loss of Yunin village in the Third Ninja World War was the death of the 3 generations of Reikage. So Yanindu is the ninja village with the best preservation of the insects of Tainin village. Chapter 258. You were all silly just now. 15. The country of the vortex. Xinu did not pay attention to the disturbances from the outside world. Xinu was on a whim at this time. Think of the 3 generations of fennying made by Chizizizi. Xinu also wanted to give it a try. The material used by Xinu to make the puppet is from the 3 generations of Reikage movies, and the body is still in Xinu's hands. It is definitely better to make a puppet with the physical strength of the 3 generations of Reikage 1 than the 3 provinces of fennying. It would be too rubbish to control with the chakra line. Xinu whispered to himself with the chakra black stick made by the root blocking yang done in his hand. What Xinu wants to make is the puppet of Lu Sigan Pain's 6 paths. Not the kind of use chakra line to control the puppet. However, the 6 ways of pen also have shortcomings, such as the 6 ways of pen of Nagato. Can't leave Nagato's body too far. If it's too far, you will control your footwork. The one I made is definitely better than the one made by Nagato. Xinu pierced the black stick in his hand into the body of the 3-generation movie. This black stick is actually a very powerful weapon. If it penetrates the opponent's body, it can block the acupuncture path of the chakra, which has a stronger effect on the tail beast. This is somewhat similar to the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. You can't use the check if you plug it in. Carrot. At the same time, people who reincarnated from dirty soil can be restrained. This black rod was created by Xinu joining his own will. Through this, you can control the 3 generations of raking. Nagato controls Pegan Avenue also uses this kind of black that hosts the outer roads. A total of 5 black rods were pierced into the limbs and head. Then it's done. The black rod that blocks Yang and escapes completely enters the body of the 3rd generation of Reikage. It is completely invisible from the outside. Unlike Uzumaki Nagato, his face was covered with black sticks. Did you make this useful? Juxina said towards Hoshihana. Juxina is here to see Xinu making puppets no longer eyes, and she is also a little impatient. She also wants Xinu to teach her wooden ninjutsu incubation. As a result, Xinu fiddled with this thing. Is it useful? You have a good relationship with this question. To be honest, it's really useless. Xinu shook his head. Having this puppet won't increase Xinu's combat effectiveness. Basically useless. Then why are you still tinkering? Boring. Xinu was just bored on a whim, and then made the 3 generations of Reikage into puppets. If the star as a story known by 4 generations of Reikage, I'm afraid I will look for Xinu to fight. See, when I'm bored, come over and teach me Ben Ninjutsu. I can't wait to learn Mudan Ninjutsu to deal with Tsunade. Kushina thought of using Mudan Ninjutsu to defeat Tsunade, and suddenly couldn't help showing a silly smile on his face. Using the blood of the Senju clan to follow the limit I to defeat Tsunade, the Kienju clan, Kushina felt that Tsuta was refreshed. Although the real blood succession limit of the Thousand Hands clan is his human body. However, the entire ninja realm is so ignorant that the technique escapes as if it's a sniper. Hiju Sinai opened the distance. Afraid of the Lord Nai's stupidity spread to him. What are you doing? Sinai looked at Xinu and stared at her with disgust. Can't help being fierce with Xinu. You were so silly just now, afraid of infection. 2 inches. Xinu said truthfully. Xinu, your living surname will not beat you today. I will follow the F sound. Juxinai shouted too much and then rushed towards Xinu. I want to leave the slot to have my last name. That's also, it's the surname Uzumaki. What's the difference? Bite. Xinu dodges the Lord of Juxinai, then leave channel. I don't know why, when Juxin bites him again, he always uses the master. This trick. No, after chasing Xinu for a while, some people chased Xinu, but they were still played for a while. Juxin is grunting me on the ground. Take revenge? Good. Of course not. I don't want to be you. Xinu also sat down, just sat next to Sinai. Seeing Xinu sitting next to her, Juxinai's eyes turned smartly. Then suddenly rushed towards Xinu. Bang shang ran. Juxina thumped to the ground. It doesn't hurt, but the posture is divided. I quickly got up one and looked at the blood south. I looked around and looked around. But fortunately, Meza, they were not there. I'm ashamed of myself, not seen by others. How do I get your family name from you now? Is this an illusion? Juxina waved his hand on Xinu's face and body, passing directly through Xenus. The body is like Xenu standing in front of her. It's like an illusion. Technique. It's not an illusion, it's a space call _ can be incorporated and immune to any positive. Xena said to Juxina. These Xena said that you are immune to any attack and have tolerance. If you have the space to restrain you to incorporealization is useless for surgery. Go directly into your divine power space to fight Chinese art. And for example, Xena has researched its space is blocked. After using this seal technique, the power of the division type cannot be used directly. Must be able to break this seal. Say, it's amazing, but I don't have the talent for space. Xena said with some disappointment. Again, I can't learn. Also, even if there is a talent for space, can't learn. Xena shook his head. Shinwai is a pupil technique that makes eyes. It's not ninjutsu. Gen will be superb. As for the ninjutsu that I have developed by myself, I am sorry that Xena can't study this. If it is researched by the county law, Xena will not be able to. Complex. The power of Uchiha's soil has been created. At once, don't talk about this. This time the Lord let go of you. Hurry up and teach me Mudun Renkai. I want to learn the art of the wooden man. Pass. Juxina gave Xena generously, but he actually knew how to get Xena down. Then give yourself a bench test. What about this puppet? Xingyi looked at this puppet without Daifu, because I saw it interrupted before. So Xena didn't have a good female envoy. Controls 3 generations of Reikage. 2 then use the Dun Chakra mode. Subsequently good money Zao each. 3 generations of Reikage born from then know the ninjutsu. This sure enough. Being made into a puppet, using some ninjutsu. 3 generations of Reikage can. The next step is to focus on the plate. Xingya's eyes became 9 hooked and 3 eye reincarnation eyes, and the alliance with Liang also changed, but it did not turn the bull's eye in the jade wheel of Yingjuxun. Generation 3 Jin is just a simple reincarnation eye island. Can't bear it. Xena found that the 3 generations of Reiking could not the power of resurrecting the eyes of the Niniga jade wheel at best. It only bears the power of the reincarnation eye, or the power of rebirth eyes too. It's less than a month than imagined, but the ability to carry the eye of reincarnation is considered the ability to use the eye of reincarnation, and the strength is 10. It's okay. Xingyu thought for a while. I feel that I don't like the request for so many puppets that were created with painstaking efforts. He is not there at all. Is it useful? But it's not really useful. Yes. If you need to run errands, just send this puppet over. Download full text version of the novel and 64837 Allocam Original Works Chapter 259-25. Xena controlled the 3 generations of Reikage he made into puppets to leave the country of the vortex, in order to learn some news about the world of ninja through the 3 generations of shadows. Although it's good in Uzumaki Kingdom, it seems like a paradise. But I don't understand what happened in Ninja World. 3 generations of Liang became stupid. Let's go out and act as his eyes and ears. For the 3 generations of Reikage are controlled by Xenia's will, and what he sees and hears is equivalent to what Xenia sees and hears in person. And after Xenia's production, the distance is not a problem. As long as it is not as far from here to the moon, will not exceed the control range of Xenu. This is made by Xenu. A perfect puppet that can run in the ninja world, of course, is not without shortcomings. After all, it's just that the actions of the puppets are controlled by Xenu, so Xenu must separate some minds to control the 3 generations. These shortcomings are not a problem. It's hard for others. It's easy to talk about Moyubian with 1 heart and 2 tasks. What's more, Xena doesn't have to control Operation Reikage for 3 generations all the time. Take back the little god who controlled the 3 generations of Reikage without major incidents. Only after Xena took back the little god who controlled the 3rd generation of Reikage, the 3rd generation of Reikage was just a dead body. Therefore, when taking back control of the 3 generations of Reikage's mind in the future, They will also control 120 underscore system 3 generations of movies where there is no A. So as not to be buried as dead, although underscore after the 3 generations of Yukage were controlled by the mountain and left, Xina began to teach the Shina ninjutsu. In the original work, the Kaienzao's Eugene used wooden escape. Basically only one seal is needed. But in fact, this escape is not a seal that can be displayed. Maybe after waiting for proficiency in the future, you can use a single seal to produce all kinds of wooden done. But now Jixinai can't do it. In fact, it's not difficult to learn these ninjutsu, provided that you have Mudungs follow the limit. As long as you have the blood succession boundary, it will be easy to handle. Hoshiujuo's teaching 9 Xinai for a day. At the end of the day Jixinai learned Mudun. My own technique rents the original Tao, Wood Dragon technique. As for other ninjutsu such as Wood Escape, Tree World Birth and so on, Jixinai had completely mastered it before. It's getting dark, let's go back. Watching the setting sun, Hoshiyu said, still intently. Kushina said I've never seen Jixinai work so hard before, but now I've tried too hard. Listen. As soon as he got home, Xina heard the transmission from the tail. Come a day of laughter. And you can tell by listening to the sound. This is Tsunade's voice. Is Tsunade crazy? Is it irritated? Hoshiba couldn't help but said, I don't know. I don't know what is silly. Kushina shook his head. Listening to Jixinai's words, Xina couldn't help but glanced at Jixinai. The time before. Jixinai is still silly and happy. Look at what I do. Jixinai sensed Xinia's gaze with a sense of number, and even dared to feel that Xinia's gaze was embarrassing. I feel you have changed again. It's pretty. Really? Jixinai's face showed joy. Even the suspicion just now was forgotten. Xina smiled but opened the door and walked in. Sure enough, Jixina is easy to fool underscore. It can be done with a compliment. Tsunade, I heard your laugh from the outside. What are you laughing at? Hoshiba said to Tsunade after entering the table and inside. See Xina coming in. The national player stood up with great excitement. Then came to Xinia's side. Holding Xinia's shoulder vertically. Xinu, do you know that I finally master Mudun? Tsunade said the reason for his excitement. The reason why he is so excited is because he has mastered the original escape from the blood and continues the boundary for Mudun. He put in so much effort, and now he has finally reaped the rewards. Tsunade's excitement is also reasonable. It's okay to negotiate a little bit. When I got the main escape, I didn't move as much as you. Gorune I couldn't help but said. And he also faced Tsunade Tozu, the posture of the deputy senior who came over. Only but after hearing that Tsunade had mastered Mudun, Kushina didn't know whether he should be happy or disappointed for Tsunade. Originally, Jixina wanted to use Mudun to bully Tsuna. Retribution was once bullied by Tsunade when he was a child. Kibble_s revenge to shame. Now that Tsunade has mastered Mudun's blood, he doesn't seem to have a chance. Nuksinai, believe it or not, I blasted your window. Tsunade was very upset with the attitude of the predecessor Wangzutu, shaking his fist and threatening Kushina. See. Wow, just master Mudun. You think you can be arrogant? Jixinai was very angry, and it was raining. Stopped. You think you can do it again? You just master Mudun. How many do you know? Mudun ninjutsu. Shall we go out and compete? Kushina felt that Tsunade had mastered Mudun. But I have just mastered it. It is definitely not comparable to her. Mudun ninjutsu definitely didn't hold a few. Then you will try to find out. Make gestures. Tsunade was not shy, although she did not have Kushina early in mastering Mudun. But it took too long to study the ninjutsu basics. Except for the ultimate ninjutsu of Mudun Xianfa, Tsunade felt that he had no problem with it. You two go out to make gestures. We want to eat. Mikoto and Xionan walked out of the kitchen carrying the cooked dishes. And then Mikoto said to Kunina and Tsunade, when it's dark, why don't we have a competition tomorrow? If Bayo gives it to me, I will respectfully call me Tsunade's sister after seeing me. Tsunade considered it for a moment, and then said to Kuzina. Tsunade has confidence in himself. I was able to suppress the little girl Tsunade in the past. I believe it will never be an exception now. Okay, if I didn't agree, I thought I was afraid of you. Kushina nodded directly and agreed. Just like Tsunade has already. Confidence is the same. Kanashina also has confidence in himself. When he was a child, he was inferior to Tsunade for his age. Now when he grows up, Wang and Kuzina don't feel that he will be weaker than Tsunade. So courageous. Actually stealing food. Kushina picked up the chopsticks and knocked Zoma's hand. Tsuyumi really loosened the tempura she was holding in pain, then Xingyu clamped it with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Teach me. Didn't you also? Tsuyumi said unconvinced. And raised mouth to pate Kushina hard. Tsuyumi Hulai patted Hyman's. But Kushina doesn't hurt at all. But Kushina, who is not at a disadvantage, will naturally fight back. He raised his hand and flicked Tsuyumi Ming's forehead, and tears were streaming out of her painful Tsuyumi Ming's forehead. Tsuyumi looked bitterly at how Kushina could do something to a beautiful woman like her. It's so cruel. TSK Tusk, just a flick, your tears are about to fall out. If I punch it up, you should be able to cry for a long time. Kushina smiled and said Tsuyumi was very angry. You are the devil. If it weren't for me, I couldn't beat you. In going up to bite the bridge, Kushina smiled and looked at Zomamai when she was bored. Kushina likes to play with Zomamai. Next, look at her angrily expression, so cute. If Tsuyumi Ming knew the bad thoughts in Kushina's heart, I wonder if he would cry out. L_QANBUAN 64837. The 260th chapter. Can't tell the winner in a lifetime. 35. The next day, Kushina and Xiaonan walked out of the room together. After they came to the living room, Mikoto and Tsuyumi Ming couldn't help but look over. Facing the gazes of Mikoto and Tsuyumi, Xiaonan lowered his head blushingly. Yeah, Kushina and Nan walked out of the room together. Of course it was because they were together last night. This is why Xiaonan is shy. Yesterday's voice is not small. Tsuyumi Ming saw Xiaonan shy and deliberately joked. After being teased by Zhao Chaiming, Xiaonan's face turned redder. But Xiaonan knows that, if you continue to blush, Tsuyumi will continue to tease. So Xiaonan puffed up pretending to be cold. Where are Kushina and Tsunade? Are they not up? Kushina asked Mikoto, ringing. I've been up a long time ago. Didn't you say gestures yesterday? They have already gone out to make gestures, said Mikoto and Kushina. Xingyu looked at Chase weirdly, and then said, should you not stop at this moment? Stop. It won't be a problem anyway. And I can't stop them. So I didn't stop them. Mikoto shook her head. Yes? Xingyu looked at Mikoto suspiciously. Although Mikoto was very gentle most of the time, I sometimes had a dark belly. Maybe she would get up after watching them deliberately. Xingyu, do you still doubt me? Mikoto looked at Xingyu a little unhappy. Looking at Mikoto, who was pouting upset, Xingyu felt a little cute. Couldn't help but walked over and kissed. Mikoto's face flushed. Then he gave Xingyu a slight hammer with his small fist. It's not that Mikoto is shy. In fact, if she is alone with Xingyu, Mikoto will never hurt her. She will only be more pleased. But there are also Xiaonan and Tsuyumi here. Jins can't let go. Of course he's shy. Tsuyumi watched Xingyu hug the shy Mikoto say, I don't know why. Jianj feels a little flustered in his heart. There is a feeling of phthalic acid. No? Isn't it interesting for me to bully me? Zhao Meiming was taken aback by the thoughts in her heart. Will not. I would never be interested in this bad guy who likes to bully myself. I am not mad. Absolutely not. Hey! What are you doing? Xingyu takes Tsuyumi, who is still immersed in her inner world. How'd I come here? Seeing Hoshiba Tsuyumi, who was very close to her, her face suddenly turned red, and then she stammered and asked, What are you doing? Suddenly blushing, do you think him too handsome? 8 inches? Xingyu asked Tsuyumi with a smile. Not at all. Tsuyumi felt that she had violated her intentions. Although the bad guy Xingyu bullied himself, I have to say that this guy is really handsome. If he doesn't bully himself, it will be fine. Let's go. Let's see Sazina and Tsunade. I hope you two don't sink the Uzumaki kingdom. NS. Hoshiba took Meza too. Xionan and Trumizu immediately went to Kushina and Tsunade said Dan, Bianchi. We sank the country of the vortex. It's not that Xenu indiscriminately with each other, but it is really possible. Everyone knows that the country of Uzumaki is not very good. In fact, it is just an overseas island. If Kushina and Tsunade go all out, it will not be impossible to fight the country of the vortex. Although Xenu looked at where Tsunade was, Xenu left a space mark on them. Too soon to be able to find them. It really started fighting. Xenu looked at the two wooden 8 fights. Duzaki was slightly stunned. For a while, Kushina and Tsunade were controlling 2 wooden men fighting with a height of 100 meters. The destructive power of the 2 wooden men is a little big, and they can break the hill with 1 punch or 2 kick. This place has been carried into a basin. Is this Mudun? Zalmazi was convulsed and suddenly found that he was a wrong star for giving up studying Mudun. Xiaonan looks at the 2 wooden heads and feels that they have nothing to do with this thing. However, Xiaonan and Xinu have also seen Tai Shi face, so she is not as surprised as Zhao Meiming. Meza is even less surprised, although Mikoto can't escape, but Jianqin has. Nope, Susan can fight. Eternal Flowers abbreviated round eyes. It can be used completely. Facing the wooden man can be a battle. Uekaha's palace will be defeated by Senjutsu Muden, and Shu is Senjutsu Muden. I really feel that I am abnormal. Do you want Xinu to stop them? Mikoto said to Xinu. Forget it, since they want to fight. Don't disturb their 2 yaxing. Xinu shook his voice. Kushina, you can't help me at all. I suppressed it. Tsunade said while looking at Kushina. Nonsense. Obviously I suppressed you, Masahina said unconvinced. Heavier. However, the fact that half of the 2 of them did not suppress the other 2 scholars with the same combat effectiveness. Wooden done. The art of wooden dragons. Wooden done. The technique of the wooden dragon. I don't know if it was because of the tacit understanding. Kushina and Tsunade performed the wood dragon technique together. The wood dragon art can absorb the power of chakras. Defeat of Bozibo Madara and Ninetales at the Thousand Hands Yuma. To tell the truth, the wood dragon art ate, it's just that both of them have wood. In the case of the dragon art, then no one can do anything. Kushina's wooden dragon entangled Tsunade's wooden man, then absorbed the chakra. On the other hand, Tsunade's wooden dragon also entangled Kusana's wooden man to absorb chakra. Who will win? Trumi could not help asking. Either will be no victory or defeat in a lifetime. Xinu glanced at Trumi, then said many if you don't think about whether they will be hungry or tired. It's true, to carry on like this there is no way to tell the victory or defeat in a lifetime. Because it doesn't make sense at all. Both people will be the same, and both will continue. The extremely high-flying Mudun. Unless you use other means. Otherwise, you can't tell the winner by just using Mudun. Chance also saw it. In fact, it's not only Hoshiba and Mikoto, but even Kushina and Tsunade, who are in the fight, can see that E2 is just that the 2 of them still refuse to admit defeat and continue to face each other. The fists of the 2 wooden men collided and then flew back a few steps. The colliding fist had broken apart. Wooden eyebrows fall to the ground, but it didn't matter. The fist that was shattered soon recovered. It's almost the same as Suzao. It's very easy to fix. This fist can knock the mountains down. Right? Trumi could not help saying, need to use a suspicious tone. It is really possible to compare the destruction of Yudabeng and the destruction of Susanoo completely. Mikoto said with blood and Trumi. Mudun, the destructive power of the wooden man's art. Comparing with the destructive power of Susanoo, he can't tell who is strong and who is weak. Meza controls the entire Suzo mountain, and the destruction energy level can break down Mulibulong, which is weaker than the entire Susnu, can also break down a mountain. Such a powerful ninjutsu. This is not ninjutsu anymore. Trumi Ming looked at Kushina with envy. And Tsunade Nishiran, if possible. She also wants to learn this kind of ninja that can destroy the world. Download Fellow Novel R2 full text version Novel 1 or and.1 new and 64832 support Fellow Novel Network. Yet chapter 261. Can you compliment me to die? 45. Xingyi looked at Zhao Meiming's envious gaze and took a photo of Meiming's shoulder. In fact, there is no need to envy. Although my destructive power is not small, but there are also shortcomings. The shortcoming of Jian is his wife's body shape, which leads to some lack of flexibility. Of course, Susanoo has such a shortcoming with the push side. If you face a ninja who is quick and sensitive, you may not be able to hit people at all, as long as you react fast enough. Facing Mugen or Susanoo's attack, it is still a problem to save your life. Staff Feather, Mei Iming said. That being said, but how fast do you have to do it? This blow can break the peak of the political attack. Can I avoid it? Triu Ming asked with complaint. Well, it is indeed a problem. I think if you turn on the fairy mode to escape with all your strength, there is still no problem with September 20th. Xingyi looked at Trumimai and calculated it by herself. If Trumimai did not turn on the fairy mode, she might not run away with her speed deer, but after turning on the fairy mode, it should be no problem to save her life in the hands of the wooden man. If it's like Xiao Nan, learn to fly. Thor's art, faced with such a wooden and human art, is easy to do. Taumi looked at Xiao Nan. Then faintly like the weakest funk Xingyi won't talk about how many real estates there are in Huxian County. Triu Ming also does not clear salt according to Xiao Nan and others' descriptions. One anyway, it is as strong as a god, and Xiao Nan has the trump card of Erfi Thor's art. Kushina and Tsunade Umudun. Mikoto has the abbreviation of eternal flowers. Compare it. My own double blood following the limit seems a little worthless. Xingyi looked at Triu Ming weirdly. Did you find that you are the weakest now? 8. You have always been the weakest. Okay. Many Xingyi Kong suddenly realized that Triu Ming didn't seem to have any self-knowledge before. Geikin, where are you going? Seeing Mikoto leave suddenly, Xingyi couldn't help asking. The battle between the two of them, I don't know when it will end. We can't stand here and watch. Wang Kui has a picnic. I will go home to get the ingredients. Chaikin said with a smile. I want to eat grilled fish. Triu Ming's eyes bright. The depression caused by feeling that I was the weakest before is directly swept away. Eat grilled fish and catch it. Wang ran. If you want to have a picnic, then I will divide the task. Triu Ming, go to the beach for cotton fish. After Xingyi finished speaking, he took Xiao Nan's hand and left. Shansei went home to prepare things and went to the rest of the photo. Gaming, who was depressed and headed to the beach. It's not far from the sea, and Triu is a ninja, using the instantaneous technique soon arrived. After 21 minutes, all the materials were ready. Xingyi Yuqing had a few plump piglets. Xiao Nan found a lot of wild vegetables. Triu Ming also brought back a few fishes, plus the ingredients that Geikin took from home. Definitely enough. Later, Hoshibo was responsible for grilling fish kebabs, while Mikoto and Xionan were responsible for the other. Do you need me to do anything? Triu Ming saw that she was only idle, and suddenly wanted to find a job. You don't seem to be able to help you at this time. 3 inches. Xingyi couldn't help but said, let Triu Ming help him grill the fish. Go to help Niankin and Xionan? Let's forget it. That's old chaos. Although Triu Ming's cooking level does not reach the level of dark cooking, but also a cooking idiot. The fragrance soon diffused. Being Kuzina and Tsunade who were fighting also smelled the scent. I couldn't help it. To be honest, their stomachs were grumbled with hunger, and they ran out without breakfast in the morning. It's almost noon now. Why don't you fight another day? Sinna asked. Tsunade with blood. Only okay. It's boring to go down the mountain. Of course Tsunamo has no opinion anymore. It doesn't make sense to continue fighting. After playing for so long, it was still a tie. And chakra has consumed too much. So it's time to take a rest. Why don't we continue? 9. We are still going to eat and watch the show. Hoshiba couldn't help but said after seeing Tsunade and Kansina coming over. You are still watching a good show and killed you. Juxinai bulged his mouth. Then he rushed towards Xingyu. Xingyu immediately handed the grilled fish that had just been grilled to Kushina. It depends on the grilled fish. I won't make a comparison with you. Juxinai turned out to grill the fish. Eat. Deliciously familiar taste. I haven't eaten Xingyu's food for a long time. Especially the barbecue made by Xingyu. Hoshiba, Tsunade's Honin Shinobu. Did you teach her the technique? Juxina asked Xingyu. Originally, Masahina thought that Tsunade would not even be a ninjutsu. So he thought that the battle between himself and Tsunade would be very stable. _0_ Of course not. It should have been learned by hand. Tsunade has studied Mudun for so long, and it is not easy to learn Mudun ninjutsu. The hard part is how to get the blood succession boundary as long as it fuses out the Mudun blood succession boundary. It's too simple to perform Mudun ninjutsu. By the way, if you want to fight in the future, let's change the place. Don't toss in the country of the vortex. Starfeather Moonlight, looking at the large basin a few meters deep, said to Kushina and Tsunade, yes, this kind of ninjutsu, which can change the terrain with quality hands, is better to use less. When you played against each other before, the whole earth was moving. Gaikin continued. Have it? Tsunade and Kushina didn't feel anything. Right. They are all immersed in the battle. Of course. I can't feel the power of the two of them fighting. Look at that basin. Can you still not see it? Xingyu pointed. It was almost the same as a meteorite. Juxinai embarrassedly stuck out his tongue. No way. I can't blame me for being too strong. Mouth. Don't swell. Although you are not weak now, you are not too strong either. The real power is the 6th level. And Juxinai, I was far from the 6th level. Can you praise me for being able to die? Juxinai looked at Xingyu bitterly. Don't say praise her. Actually gave her a 0.2 blow. I don't praise you for being I want to make you too bloated lest you think you are invincible in the world. You too slowly come out. But eat up everything. Tsunade spoke to Hoshiba and Kushina. Xingyu immediately looked back and looked at the remaining skewers. Suddenly he was speechless. Are you eating so fast? Don't know how to save me. This belongs to me. Masashina immediately reached out and picked up the last 2 skewers. Come on. The last skewers are gone. I have to grill it myself. Xingyu depressedly picked up the raw meat skewers next to him and continued grilling. It's so bad, the better it tastes better than the wind you can eat in Konoha barbecue restaurant. Hoshiba, if you open a barbecue restaurant, you will definitely be hot. Terumi, Mingjian said with Xingyu. Xingyu rolled his eyes when he heard this. I'm not short of money. Unless I have a problem with my head, I will open a rotisserie. LL_Suanbuan 64837 fellow novel network compared with chapter 262 when the 4th generation of Reikage meets Stad 55 Konoha and Yunrin Kai are just a little trouble. Xingyu learned that Konoha village and Yunren village were fighting again, and couldn't help but want to watch the battle. But after seeing the battle between Nishimura, I was instantly disappointed. The war between the two and Zywin was just a small fight. It's simply incomparable with staying in this battle. The 28th party just sank a few hundred ninjas. None of the shadow-level powerhouses in the 2 villages were dispatched. The strongest command is only the elite shinobu. A bit disappointed. Such a little trouble. There is no need for Xingyu to pay attention. It is worth mentioning that Xingyu is still in the country of the vortex. The war between Benai village and Yunren village. Xingyu was observed through 3 generations of puppet movies. What Xingyu didn't know was, at this time, the 4 generations of Reikage, it is still possible to see that Rabbi, the little tail man, has left Yanu. The goal is Xingyu. To be precise, it is not Xingyu but Xingyu's puppet 3 generations of Reikage. Xingyu controlled the run of the 3 generations of Nijiangmaninsi. The key is not to cover it up. So the news that the 3rd generation of Reikage appeared in the ninja world was known by the 4th generation of movies. When Shimin heard the news of his father, The fourth generation of Reikage thought someone was booing him. The fourth generation of Reikage also got angry and tantrums because of this. However, when Yunren came up with evidence to prove that at 6 o'clock, the fourth generation of Liang completely can't sit still. I don't know what it is. But the fourth generation of Reiking said that he had to check it out in person, otherwise the fourth generation of Reiking would not. Brother, is the news true? Kairabi was more serious at this time. He didn't put out his own rap. The main reason is that Kairabi is afraid of being beaten by AI. AI has warned Kairabi several times. Don't mess around in front of him. Otherwise, clean him up. When Kairabi was raping, he unconsciously used swear words like bastards and fools. AI said that you dare to say a jerk to my elder brother, if you don't fix your meal, you don't know the sky is so great. What's more, when it comes to his foster father's affairs, Kairabi would not be so erratic. Even if it is my hobby, it is not yet sure that I hope it is not the ghost of the whirlpool star feather wall. Several wisps of electric light gleamed from the fourth generation of Reikage. Anger can't help but appear on his face. Angza, his father was killed by Uzumaki Xinu. 4 generations want to take revenge. But there is no metric for revenge. After becoming the 4 generations in the village and after the movie, he did not lose his mind to seek revenge on Uoxinu. As the shadow of a village, the highest leader in the village, you must be angry with the people in your village. Also, every time even the 4 generations of Ai Ying loses her mind because of hatred, Ai Ying assists Shitai will promptly persuade him. This time the 4 generations of Luoying came out. He still ran out without telling the Earth platform. If the Earth platform knew about it, he would not be able to leave Yunren at all. Year as the shadow of the village, whether it's for China's self, the safety of the body too, or for the village, all. Fortunately, the altar is free from the village. According to the latest information, the father of the intelligence worker appeared in the country of Japan, a bit faster than us. The 4th generation of Reikage was shrouded in thunder and lightning, as if putting on a set of Thunderlin armor, and then the speed increased too much. Brother, wait for me, you are all eggs, bastards. Kairabi looked at the 4 generations of Reikage AI who had disappeared for an instant. Can't help but shout too loudly. On the way of crazy persimmon. It only took a long time. I rushed from Yunren village to Danzigo. However, Dailing was also tired and fell on the ground. Overall, finally catching up, almost lost after getting on. Kairabi sat down on the ground, in order to speed up the journey. Physical strength and chakra consumed 7888, and even the 8-old chakra was borrowed. Kairabi is different from others. He can perfectly control Yao, who is absolutely recognized by Ira. Oh, Yao is willing to lend Kairabi's power. Breath all night. When I start to act tomorrow, I will see who is pretending to be the 4th generation of Reiking. Didn't believe that it was really his father, because he knew his father was dead. Most likely thinking of who is bold enough to pretend to be his father. 4 generations of Reikage's anger could not stop overflowing. Fortunately, the anger is so good that he is not stunned. The 4th generation Reikage does not plan to find it now. Mainly because the 4th generation Reikage is afraid of the conspiracy of the wandering star feather. If he finds it in this state now, that's nothing like giving someone a head. So there are still movies with the 4 ways of reason. Rested all night. The 4 generations of Bang returned to the state of the victory, and then took Kairabi to look for the 3 generations of Summer Shadows because the 4th generation of Reiking had already sent a ninja from Yunren village to investigate the news. The 4th generation of Reiking soon got the news. Know the location of the 3 generations of Reiking. 4 generations of movies carry Kairabi, killed the past menacingly. According to the information provided by Yunren, who is in charge of the investigation, the 4th generation of Needing Final Jade blocked the 3rd generation of Reiking. Looking at the 3 generations of Reiking and Kairabi, Xinius' expression was very strange. The atmosphere once fell into a hard price. My child, call him dad. Open Xingyu blurted out subconsciously. Broke the rigid atmosphere. 4 generations of movies flushed. This is an angry face flushed. Who are you? 4th generation Reikage asked angrily. Nizai. You. Dad doesn't know him anymore. One is so rebellious and unruly. Xingyu was very angry. He was injustice for the 3 expedition movie. Okay, Shang-Chi Xingyu wanted to laugh in his heart. The electric cable was wrapped around him, and the 4th generation of Reikage's hair stood up due to the influence of thunder and lightning, as if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Are you going to do something for the father? 3 generations of Reikage asked flatly. You are not my father at all. 4 generations of movies furiously made 200 moves even though they looked exactly the same. Even the voice of speaking is very similar. But the tone of speech is not the same at all. Fighting towards the 3rd generation of Reikage, and Xingyu controls the 3rd generation of Reikage and catches the 4th generation of Reikage's haul. What? The 4th generation movie stared wide-eyed. And then solemnly asked, you are in the whirlpool Xingyu? Yeah, I didn't expect you to guess the little one, but that's right. If you can't guess, you don't deserve to be the 4th generation Reikage. Why do you pretend to be my father? The 4th generation Reikage asked with bloodshot eyes and angrily. The 4 generations of Reikage had misunderstood. He thought Xingyu was his father's appearance after using the transformation technique. Did you make a mistake? 8. I didn't pretend to be white in the 3rd generation movie. The 3 generation Reiking in front of you is indeed your father. What do you mean? The karma held by the 4th generation of Liang trembled. The bad feeling in my heart is getting heavier and heavier. Although you are all muscles in the 4th generation of Reikage, your brain is not made of muscles, right? Can't you guess it? You made my father's body into a puppet. The 4th generation of Reikage couldn't help it. Although he guessed it, he didn't believe it at all. My father has already learned by death. The body still can't rest in peace. Damn it. You look Xingyu. The 4th generation of Liang vowed to kill him. Chapter 263. Dad beats his son. 15. The 4 generations of Reikage bite. 2. Because of being too angry, both eyes turned blood red. You bastard. Kairabi was also very resentful. 3 generations of Reikage, his foster father, and treated him very well. Kairabi could not tolerate such behavior as the whirlpool star feather. In fact, it's really immoral to make someone else's father's whole body into a puppet. But is the ninja's profession still moral? Compared with the rebirth of the filthy soil that has been researched out of the 1,000 hands, this is already good. And the rebirth of the filthy soil will not let go of your soul, so that you will not be able to live in peace if you really die. Vortex Star Feather. You'd better return your father's body, or I will let you die. The 4th generation of Reiking suppressed his anger and said, it's okay to come back, father. Then you come and get it. The figure of Xingyu appeared on a big tree, and the 3 generations of Liang left a feather-waking space mark on his body. So Xingyu is actually very simple to come over. Although the perspective of the 3rd generation of Reiking can also know everything that happened. However, Xingyu still feels more used to seeing it in person. After seeing the appearance of Xingyu, the 4 generations of Aiying couldn't help but back up a few steps. Look, you are afraid of me, actually. Dare to magnify the words and let me die. Really? Elia looked at the 4th generation of Reikage with disdain. Let the 4 generations of Liang focus on his arrogance, but also a little annoyed. Why is he afraid of you, Xingyu, who kills his father and enemy? Brother, let's take back the body of the foster father first, Kairabi said to the 4th generation of Reiking. The 4th generation of Reiking nodded, and then immediately flew to the next 3 generations of movies. I want to cut off the chakra line that controls my father according to the understanding of the 4th generation of Reiking. The puppet master wants to control the puppet. It is necessary to use the chakra line to recontrol. So the best way to deal with the puppet master, just cut The chakra who broke him discovered that there was no chakra line at all. This made the 4 generations of Liang stunned. In the moment when the 4 generations of Reikage were stunned, the 3rd generation Reikage suddenly raised his fist and hit the 4th generation Reikage too. The speed is too fast. C4 Reiying had no time to react at all. In an instant, it flew out like a cannonball. Brother Tai Kairabi immediately caught the 4th generation Reikage, but was smashed by the 4th generation Reikage's body and flew out to serve as a pad. Puff. The 4th generation of Reikage spit out a bloody chest collapsed. A fist can be seen under my control. The 3 generations of Reikage can burst out with far more power than before. Xingyu faintly said to the 4th generation of Reikage, when a person is alive, because of the body's protective mechanism. So it is impossible to exert 100% of its power, because it will get a share, and now as a special Japanese body. Do you still need to be afraid of being single? 3 Therefore, the power of this punch, even the tail can fly out. If it weren't for the 4th generation Reikage to use the electric escape chakra mode, the formed electric armor resisted too much of the attack. Now it has been planted. This bastard. Kairabi couldn't help cursing. Bye. Hurry up and take your big brother away. You are not rivals. Yao's voice sounded in Kairabi's heart. Yao can observe the conditions of the outside world through Kairabi's eyes. When I saw Xinu, your eye almost freaked out as the second member who has been abused. Two Tails said that he is a little afraid of Gold Kahio. You are scared. Kairabi feels that the HG-ness is a little uncomfortable. Aren't you very powerful? Why are you still scared? If you were beaten by him, also scared. Bazan feels that there is nothing wrong with being afraid. The other person can control oneself with one look. What can it do? 3 generations of movie explosion. Special done chakra mode, and then fast back to the 4 generations of Aang and Kairabi, the 2 brothers over. Big brother, are you okay? Kairabi asks the 4th generation Reikage heartily. The main reason was that his elder brother kept leaving blood. Kairabi was very worried. Aren't you going to die? 3 inches close your crow's mouth for me. Avoid it. The 4th generation movie pushed Kairabi aside, and then quickly flashed it himself. Because of the short response time, the 3rd generation Reikage's attack missed the ground and left a deep pit too slowly, and it's still a bit scorched. You two better be serious or you will really be beaten to death. Xinu reminded them both. Brother, let's take action against you, Xinu. Kairabi shouted to the 4th generation of Reikage. In Kairabi's view, the Vortex Star Feather is the one who controls the 3 generations of Reikage. As long as the Vortex Star Feather is solved, it will not be everything. The 4th generation of Reikage nodded. The pain from the ninja's heart rushed towards the Whirlpool Star Feather. The 4 generations of Reikage set by Kramo or Li are very fast, and the entire layer is like a flash of light. However, the 4th generation of Reikage is fast, but there are people who are faster than him. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd generation of Reikage stopped in front of the 4th generation of Reikage, and then once again slammed into the 4th generation of Reikage. Before using the electric escape chakra mode, he almost killed the 4th generation of He-Ying. And now with the Uldan chakra mode, this punch is very likely to kill 4 generations of Reikage. For heavy current violence, the 4th generation movie seems to have been expected, and the elbow swiftly straightened the fist of the 3rd generation Reikage to greet the past. Manage click 2. With a crisp sound, the face of the 4th generation Liang changed. His hand cracked. With one punch, the 4 generations of Reikage flew, and the 3 generations of Heoing did not change their face. As a puppet, there is no pain, so naturally the face does not change. The 4th generation movie retreated to Kairabi's side, and the cold sweat on his forehead dropped, dripping. You have the courage to do 2 things to me. Xingyu jumped down from the tree. Asked amusedly. Right. Hurry up. The 4th generation Liang also noticed it. They didn't respect Maelstrom Star Feather, too. In the Japanese body of the father, there was no way to get it back. Leaving. What should I do if I'm leaving, brother? Kairabi didn't mean to leave. Although Kairabi is usually out of touch, when it comes to critical times, Kairabi still has to be trusted. Is it good? This kind of thing is absolutely impossible for El Kairabi to do. Why? It's up to you now, Kairabi shouted at Yao. Although Yao was very afraid of the whirlpool star feathers, he was still willing to lend Kairabi's power at a critical moment. Tailed animalization. Chakra with 8 tails appeared on his body. All aspects of ability have been improved a lot. Speed and strength have been strengthened by Jitai. This is the increase brought by the Yao chakra. It's kind of interesting. Let's use you to test the second in my puppet. Although Xingyu had tested it before, it only tested whether he could use his abilities. As a battle test, now it is Xinia's test. After being made into a puppet by Xing and Yu, the 3 generations of Reikage can use the power of Xinia's reincarnation eye, the power of turning the bull's eye, and the power of writing round eyes, but other blood inheritance boundaries cannot use E such as Xinia's. Bing dun mu dun, magnetic dun, etc. 3 generations of movies can't make fellow according to your model. 3 things about reading _collection. C. Recommend a place to enjoy Xuan Buan 64837 _ support 7 original works of fellow novel network b.elm.cam chapter 264. No sneak attack on the tabletop. 25 Bang Up Hero was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and the 4th generation Reikage was also lying on the ground with serious injuries like Kairabi. It seems that your strength is too weak to take one. Let us come to evaluate the strength of the puppet. Xingyu shook his head in disappointment. It just used the ninjutsu that the 3rd generation of ninjutsu originally possessed, and directly beat Kairabi in the 4th generation of Reikage to their toes. Don't be proud, I haven't been knocked down yet. Kairabi's injuries quickly recovered, and it was Yao who helped Kairabi recover quickly. My son, I'm going to be completely tailed, Kairabi shouted to the tail in his heart. Right, I'll go crazy with you once. In fact, if I can, I'd rather never face that man for the rest of my life. Yao sighed, and then lent all of Li's power to Kairabi, causing Kairabi to transform into Yao directly. Why don't you see? Yao misses you so much. Xina smiled and looked at the huge monster that appeared in front of him. Yao is speechless. Do you miss me? I don't want to be missed by you. Seeing the wandering stars and feathers, Yao thought of the fear of being dominated by Shalonian. There is Kairabi and himself each other. Interference between. It shouldn't be directly blanked by the illusion of writing round eyes, right? Yao is a little lacking, thinking of the other's terrifying pupil power. Sometimes there is no confidence at all. 287. Don't be discouraged at the end of the child. Kairabi roared too enthusiastically. Come on, 3 generations of raking. Let me see if you can melee the tail beast is true or not. Xingyu controlled the 3 generations of Wang Ying and recklessly went up. Anyway, Xingyu had an indifferent attitude towards this puppet. Even if it is broken, it doesn't hurt. Done chakra mode. Then use the hell stab. Honkane hand. This is the strongest attack of the 3 generations of Gao Ying. It was too late for your eye to use the tail jade. Because the speed of the 3rd generation of Reikage was too fast, it didn't have the time to use the tail beast jade. Moreover, the threat of the tail beast jade is not too big unless it hits the 3 generations of Reikage heads. Otherwise, it won't pose any threat at all, and want to use the tail beast jade to bombard the 3rd generation of Reikage's body frontally. Unless the whirlpool star feather controls the 3 generations of Reikage as a living target. Otherwise it won't hit E at all. Secondly, the fingers, as if they can see through anything, are still on Yao. Ku's unseasonable body was blasted out of a distance of 100 meters, and the ground was rubbed out. Big gap in wisdom. Awesome. The rumors are true. Xingyu couldn't help applauding. It didn't seem to be bragging. To tell the truth, among the EAD movie generations, the 3 generations of Reikage were definitely one of the best. Swimming star feather. Die for me. Done. Shaped hot knife. Done. Chakra gathered all over. The 4 generations of Reikage smashed over at speed. Then the strength of the sharp corners of the hand and brain, hitting Xenius' neck. This trick can be used in combination with noodles. It is called done. To teach ninjutsu, 2 people face each other while using an electric plow to heat one person, and then the 2 people use the same force to twist the opponent's head off. Not ordinary people can cooperate. Now in Yunren village, there are only 4 Reiying and Kairabi who can cooperate. But now it is used alone by the 4th generation of Reikage, and it is still a surprise attack on Xenu. The previous 4 generations of Reiking deliberately hide himself. 2 is for the sneak attack at this moment, only the amount of moments he can swim away to meet Xenu. The 4 generations of Reikage were a little ecstatic as he was closer to Gao Wuxi. Xenu. He seemed to have seen the scene of his revenge. Then, the 4th generation of Reikage's attack passed through Xenu, as if nothing was hit. Turning his head abruptly, looking at the unscathed vortex Xenu, the 4th generation of Yinying was a little unacceptable. How could this be? Why are you okay? I can't take a sneak attack on the table. Could it be that I still want to kill me? Xingyu turned his head. It's like watching a 4th-generation movie, like watching a silly. Even if I stand here and don't move to watch you, he can't do anything to me in my life. The 4th generation of Reikage was a little unwilling and continued to attack Xinu. But every time his attack is constitutional, the Vortex Star Feathers were unable to cause any harm to him. They couldn't hit the entity at all. Pen technique? You used magic on me. The 4 fighting movie can only doubt this way. I suspected that I had fallen into the illusion, but I didn't expect to be prepared from the beginning, and still fall into the illusion. Looking at the 4th generation Reikage who doubted Liberty Red Art, Xingyu didn't mean to explain. But the divine power with soil is really easy to use. Did nothing. Let the 4 generations of Reiking begin to doubt life. A kick on the face of the 4th generation of Reikage. Then the 4th generation of Reikage was kicked out like a toy. With the 4th generation of Reikage's defensive power, there is a high probability that it will die. The body of the 4th generation movie rubbed crazily on the ground, then slid out hundreds of meters and hit the rock wall. Suddenly, the rock wall is covered with spider web cracks, and the 4th generation of Reikage's body cans are embedded in it. Just a random kick. If you are kicked to death, I can only say that you are too rubbish to live in this world. Xingyu said plainly. Xingyu said this casual kick. I am afraid that the force will not be lower than the impact force of an overweight and overspeed rock. I'm afraid it's more exaggerated than that. Perceived for a while, Xingyu found that the 4th generation of Reikage was really strong. Withstood such an attack. The hit was not dead, but it was like a candle in the wind. It's possible to hang at any time. I'm weak. I want to find an opponent who can make my movements crumbly. Xingyu looked up at the sky, looking for a strong opponent for gold. Fortunately, Xingyu's character is not a fighting freak. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will really be boring. The 4th generation of Reikage who kicked it was dying. And then Xingyu looked at Yao Erwai as being pressed and beaten by the 3 generations of Reikage. Under Xingyi's control, the combat effectiveness of the 3rd generation of Reikage has improved a few more than before his death, replaced with the original 3 generation Reikage. When the strength is all out, it is equal to the tail of the man. That is, it is also limited to be able to suppress Yao. Yao also missed Shigs very much at this time. What is the situation with this 3rd generation Reikage? Did you knock on the medicine? 8 exhibitions also learned a lot. It is supposed to be made into a puppet, let alone exert a stronger power than before. Even if you can use your strength before birth, it's difficult. However, the 3rd generation of Reikage is not a normal puppet, but a puppet similar to the 6 Ways of Pain. It's like Uzumaki Nagato made the 6 Ways of Pain. The 6 Ways of Pain are not strong originally. Heaven's Penance is the reality that Yahiko barely had elite tolerance. However, after being made into Penyu and Dao, it can burst into super shadow level reality in the later stage. Of course, Heavenly Path Pain mainly relies on the eyes of reincarnation. to be able to achieve that kind of power. In fact, the 3 generations of Reikage are not well known. The chakra of the 3rd generation of Reikage is provided by Xinu. Because the chakra of the 3rd generation of Reiking is stronger, the power of the 3rd generation of Reiking is also stronger. For example, Ldun chakra mode. The electric escape chakra mode used by Xinius chakra is stronger than the chakra used by the 3 generations of Reikage. Download Fluxy Op to see the full text version of the novel Lorknb, Yuan 6:43. 2 Chapter 265 The Power of No Choice 35 Xini looked at the 3 generations of Aang who beat Renwei, although this could indeed suppress Yodo, but there was no way to actually cause Yaoi to cause any actual harm. With 2 punches, Yao can fly far away. The visual impact is too great. However, the injury that must be received is not actually counted. Sealing technique. King Kong blockade. Numerous chains flew out from behind the 3 generations of shadows. The chain formed by chakra binds Yao tied directly into Zongtsai to deal with the tail beast. The seal technique is easy to use. Xina smiled and said although the 3rd generation of Reikage cannot be used, Xinius Mu done. Bing done and other blood follow the limit. There is no way to use Kyudo or the power of the blood succession snare. But the sealing technique can be displayed. Yao has the ability to escape from the house. But after being embraced as a stable child, Yao can't use this ability. 4 generations of Reikage Samakaira Beta, we are here to save you. Suddenly, a group of ninjas wearing the 4 heads of Yunin village crazily approached here, and the leader was Reikage's assistant to die. When the 3 generations of Needing were alive, Tutai won the trust of the 3 generations of Reiking. And now Tutai is also a veteran of Yunren village. Run out of a group of homes to be disrupted. Many Xingyu turned the police to give them a glance. There were quite a few people here, but Xingyu didn't care. 4 generations of Reikage 2 people 3 inches. Tutai looked around and finally saw the 4th generation of Reikage. Then immediately ran towards the 4th generation of Reikage. How about you in the movie? After Tutai ran over, he helped the 4th generation of Aang up. But the 4th generation of Reiking was in a coma now. Of course he couldn't answer his words. The medical ninja hurried over to treat the injuries of the 4 generations of Lkiontai. Tutai was too stolen, and at the same time, Tutai's heart was also very grateful. Fortunately, I brought a few medical ninjas, otherwise it would be really bad. Although Tutai is not a medical ninja, but it can also be seen that their Lord Reikage is already at the end of the battle. If it is not treated in time, I am afraid there will be the power of life. Several medical ninjas came over. After checking the 4th generation Reikage's injury bad, he said with an ugly face, Xia Ying is too badly injured. Must go back to the village quickly to save her life. The injury is too serious and there is not enough medical equipment here. They can only use medical ninjutsu to barely reduce. Slow take the movie and return to Yunren village as quickly as possible. If something goes wrong with Zongtong, you will apologize with death. See Tutai made a decisive decision, sent a few ninjas, and returned to the village with the 4th generation of Reikage. Have you ever saved someone in my hands and asked me? Xingye looked at them at the soil platform. There is no Sihao fluctuation in his eyes. But the more it is, the more terrifying it makes Tutai feel. Originally, Chitai's heart had a psychological shadow in front of the whirlpool star. To now when I touched the white light of the star, my heart suddenly burst. And then I immediately lowered my head. Master Tutai, then. Not exclusively for Reikage, right? Suddenly a Yunren's voice made Tutai couldn't help but raise his head, and then looked at Sandilu eyeing. It's actually 3 generations of Reikage. Tutai is so familiar with the 3 generations of Reiking, and Tutai also knew the news that 3 generations of Reikage appeared in the ninja world before. It is because of this news, after Tutai learned that the 4th generation Liang Ying had left Yunren village, it was because of chasing him. No. The current 3 generations of Reiking have been controlled. Tutai said seriously. He stared at Wuxi Xina with an angry gaze. It's not controlled. He is dead. I made it a puppet, Xingyu said lightly toward the stage. But after Xingyu finished speaking, Tutai and those Yanshan became even more angry. Killed. They're 3 generations of raking. He actually made it into a puppet. Now we can't wait to swallow Xingyu alive. Now you are asking for 3. Xingyu obviously didn't intend to let these guys go. They rescued 4 generations of Raikage. But forget it, Xingyu, too lazy to catch up. But as a price, these guys will die once for the 4th generation of Xiang. Be careful, everyone, Tutai shouted too loudly. Tutai knew the strength of Wuxi Xingyu, but even if he didn't want to be an enemy at this time, also not to mention anything else, it is Rabbi the 8-tailed man Zilikai. They also need to be rescued. Yao is too important to Yanin village. Fire escape. The fire is extinguished. A huge flame wall of 100 meters passed toward them, and the flames directly turned the ground into scorched earth, and the surrounding trees were ignited by the flames. Hoshibo is not quelling the fierce fire he released, but it is stronger than the one released by Uekai Hamadara. Is this really ninjutsu? Tutai is a bit desperate. 4 ninjas of this level are really not enough for them to resist. But the key is that few of them know how to ninjutsu. 0_evacuate separately. Tutai shouted too loudly. As for whether it can avoid such an attack, Tutai doesn't know. Everyone has his destiny. A few minutes later, the sea of fire had disappeared, and few Yunren could survive at this time. Burns, scars, spring is a bit shocking. It's not an opponent. You can run away. Tutai sighed, then turned towards the other Yunren. Said, as for the rescue of the 8-tailed man Ricky Rabbi 3, it is hard to protect himself. How to save 2? It's not that I don't want to save Kairabi, but it really can't be done. Escape? Done. The tree world has come. The endless sea of trees broke directly out of the soil and turned into a forest for a kilometer in a radius. Even the burned land cannot stop the army of these trees. In the blink of an eye, the remaining Yunren, including Shay, Taiwan, the powerful Rei Ying assistant, all strangled and absorbed by trees. Then Xingyu looked at Yao, who was tied into a palm. For the 8-tailed star feathers, it is not letting go. It provokes me. That's not bad. It's your luck. Xingyu flew out of Chakra's chain directly. Then directly separate the bark rabbi. In other words, Yao was forcibly pulled out of Kairabi's heart. Jaiwai, it seems that your relationship with him is really good. Xingyu Wang glanced at Kairabi, who had passed out. It is said that the beast being drawn from the tail as a human column force will undoubtedly die. However, when Yao was drawn out by Xingyu, a tail was left for Kairabi to suspend Kairabi's life, so that Kairabi would not die. Walking star feather. Hope you can let him go, Yao, I said in a deep voice. This can be regarded as Yao's request, because Yao knows it too. I don't have the qualifications to watch the conversation with Maelstrom Xingyu on an equal footing. Only with strength can you be qualified, and if Yao had strength, Xingyu would not be tied into a Zongzai worker now. Xingyu glanced at Kairabi, and to be honest, Kairabi was alive or dead. Xingyu didn't care at all in his heart. In Xinyu's size, Kairabi's strength was no different from that of Xianren. Anyway, they can be killed in seconds. What is the difference between ninja and shadow level? It doesn't matter if you let him go, but I hope your Ugo will be obedient in the future. Of course, you have no right to choose. You turned his head to look at Xingban._L into Suanbuan 64837. Support Fellow Novel Network B Soil Chapter 266. You still want to go out to cheat? 45 said to let Kairabi go. Xingyu naturally wouldn't break his promise. Next, he didn't even look at Kairabi, the big guy. Why? It doesn't seem to be of much use. Xing began to think about how to deal with Yao. To be honest, Xingyu was really useless to Xingyu. If it was an egg, he would still look forward to it. Of course, it was the tie-up of the victory period. It's not that the yin and yang chakras separate and become 2 9-tails. But even if Kairabi really gave Xingyu at most it is for pets. If you really meet an opponent, Nine Tails were of no use either. Can be Xenia's opponent. At least, what role can the 6th level and the Nine Tails play in the battle of the 6th level? Yukio continue to seal it. Xenia looked at Yaoying. Then he looked at the 3rd generation Raikage and sealed the Yaoying on the 3rd generation Luoying's body. Whether the jet-tailed beast can be sealed in the 430 of puppets as dead people, Xenia didn't know it either. It was precisely because he was not clear that Xenia wanted to do this even more, just as an experiment, and whether OI would have an opinion because of his experiments. This is not a concern. Xenia doesn't need to care about OI's opinion at all. Seal of the 4 elephants. Seal tail. For Xenia, the beast couldn't be simpler. A image seal directly sealed the children in the body of the 3rd generation of Raikage. It looks like it's really okay. After observing for a while, Xenia nodded in satisfaction after discovering that nothing has changed in the 3rd generation of Raikage. Also, even if the 3rd generation movie is now just a dead body one, it is absolutely no problem to use it as a container for the 8 tails, mainly because the 3 generations of Raikage's body strength is strong enough. Chuck can hold Yao controlling the 3 generations of Raikage to leave. Then Hoshiba also used Huangquan Hirazaka to return to the Uzumaki country, and only Kairabi was left. And Kairabi, who survived, lost the 8 tails. Only the tail of the tail is left in the body. And if the chakra contained in this Oda is consumed empty, Kairabi is likely to die. Now Kairabi is no longer the 8-tailed man's Yulai. It should be regarded as a Sudua-tailed Yulai, leaving suddenly. Is there something important? After Xenia returned to the Vortex country, Mikoto asked Xenia. When Iji and Xenia left the Vortex country, he was chatting with Zeus and Juxina. Then he left without saying anything to Meza and the others. Nothing important. Love and sickness. Xingyu shook his head. Of course there was nothing important. Xingyu doesn't think what happened before. What is the important thing? Of course, for the entire ninja world, this is indeed a major event. Baiyan Ninda's loss this time is not small. The 4th generation Raikage who lost the tail beast Yoi was seriously injured and dying. It is possible to die at hand. The Road Shadow class powerhouse Tutai was killed. Still the elite Shangren and the death of Shangren, the sense of cloud brought by the Earth platform, are all elites. However, all of them died under Xenia's original condition. Even if the 4th generation of Raking was cured, they would be heartbroken and unable to breathe. What's next? When things are going out, remember to tell us. Kuxinai said to Xenia angrily. Okay. When I go out in the future, tell you about it. I'm not going out to cheat. As for Xenia, whispered the blade slot A, although the sound is small. But it was still heard by Juxinai. Juxina exploded his hands all at once. Pregnancy? What? You still want to go out to cheat? Kushina slapped the table and stood up, looking at Xingyu with a dull expression. No, when did I say I thought about it? Xenia said that women sometimes. It's really unreasonable. But if there are really people outside, Xenia will be real. But the point is that there is no woman outside, so he can find anyone if he wants to cheat. Wu Xingqi. Don't doubt my personality. This is an insult to my personality. After Xingyu said this sentence, he noticed that the atmosphere had calmed down. Then he cast a contemptuous look at him. It's not just Juxinai. There are Miser, Tsunade, and Trumim. The only thing that doesn't is Xionan. Sure enough, Xiaonan is better. Xingyu sighed secretly in his heart. Alas, my heart is tired. I go to practice. Xing Xiang picked up the cup on the table and drank. Mao. Then he ran away and left the house, looking for a place to fix it. Hey, that is the cup that I used to use. Trumiming yelled frantically. However, even if Trumim shouted loudly, it was useless. Xingyu has already left. I can't hear it anymore. Trumim, this is an indirect kiss. Tsunade said suddenly, jokingly. We are all familiar with this if it is Tarumifu. Actually, I don't have any opinions in my heart. Meza smiled and looked at Tarumifu. 0_ Sister Mikoto loves me and I don't understand what you mean. Tarumisha's face became slightly stiff, Then he lowered his head and said, "Number. You understand. Mikoto is very clever, so she is careful about Ming. She can see if she observes more, not only Miser, but also Tsunade." At this time, Ming chose silence to be golden, and silence was right. The main reason is that Ming didn't know what to say at this time, so he reached out and touched his face. Feeling hot on the cheeks, the picture came to Xinu. At this time Xinu was not in the country of the vortex, but came to the country of the water. Yakai Island. This is a deserted island around the land of harvest. There are not many such deserted islands, and there are no people on it. Xinu appeared here naturally to practice some of his moves. Enter. Practice. Floating in the air, looking at the island below, Xinius Chakra rioted frantically, and then waved his fist towards the island. Children. 10 gods strike. Countless powerful fists were thrown out in an instant, and then these fists fell on the small island instantly pointed the island into a powder. Xingya's fist was wiped out by Xingya's fist, and more than that, after erasing island, the fist still didn't dissipate, and it sank directly into the bottom of the sea. A huge wave of 100 meters high is set off, and the entire sea area seems to be shaking. The island chosen by Xinu as an experimental move is considered to have been exposed for 8 lifetimes. It wasn't just the island that was unlucky enough to be defeated by Xingya's fist. Even the 2.4 water country that is not far away is exposed. It seems that there has been an earthquake. The islands of the land of the country of the water trembled a few times, and the sea night waves are still rushing to the water country. This kind of attack is really exaggerated. Xingyu watched the huge waves thrown out a jade for seeking Taoism, and the little jade for seeking Taoism suddenly turned into a huge shady. Then wipe off the huge waves that are 100 meters high. This is the giant wave star feather that I made, and will not allow the giant wave to swallow the innocent people in the water country. He agreed that if the tongue is allowed to develop by the huge waves, it may cause tens of thousands of deaths and injuries. Unless it's an enemy, Xinu is not willing to get so much killing competition. He experimented with ninjutsu, and the cause is so great, those people are too innocent. Xingyu still doesn't have such a cruel heart, although he didn't realize that he was a good person. But it's not that bad. Smoking evil. Download Fellow Novel or I'll watch _full text version novel or and when 648, 372 support Fellow Novel Network Huatu Chapter 267 The Rebellion of the Hui Family 5580 Gods Strikes. This is the ultimate mysterious body art mastered by Tai Tongma Hui. Similar to the gossip empty palm of the Hyuga clan, Bagua Kongshang is one of the few long-range attack methods in the softboxing method. The form of palm is constructed to release ultra-high-intensity chakra shock waves. Empty as Bagua Kongshang. The face 80 God Air Strike is similar, except that the chakra fist condensed by the high-strength Yitagaru is shot out. Although similar to the West. But it is not the same as the Japanese Fasto face. The 8 Goku Kongshang is completely incomparable with the 80 God Kongquen. According to the palace's evaluation, the air strike from the Earth God is shaking the sky with the power of immortality. Air offensive and defensive integrated. How ruthless fist. Every punch is a mortal blow. There is no empty courtyard where the mouse can escape for a day. Treasure. All must be able to defend the defense. In the 80 Gods short-selling attack 1, the face is almost the same as the paper-like code. The tiger that Xinu cast just now directly wiped out an island, even under the attack of this ruthless fist. The bottom of the sea is revealed. This physique is also a 20 strength force that belongs to the Jade Blood Snare. In the original work, only Daijin Muhui can use it. Now Xingyu finally found it out through his own research. As for if there will be any difference with Jin Muhui's 80 God Air Strikes, unlike this Xinu, he didn't know, and by Yi Xinu didn't personally see Daijin Muhui's travel exhibition. That is, There is a difference between strong and straight. Xinyu doesn't think that the 80 divine airstrikes he has developed will be worse than Kaguya-ji's. Maybe he is stronger. This is very powerful. But the chakra that consumes is not small. Xinyu felt the exhaustion of Zashula. For Xinyu, he could bear the exhaustion. But if it is changed to Juxin and the others, it is estimated that one use of chakra will consume a lot of dirt. This time I came out mainly to experiment with the 80 God airstrike. Experiment. As a result, Xinyu was very satisfied. And now the 80 God airstrike is one of his strongest methods. I came to the country of water. Let's go to the country of water to see. Xinyu looked at the main island of the kingdom of water not far from here. In fact, Xinyu's location at this time is also within the scope of the water country. But except for the main island, there are not many people on the other islands of the water country. And many of them are deserted islands, such as the islands that have just been wiped out by Starfeather. When they came to the main island of the Water Kingdom, the Xinyu was really shocked by the movement triggered by the previous Xinyu. Only an island on the edge of the water country is destroyed by Zilai but the whole country of water felt the harm. They thought that the earthquake had broken out. Really a sin, eh? Xinyu said it was a sin. But there was not much guilt on his face. Really died in the aftermath of his experimental moves. Xinyu will not sympathize with you with such a personality. Xinyu will not sympathize with the weak. And of course Xinyu will not take the initiative to bully the weak. 6. I don't know what is going on in the village of Suyin. Maybe it's wonderful. Xing's head toward Ain village. Work in accordance with the time law. At this time, New Ain village was in the time of Bloodshock Ninja village. The country of Heart Water is one of the 5 kingdoms. The smallest area but there are many strong people who have appeared in the village. New Ain village has a family with a small wife, and a family with blood inheritance boundaries, such as the Waterless clan and the Ghost Lamp clan mastering Hydration's Asu on the Huii clan. Also, the weapons used by the ninja swordsmen are very strange, but their strength cannot be underestimated, and those ninja swords are indeed unique. Basic it's a deer, and now Triumim went to the Wujin village to go to the Wujinin village of Anji, the 5 great ninja villages in the original. I don't know if I can still hold the title soon. Xinyu stepped into Urin village. After entering Wunindu, Xinyu frowned. Although I know that Zenran village has been smoggy, unexpectedly, after coming here, I realized that it was more serious than expected. Xinyu just stepped into Zenran village, and he smelled a strong bloody breath. Ninbu village is also exposed. The power of Utai Ninja Bridge. The most miserable thing is Zenran village and be controlled by Bozi Bozao. He was retaliated by Shuzubo. Let the power of Xia Renkun basically consume Imti. The reason why the leader retaliated against the village of Mold Forbearance. That's because Nohara Lin was indirectly killed by Zenran village. The 3rd time. When the ninja world was to war, Yuan Lin was arrested by the Anbu of Denin. Then Yuan Lin was implanted in her body for 3 times to destroy the main leaf camp. In order not to hurt her companions, Lin Nohara died under Kakashi Iraq since the beginning. This is not the cut is a treasure of wisdom Hubara planning. Haramuru is just a pawn of Bomadara. But at this time, my true sister is not in the sea. Naturally revenge Wenran village. No wonder the smell of blood is so heavy. Xinyu knew the reason and the Huii clan launched a rebellion, and then started a battle with Uran village. The lunatics of the Huii clan killed them when they saw anyone, whether it's a ninja or the villagers of Zenran village. Positive law kills. So Xinyu stepped into Yunin village. The soil will feel such a strong smell of blood. Is the Huii clan rebelling at this time? Xinyu knew that Kaguya Kunmura was the only one who died in the rebellion of the family, and then Kaguya Kunmura was fooled away by Dashimaru and became Chimaru's most loyal little brother. When did the 2nd clan rebel against Uii? In fact, Xinyu didn't know. There is no clear time in the original book kill. The members of the Zuii clan are holding a bone stick in their hands, toward Xinyu. Kill it. Looking at the guy whose eyes are red, who is worthy of the Buddha's loss of reason. Xingyu pinched this guy to death casually. Tui family, Xingyu had already labeled them mindless, to be precise. Really chose to fight against Zenran village. Although Wu 153 Ninja village was taken to the whole weekend, I don't know how much, but it is to Ninja village. The skinny Luchio is really harder than Matthew. Don't you know how to escape? As the saying goes, the mountain is not worried about not having firewood. And the key is him. We can kill as soon as we can, as long as it's not Huai. The members of the same clan directly raised the knife and slashed and completely pushed themselves to the opposite of everyone. At this time, even if you don't want to rent Huai as an enemy, I also intended to kill this group of lunatics. You don't kill them, they will kill you. Xinu made a circle around Yunin village. I already know a lot about Yunin village. First of all, the Shuuyuki clan has been annihilated. Yongying personally ordered the extermination of the clan. The reason was that the Shuuyuki clan communicated with foreign enemies. As the so-called sin of wanting to be added, what is wrong? Shuuying arranges charges for you. You still use how you explain it, let alone. I won't give you a chance to explain. The Shuimuji clan was thus destroyed. After that, the ghost light also suffered. But the Huai clan waited for Shuiying to start, and then started first. It seems that the Huai clan is not stupid. Xingyu couldn't help but say why all after learning the news 9%. Xingyu thought for a while and finally abandoned it. First of all, I don't know where Juntingro is, and secondly, it's useless to find Junmaro. Xingyu never wanted to subdue Junmaro as a younger brother. He doesn't need a younger brother. E_L_Squinbu and 64833 Chapter 268 The crazy bringing soil 15 Kigaya clan rebellion lasted for a day before being suppressed. Sure enough, the family still couldn't fight against the village. Only one member of the Huai clan was still alive at this time. This person is not Junmaro. Junmanian may have left Zenran village. I was fooled away by the tie. What's more, Junmaru was imprisoned by the Hui Deli clan as a tool, not necessarily as a member of the Hui clan. The one that is still alive at this time is called Huieski. He is the patriarch of the Hui clan. This patriarch is very powerful. Now he is fighting the 5 dynasties and Shuiying Wakwang. Hoshiba watched their battle with interest. Yagura's. The strength is not weak. Being able to master Ozen's power perfectly is the same as Kairabi. How old is Yaga's age? Isn't Hoshiba L, but this guy is really short. It's not like the old man who thinks of the 3 generations of Tuiying Diemu at this time. Yaguru is holding the front strap hook. It is decorated with green flowers. And Heihuid clan chief Huieski hits it Tang Song dance. Kiguya used his housekeeping skills to attack Yagura. This should be a bone vein, right? Xingya's plain eyes finally revealed a touch of surprise. Root. According to Xinu, in this era, the only day that has the sun's veins is Jinro's, who will be treated as a worker's wind and salt. Can the butterfly effect I bring instigate the whole world? Xinu couldn't help muttering to himself. Perhaps it is really possible to incite the world after all. This Naruto world. It is different from the original. Baozibo brought soil, and this guy is also here. Xinu discovered the Bozobo belt soil hidden in the dark. Although it is well hidden with soil, but you can't escape Xinu. It's not surprising that the soil is only here before. Maybe take TC's in Street in Liuran village. And current situation. The company must be here. Otherwise, the fierce warrior may make Yagura break away from the control of the soil. I don't know if I let Yajin get rid of the control of the earth. Will he be crazy? If he will be crazy, Xinu said with a smile. He is more willful. Do whatever you think of, and your eyes instantly turn into 3 guang writing round eyes, and then the 3 gu jade slowly rotates in a circle. I was fighting with Huieski for a while. Xungba, confused in his eyes, a good opportunity. Xungba has a grinning grin on his face. And then he stabs the bone spurs towards the Xiaming's viscera. Bang on sees the good opportunity of Yakura's loss of mind. But Xihao's attack on Huieski didn't work. The tail coat formed by the three-tailed chakra blocked it. It is not the three-tailed chakra made by Yagura. It is a fusion of the three active protections. Because Tankang is dead, Three Tails will die too. The Damitsuo Tue night sky is so salty, it's even more utterly created. The result is blocked by Sanwei's Chaw. The clothing society is strong, and the defense of Sanwei Isasuke should be the defense among the tail beasts. The strongest, after all. Sanwei is the Luntai tortoise. Why is it like this? How can Yagura break free from me? Control? The soil that was secretly observed violently again after Kang was controlled. He was basically controlled by baseband soil, and now he is out of control. Jinglai naturally noticed at this time, the escort was a little bit shaking Yagura, but he couldn't lose control. He knows a lot. If he loses control, his plans may be affected. There must be no mistakes in the plan. And he must not create a world with Lin. With Plus tried to control Yagura again but failed this time, not because of Hoshiba's influence. But Yagura has been charged. It's been done once. Naturally won't be controlled for the first time. 5 Theory is Neon Kang himself or Sanwei Isasuke already alert the mutual harassment between Renzialai and Wai. It is indeed difficult to control it with the eyes of a passenger ship again. Bozzy Wave Spot. Yagura let out an angry growl, temporarily suppressing the hatred in his heart, and then focused on the Kaguya sky in front of him. Kuyeski, as long as you are willing to surrender, he can leave the blame for the past. Yagura Wang Fuyui said. At this time, Yagura knows about Zenran village, how bad it is. Kuyeski is also a master. Yaga doesn't want to count Ninja Village any more damage. It's just that what Yagura said made Kaguya more angry. The entire family of Huiezi was gone. You still let me cast long? Zai hid. Die for me. The night sky uses the most powerful technique to use the dance of the early fern. Countless bones pierced from the ground. All the shocks around were pierced into flesh by bones. There was no need to talk. Go all out to take down the night sky body-tailed beast coat. Three tails dancing behind him. The combined combat power is much stronger than before. And after getting rid of the control sign, Yagura's combat effectiveness has also increased significantly. Carry. Kaguya's attack was completely ignored by Yagura, and the Sun Bone Vein's attack power was very strong. But it can't break Yagura's outside as long as it can't break Wila's coat. It can't hurt Yagura. So Ya can attack unscrupulously. Yagura controlled by Uchiha belt soil. It doesn't seem to be a waste. Xinikang King's current fighting power erupted by Yaga. What he still puts back is not a waste of the shadows of the 5 ninja villages. Ya will not be the bottom. And if Xina chooses a bottommost existence, undoubtedly, it is definitely the 4th generation of Fenying Liuosho. The 1st generation and the 2nd generation of Fenying are not mentioned anyway, except for them. The other Fenying have a dark history. 3 generations of Fenying were killed by the Red Sand Scorpion and made into puppets. This is a shame that cannot be removed. 4 generations of Fuying Liuosha was assassinated by Taishi Wan. This is also Gaara. The online Fenying after Zu was almost beaten to death by Junmaro before becoming Fenying. After that, he was captured by the art duo Akasaki Scorpion and Deidara and pulled out a guard crane. If it weren't for Chio to sacrifice his life to save Gaara, Gaara would be chilled out. This would be a shame. The battle between Yagura and Kaguya Sky continues. After a day, then Huieski was defeated and fled and ended. When Kaguyaski ran away. King Yagura was good but didn't stop it. No, I didn't want to stop it. It's really unstoppable. Many Mang will probably run away. It doesn't seem to be true goodness yet. Xina glanced at Ya, then she glanced at the soiled rice hidden in the dark and followed the Hui night sky silently. Xina kept up with Hui sky not to replicate the existing bone veins. Although the sun bone veins were not weak, Xingyu didn't like it. In fact, Xina wants to get a kosh bone. This is similar to a bone vein. But it is better than the bones and veins. How many times the strength is unknown. According to speculation, the P-bone veins should be the degradation of the cooking gray bones. It is similar to the relationship between the writing round eye and the reincarnation eye. However, Xinyu did not raise the base of the people's bones to the level of killing the ashes. In the same way, Xinyu also fought with his own bones in Xiang Jiawen's bone fighting method. The picture is too beautiful. Xinyu kept up with that bright night sky. I want to catch it and study it more. What if a cooking ashes is studied based on the bone veins? You can try it. It doesn't matter if you fail. Download fellow novel to see full text version of the novel or AOQN 64832 chapter 269 looking for -1 for help. 25 Who are you? 2 inches. Huey Kong held the bone blade in his hand. A fierce murderous aura was released in the clear eyes. I don't even know me. It seems that I am not as famous as I thought. Xing shook his head with disappointment. Sure enough, he was still to the point where the entire ninja world knew him. But it's right, it's like Yuki being spotted. Although they all know the name of Madara Uchiha, if the real Hokaha Madara stands in front of them, they may not recognize it. Go to hell. Tuyeski obviously doesn't talk nonsense with Xinyu, holding a bone blade and slashing towards Xinyu. Obviously he regarded Xinyu as the person who came to the village to chase and kill him. Cut it off. I like it. Many Xinyu didn't move the other party and talked about it to achieve his own self. Then Yazigo is the most important thing. It's late. If it's too late to go back, I don't know if Juxinai and the others will go crazy. The Kaoyun sword came out of its sheath. Then the block blocked the bone blade of Huey Sky. There was a small gap between bone blade and Kaoyi. A touch of surprise appeared in Xingyu's eyes. The inside is hard enough. Head to head with the Kaoshujin underscore actually did not break. Just left a small gap. Oh, the ghost is the patriarch of the Huai clan, Xinyu said with a chuckle. Tuyeski ignored what Xinyu said about the fighting state of the Hui clan, and became very bloodthirsty and crazy. The Hui Sky at this time is in this state. He didn't care what Xinyu said. Xinyu just wanted to kill the Xinyu in front of him. Bone spurs suddenly appeared from the body. Quickly stabbed towards Xinyu. In close combat, there are not many families in the entire ninja realm. A cold light flashed with Xingyu's sketch pen. Then he stopped the night sky that was shooting towards the stars. Now the neck has become more bloody. He was cut off without seeing how Xingyu emerged from the night sky of L. Huey completely out of breath, throwing Cao Lian Guang into the Shinhua space. 1 By the way, throw the Japanese body of the Huieski into the Shinhua space. There is a superb space. It is indeed a lot convenient, which is equivalent to carrying a storage space for your body. It's time to leave. Hoshiba casts the green spring Hirazaka, and then leaves the country of water, the country of Wenzai. When he returned home, Jiang Qinsi had just made a meal, and he just ate directly when he came back. After dinner. Later, Xingyu threw out the sun body in the Hui Sky in the divine mighty space. His purpose is to study the bones and veins. As for why he killed Huieski, he didn't keep alive for research. That's because Xingyu felt that that was a bit inhumane. Xingyu is not the kind of perverted -1, so after killing it, you can study the corpse. What's more, Xingyu didn't expect to be able to study it through this corpse. Xingyu didn't think he could study the skill of cooking. Killing the second bone together is Jian Ben Huai's mortal technique, which belongs to the sharp bones that the blood can shoot from the hands of Jiliu. As long as it is stabbed by a bone, it will collapse within a few seconds, and finally the body was completely wiped out. This move is indeed powerful, and the 6 belts took a blow. It is still the end of the dust. As long as it hits, the chase that can kill the enemy is even more hit than Kudeo Zida, who can be said to have no solution. The degree of no solution is second only to the 2 pupil techniques of Xinius Tanyuming and Gao Daniyuan. Such a powerful technique. If Xinus said that there is no Xiangfa, that is impossible, but if you really want to get it, I'm afraid that in the end, I can only wait for Taitongmoto Kiguya to recover from Datongmo Kiguya after his resurrection. Xingyu, whose corpse is this? The sheep will move towards the stars. Because Xingyu is in the holy courtyard, he threw the body of Huieski out of the country. So Kushina and the others naturally saw, if you guessed it right, this should be from the Huai clan, right? Tsunade looked at the night sky. Open. The characteristics of the Huii clan are too obvious. The two red dots at the small area of the eyebrows have that kind of hairstyle, especially in the Chenyui night sky. Tui still looked at Xingban with an expression, and Green Road left. During the time when Yui's corpse one was in the night sky, Xin went to Xiran village and killed the patriarch of the Hui clan? No, thinking of you still knowing him. Xingyu looked at Trumim in surprise. Of course I did. The Hui clan patriarch Bai. How could I not know it? I just didn't expect to be killed by you. Zhao Gai widow remembers that the patriarch of the Hui's clan is strong, and it is this powerful patriarch that the Hui clan is more arrogant in Muran village. The Hui clan is not likable in Shocking Biadao, and many people hate Huis very much. Mainly because of the people of Hui-2Z family crazed character. And it's more bloodthirsty. Not in harmony with the other families of Erin Indo. The Hui clan has been annihilated. Xina said towards Juxina and the others. Xing, you did too. Juxina blinked at Xinu. It's not that the Junai clan did not offend me. I just slammed them Hui clan. They did it themselves. Gong. In fact, even if the Hui clan did not rebel, it would be the end of annihilation in the end. In other words, the Hui clan was actually forced to rebel by Xanren village. Sora offended you. Then I was killed by Yugta. Asked involuntarily. Number. He didn't offend me either. I wanted to study his corpse, bone veins. Xingyu shrugged and said. Then Xingyu came to the stage to do research. But when Xingyu really started, I found out that I am not good at it. If you let him study the work of ninjutsu, Xingyu feels that if he is called the second gang, no one in the entire ninja world dare to say first. But to study the boundary of blood that is related to the body. This is really not what Xingyu is good at. Nan looked at Xingyu frowning, and then asked Xingyu if there is any problem with the official position. She will also find a way to solve Xingyu's worries. Some problems. My research on this area has grown. Xingyu didn't know how to start. Then Xingyu looked at Gang Yui. Tsunade is the strongest medical ninja. I don't know if I can help. Do you want me to help you? Tsunade saw Xingyu look at her and understood what Xingyu meant. It's just that Tsunade shook his head at Xingyu. Not busy studying the bones. I can't help. I study how to count people and don't study others' gene, but I can recommend one with you three. You asked Tsunade Road. Taishi one. After Tsunade finished speaking, Hoshiba patted his head. Yes indeed. And Tai Snake is the #1 scientist in the Naruto world already. Taishi one is absolutely adept at this aspect. The entire ninja world probably couldn't find a job that was more skilled than Oshimaru. Moreover, Taisui absolutely intended. I don't believe that he is not interested in bones. _superior _chapter 270. The task of Xiao Organization 35. Xina returned the Japanese body of Huiski to the divine space again. He couldn't study it by himself, so he could only wait to find Chuan tomorrow. It was night now, and Xingyu was not so active yet. The main feather felt that even though the study as a result, it has not been harvested by the official Star North Dingo anyway, even if he couldn't find it out by himself, Xingyu was not without other means. His copy card has been saved so much. When the time comes, the copy card can be used to directly copy too much water. If you want to copy the golden ashes in the day, I'm afraid you will need 2 more god-level copy cards. But Xingyu can also afford 2. What's more, a god-level copy card. Perhaps it was possible to directly copy all the abilities of Chi and Muui. Xingyu also wanted to think about the ultimate pupil technique of Tosuke-yan in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. As the ancestor of chakra, the ability of Huii to match his body is indeed very greedy. Early in the morning of the next day, Xingyu went to the Akatsuki organization base. This is easy to find. Just go to the Xiao organization base and look for him directly. After arriving at the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, Xingyu went directly to the great scientist Taishili, who was doing serious research. Oshimaru organized by Akatsuki. so I don't have to send a ninja to chase after him. Of course, even if he is still in the Xiao organization, he is too snake-side, and he is not afraid of those ninjas who drink and kill him. But it will be very troublesome. There is no such ease as it is now. I only need to study here if there is a lack of experimental materials. It will be better to catch people directly in the country of my Yanzai. For some dissatisfaction, but did not stop too much. Nagato is no longer the same Nagato it used to be. The lives of ordinary people. Nagato didn't care anymore. Shigeru-kun, did you come to me on purpose? After Taishimaru saw Xingyu, the color of shock was fleeting. Yes, I'm here to ask you for a favor. Xingyu doesn't talk nonsense. Go straight to the topic. Take Huey Kong's corpse directly from the Shenwai space. Throw it out. A member of the Huey clan. Taishiwan recognized it at a glance. Not long ago, Taishimaru also went to the Kaguya of Water Xioxian of the clan. Therefore, he is no stranger to the characteristics of the Huey clan. The kid from the Kaguya clan that Dashju brought with him was Kaguya-Imaro. But Taishibian didn't bring Huiji-Kunmaro here, arranged a place for Junmaro _ He didn't bring it to Akatsuki space. As for what Snake 9 is thinking, it is estimated that only he himself knows the work. Yes, Huieski, the patriarch of the Huey clan, is the same as the Junma that you took away. They have bone veins. You should be very interested. Xinu smiled towards too much powerless expression condensed slightly. Xinu actually debuted as Junmaro taken away by Cesian. Why did Mr. Xinu help in the 9th battle? Snake 9 asked. He didn't want to think about it because of him. Snake is too curious. What can Xinu let him help? With the ability of Xinu. Actually still, ask him for help. I want to specialize in the surgery industry. You can help me study the bones and veins. Just give me the research data. Xinu thinks this should have a lot of fascination for Taishiwan. I want to study the bones and veins more. And Junmaro's commission. Snake Force will definitely not attack Junku migrant workers easily. His reincarnation container is Junmaro, so of course he will not mess with Junmaro. Good. Taishimaru relentlessly agreed. This is only good for him. Snake side will naturally not refuse. But Mr. Xinu, I can't guarantee that one. It must be able to study something. Investment relationship. Research can't find out what is going to happen. But I hope you can take it seriously and study it. Don't explode. If you are too sloppy, you can't find out if you really look into it. Xinu, I won't blame my big heart. I didn't have the expectation of my wife in the first place. Dang dadal. Heavy footsteps came from outside. Then there was a knock on the door. The voice of the Scorpion of the Red Foundation came from outside. Original power. The leader told you to have a great deal of trouble in the past. After talking about the treasure, the Scorpion of the Red Sand directly however, Shixi and Taishiwan are teammates in the team. No. The relationship between Bao and them is not harmonious. In the same way, Snake power, I really want to turn the Red Sand Scorpion into my own research material. Pen 2 don't know if Xinu-jun is interested. Taishibian looked at Xinu. Since it's here, I also want to see what's going on. Xinu is also a little curious. In fact, Xinyu's curiosity is also quite heavy. Starfeather and Snake Lee walked out one by one, and then came to the place where the Golem of Outer Dao was placed. At the same time, this place is also equivalent to the man in the conference room organized by Akatsuki. Ask for flowers. Walking Starfeather 9 _ after seeing Xinu in Gyoyun. Eyes are visibly fluctuating. After a little effort, he began to guess why Wuxi Xinu appeared here. Xinu looked around for a week. Red sand scorpions and fish are also here. But the main body of Jiaodu is not here. Here is just the phantom of Jiaodu. The forbidden technique used by Fang Shuxiao organized by the Magic Island is based on the prohibition of the eyes of reincarnation. Ben, I'm not welcome. Minx and Xinu smiled faintly, and then asked Pennsylvania. Payne didn't speak. It doesn't matter if the wandering Starfeather comes. Maybe General Liu can be busy. Xinu, please come to help Ren. Chief, Let's talk about it. I am still anxious to make money. The corners saw Pen being silent for a long time and couldn't bear it. 5. I am a little impatient to live, but this disturbs him to make money. There is indeed a heavy E. Now there is a task for you. Stubbornly finally said. I am not interested in what task 2 is too difficult. Chizzy Scorpion said. If it is a simple renunciation without challenge. Chizzy Scorpion feels that he might as well stay here and continue to study his ghosts. Nindo's 5 generations of Mizuki Jigoro-shan very much learned to do what we Akatsuki organized. Shiji's 2 secret. The task entrusted to you now is to clear Yagura. Pei wants to speak lightly. Number 2 flashed in the eyes of Pen, who wanted to kill Yagura Kusine the most. It seems that this mission has something to do with him. It should be the soil that allowed Pen to remove Yagura. Yaga lost control of the soil because of Hoshiba's relationship. When the faces brought soil to control the Aragold, Yagura, who also knows a lot of secrets. I was overconfident at the original time. Confident that Yagura will never let go of his control. So Yagura knows a lot of things that he shouldn't know. There are not many stone roads, but a good ways to get rid of Guanmingong. The reason why Xi didn't come out by himself. The main reason was that he didn't want to expose it. Secondly, he killed Yomai in Zenran village. This is also a difficult thing. Yagura has troubles and writes with soil. If you fight face-to-face, you can't defeat Yagin even if you take the soil for 2.5 minutes. When the other Zenran besiege together, the soil will only be used to escape. So I took the dirt and handed in this task. Chapter 271. I am quite approachable. 45 Boss. This task is not a simple task. The Red Sand Scorpion was silent for a while, and then said, going to Shock Ninja Village to kill the Water Shadow in Wu Ninja Village. This is really not a simple task. Although the bottle thinks are unruly, the Scorpion of the Red Sand also has confidence in self-existence. But the Scorpion of the Red Foundation is not confident enough to fight against the Nindu. Oh, the Xiao organization is dispatched this time. Be sure to kill the 5 generations of Shuai Ying Ye, Dongyan said in a tone that could not be rejected. According to the masked man Yukai Hamadara, if Yukang does not die, it is likely to affect the plan. The plan for world peace must never be affected. The wish of miracle must be realized. Go ahead and prepare. Pain asked Ice Snake Pill and Redescent Scorpion to prepare. And at the same time, the Phantom of Kakuto also disappeared. Put down the task of making money at hand. Go to the country of water. In fact, Jiaodu's words are also very miserable. This guy regards money as his fate, and in the original book, Jiaodu has worked hard to make a lifetime of money. Xionan bought all the detonating charms. After leaving, Xinu and Pain are left here. Oh, there is also a hidden guy. Come out. It's boring to hide. Xingyu stood on the glim of outer Dao, and said faintly. Not far from Xingyu, the space turned into a whirlpool. Then Yuakaiha took soil out of it. Looking at the Mayan County native who claimed to be Yuakaiha, Pain showed that there was no fluctuation. However, Nagato, who is the main body, was very afraid in his heart. It doesn't matter if the opponent is boss, but he has space ninjutsu. It's worth his jealousy. Xinu. Why are you here? Daishi looked at Xinu. The expression under the mask is not visible, but his tone is not very good. Are you questioning me? Xingyu Yujianta glanced at the soil. Yuakaiha is so brave. Didn't you forget the previous repairs? Still feel that he is a little bit stronger. The soiled face sank. How should he answer at this time? If the answer is not good, I am afraid that he will lose face. And if he is stubborn with Maelstrom Xinu, will he do it? If he really does, Gyuda has no confidence to deal with Maelstrom Xinu. Even though Gyuda felt that his strength had improved a lot now, he still had no confidence. He didn't know what the strength of Yugo Xinu was, so he didn't dare to do it. Absolutely. And him. After all, even Bozzy Boban is very good at Yu Xinu, so he doesn't dare to fight Xuango Xinu with soil. So holding back, Baozibo took the soil and chose to remain silent. Nagato hiding somewhere at this time. After observing all this through Heavenly Way Pain, I felt thoughtful in my heart too. It seems that Yugaku Hoshiba and this Yukai Hamadara are not people on the same road. It seems that the masked person is very jealous of Uzumaki Xinu. Even a little afraid. Nagato is more and more suspicious of the identity of the masked man. Definitely not. Since Nagato came into contact with the masked man from Dongjin Zabo Madara, he was right. Ubojiang's plaques have also been investigated. According to Yukai Hamadara's information from the survey, the masked man's performance did not match. It doesn't matter if the opponent is Hokai Hamadara. Nagato doesn't care anymore. Just assume he is Yukai Hamadara. As long as you can fulfill Yahiko's dream, let the world suffer and understand the pain. Then understand the value of peace and realize world peace. Bozzy Boban. This time I will go to Uran village to eliminate the Chongqing warehouse. Are you going to go? Peizai said with a dirt road on his face. My identity should not be revealed. Otherwise, I won't let you out. Do you think I can't solve the problem yet? Bringing the soil calmly looked at Pain and said with some pretense. Xingyu sneered. It might not be solved with dirt. Really hit yay, unless you can kill with one hit with soil. Otherwise, what you have to face with the soil is the entire shock and tolerance inch. The strength to bring on some time. Face the encirclement and suppression of Daying Village made it easy to escape. It's really his at the bottom. Then it can't be done. Whoever asked Yuakaiha to take this oil is just writing round eyes. If Yuakaiha brought together the two abbreviations of 10,000 flower, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Speaking of Wanhua abbreviation Lunyan, Xinu also puts the abbreviation Lunyan for Wanhua here. When Hoshiba once killed Hokai Ryota, he got Yukai Ryota's 10,000 flower abbreviation Lunyan. It's been too long, and Xingyu has forgotten it all. Take the soil a bit angry at this time. Xingyu sneered. Chi-Chi was deliberately mocking him. But I dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. I felt aggrieved in my heart. I still have things. Bring the soil for a 10-year period. Then start the technique of escape. Immediately slipped away. If you continue to stay, I'm afraid he loses face. _0_. The Dash Maru and the Red Sand Scorpion didn't prepare for long. Soon the people of the organization set out for the water country. Tai Tongbian only returned from the water country before, and now man has gone to the water country again. This time Pain also followed Ziyu. And if a Pain goes to the six paths, then Nagato, as the main body, will naturally follow. If Pain Ludao was too far away from Nagato, he couldn't control it. So Nagato doesn't want to follow along. Xingyu naturally followed along to join in the fun. As to whether he would make a move, that's hard to say. Besides, he doesn't need the Akatsuki organization like Nagato. The leader of you will be able to solve the problem. The strength of Nagato at this time. There should be a super shadow level initially. The opposition force absolutely surpassed the peak of the shadow class. Nagato's strength is stronger than that of Belt 7, but the power of soil is indeed incomprehensible. If Nagato and Belt Soil are carried, Nagato couldn't help but bring soil. And if Nagato's body is relatively weak and the opportunity is seized, it is not difficult to kill Nagato with soil. It didn't take long before I came to the land of water, and Jiaodu also had a meeting with them. When all the fish saw Xinu, they shot far away. Last time I was 3 feathers from the whirlpool star. Random shots cost 4 lives in seconds. I almost really missed the wings. So the horns are facing Xinu, and they also subconsciously want to be far higher. Seeing him is like seeing a wild beast. Xiudu, Xinu couldn't help but Yuikao. Is he so scary? Quite approachable. I don't know which method the leader chooses to enter Yunin village. Taishimari 48 looked at Pennsylvania. Looking at the purple reincarnation eyes, Dashimaru's eyes are filled with endless greed, and he does not conceal it in the slightest. Hai Tandao Painling snorted. The cold and supreme reincarnation eyes turned towards Taishi 1. Take a look. Taishi Maru wants to fight the beauty of reincarnation. Pain knows this very well. But Pain didn't care. The main reason is that Pain is very confident in his own strength. So I don't care. But if Oshimaru really performed too much, he didn't intend to give Oshi a side. Some profound lessons let him know that there are some things that he can't peer into. The big snake shifted his gaze. There was a slight light in the snake's pupils. Since the second straight day, snake didn't give up Jin's desire to get the reincarnation eye, but Lanzi couldn't find the opportunity. Chapter 272 Xiao Organization vs. Yuan Village 55. Pain looked at the Yunin village in front of him. I started thinking about the plan in my heart. In fact, if possible, Pain didn't want Akatsuki to be exposed to the big Shinobu villages now. Not everyone knows that if an organization is too strong and causes fear in the Tainin villages, it's very good that these villages will unite Mao to eliminate them. Although the relationship between the various Tainin villages is not good, but if there is an organization that threatens them, they can really link hair. It's like the fourth ninjutsu in the original book. Utai Ninja Village unites against the army of Daito and Baiju. But on the test, after some consideration, Pain suddenly discovered that Xiao organization couldn't keep a low profile this time. After all, he directly attacked and killed Shuai Ying in Shock Ninja Village and wanted to dream a Loke. Go straight in. Pain said. Anyway, Loke port is up. It is impossible not to expose it. So choose the most violent and easiest method. Immediately afterwards, the other 5 Pen appeared beside Dan Dao Pen, and Ben 6 Dao appeared on the stage. Taishi Wan's pupils shrank suddenly. Great changes also appeared on his face. 6 pairs of reincarnation eyes. Is he wrong? The reincarnation that I want to get O2_I. Is it a bad street? Since Taishi Maru was added to the Akatsuki organization, I have only seen the breath of heaven, so now I am so shocked to see the other 5 pairs of reincarnation eyes. Xingyu-jun, encounter something you don't understand. Daishimaru immediately wanted to ask a downstream Spiral Star Day. Although Wuxixinu was younger than him, Snake knew too much, and Wuxixinu knew more than him. Daishiwan doesn't believe that the eyes of reincarnation are too bad. The 6 pairs of reincarnation eyes that suddenly appeared must be tricky. If you have any doubts, just ask Pain, but I don't know if he is willing to help you out. Xingyu looked at the big snake like Zaze and said, From Xing, you did not get the answer. Oshimaru did not personally ask Pain. Taishimaru hasn't done this yet. Beast Dao sneaked into Zenran village first, then used spiritism to channel all other Pain in. The leader has already entered. Let's start too. Shimaru, let me see your abilities. The Scorpion of the Red Foundation said coldly. Let you see. Daishiwan smiled coldly. The Scorpion of the Red Sand hates being too snake-side. The Big Snake Office also does not like the Scorpion of the Red Foundation. If you turn the Red Sand Scorpion into the research material of Dashwin, maybe Tushuen will like it. The corners didn't even look at the friend Snake Pill. But the Red Sand Scorpion walked into Jainin village without saying a word. Even the second corner of the Utai Ninja village was not afraid. In other words, it is also the person who fought against the original Hokage. How could Jiaodu be afraid? Really encountered danger. Jiaodu thinks that it is okay to escape. Xingyu smiled and talked too much. The Red Sand Scorpion waved his hand, and then disappeared in an instant. At this time, Xini had entered the Shock Ninja village. Go and taste the seafood ramen in Zenran village. Xingyu appeared in front of a noodle shop and heard that Miming said how delicious the seafood ramen in Zenran village is. This time Xingyu will taste it. Finish one. As for going to the theater, Xini is not in a hurry, and it's probably not too late to eat bowl of noodles in the past. Lao Jian, please give me a bowl of noodles. If you want seafood ramen, you have to hurry, Xingyu said to the school board of the ramen shop. As for why the boss was made 1-star feather faster, it was actually because he was afraid of Mrs. Payne and the others. As a result, the boss slipped away. Where would he go to eat noodles? The owner is also very quick, and soon a bowl of noodles with the aroma of seafood will be served. Put it in front of Xinu. Not bad. Just by smelling the scent, Xinu knows that it's goody. After taking a bite, Xinu knew why Ming was amazed. This taste is really delicious. It can be regarded as the fine delicacy of Urin village. 9 Boom going to Xinu had only eaten for 2 days and a huge sound came. Xinu knew that Pain and the others had started. Hearing the direction of the sound, it seemed to be the direction of Shui Ying Tailu. Pick up the seafood ramen on the table. Then Xinu disappeared. When leaving, Xinu, an unscrupulous fellow, seemed to forget to give money. In fact, it's not that Xinu didn't want to give it, but Xinu was busy watching the show and really forgot. When he came to the Shui Ying Tower, Xinu felt blood and the Shui Ying Tower was gone. It was blasted into ruins by a Shenluo dancing from the Heavenly Daopei League. And the psychic beasts that came out of the animal path psychic began to wreak havoc in Ninen village. The whole Xuanendu was in chaos. Yukuru is holding a strange weapon in his hand. He is facing off with Pain Rokudo. Who are you? Yukuru looked at the 6 strangely shaped Pain in front of him in anger, and asked angrily, "The one who killed you?" Tan Dao Pain approached Yura instantly. Then the black stick in his hand pierced towards Yura. Yura felt dangerous instinctively, immediately dodged the attack of the Heavenly Daopei League, and then the peculiarly shaped Yao Chun in his hand smashed towards Heavenly Daopei N. Shenluo dancing. The majestic repulsive force was centered on Tan Dao Pain, and then radiated to the surroundings. And the Yura that smashed at Pain was directly ejected by the pressure. Bang Urshang. After being shot out, Yura rolled around on the ground a few times, and then barely stabilized his body. Rub the corners of your mouth and flow out a ray of blood. Ye looked at Tan Daopei very cautiously. If it weren't for the chakra of Sanjian, former tail coat, helped him block most of the damage, I am afraid he will be hit hard. Say it can be seen from here that Yakura's combat experience is quite good. In other words, I'm afraid I can't react this method. Is the peculiar blood succession bounded? Yakura looked at Heavenly Way Pain with difficulty, looking at reincarnation. Yakura didn't know him either. This list of the ninja world is not the same as everyone knows about Samsara 497. The one who has the eyes of reincarnation is still the 6 immortals, who has seen people from the age of the 6 paths of immortals. So what the eye of reincarnation looks like, unless someone with a heart has checked the ancient books, or they don't know it at all. Yukuru is the one you don't know, but at this moment Shamaru and the others also killed him. Seeing Tan Dao Pain who easily suppressed Yukura, Shamaru's eyes flickered. The thoughts that started to look at Huang eager to move are now being suppressed by Daishiwan again. You go to block the other shocks, Pain ordered. In fact, if you really go all out, Pain leveled the entire Zenran village by himself without a problem. 2 strokes super, Shenluo dancing, absolutely can destroy the entire Zenran village. 2 It's just that it needs to consume Nagato's vitality. Naturally not easy to use. Besides, Pain is not trying to destroy Wenran village. As long as the Scarlet Scorpion and Tai Shimaru block the sense of Shinin village, he quickly kills Yura. Then complete the chemical service. The Scorpion of the Red Sand released his puppet. In fact, such a battle, very suitable for the Scorpion of the Red Sand. There are many puppets and he is not afraid of shocks. There are many ninjas in Ninja Village. Taishiwan is not afraid. A group of snakes are channeled out by Taishiwan. This number is more famous than the puppet of the Red Sand Scorpion. The corners are not idle either. His grievances Lu also showed great strength. Download novel Ars Emancuan 64372 Chapter 273 The Death of Yagura 15 Xingyu was eating ramen while watching. Although the members of Akatsuki's organization were not complete at this time, the combat power was not to be underestimated. The scorpions and horns of the Red Sand in the Chimaru are all shadow silk and strong. The 3 shadow level strong have already stayed in the Shock Ninja Village for too much trouble and retreat. Now add the words of Pai Hai 6 Dao. Destroying Shock Ninja Village is not done either. Zenin Village is really weak. After Xinu watched for a while, he found that the entire Yunin Village was left with a shadow level powerhouse, Yura. The other ninja sword natives are only at the level of elites. Although they do have strength, they are opposite. None of them can pose a threat. The only shadow level Yagura at this time, pen was hanging up and hitting him. If it weren't for the check and pull of Maiwai, he lent it to Yura frantically. At this time Yura was finished. He was in the form of a half-tailed beast with a dangerous roar. And then the whole person turned into three tails. Completely tail-animalized state. There are not many people who can achieve complete tail beastization. In this state, the bursting power is definitely stronger than the three tails alone. Yura can maintain his self-awareness and control Mayo's power to fight, which is much more powerful than Mayo's control of his body. Renzulai and the tail beast reached an agreement. Discussion. After the tail is fully transformed, the power that erupts is far greater than when Odai was in the wild. Your current strength is wrong, but you are trying to oppose God. It's too overwhelming. Tan Dao Pain looked at Sanwai and said lightly, no matter why you want to invade our Yuran village and protect the village, it is my responsibility of Shuaiying. Yukara's voice came out. Then Sanwai grew up with his mouth and tail beast jade began to condense. The tail beast jade is a great trick of the tail beast. Every day the tail beast will be released. Even the one with the least chakra can release the tail beast jade. Only faced with the good jade that came over, Heavenly Dao Pain didn't. There is panic. Hungry Green Road walks directly in front. The sealing technique sucks the mark. The tail beast jade that was hit was directly absorbed by Hungry Ghost Dao. And Xingyu raised his eyebrows. The 6 Peimeng Dao Nagato made are okay. Even the tail beast jade can be absorbed indeed quite powerful. Of course, it's just a little good. Xingyu didn't think it was so good. It was just so-so. Hoshiba felt that it was okay, but Yura was really shocked by the need, and Yura was still in front of Pen with no other means. Shenluo Danzing's I. Tan Dao Pain used Shenluo Danzing again, and this time Shenluo Danzing was stronger than the one released before, and Sanwai was directly driven into the ground by the repulsive force. At this time, the Hungry Ghost Dao rushed over, using the devouring of the Hungry Ghost Dao, and continuously devouring the chakras of the three genera. Even if there are more chakras in the tail beast, it can't stop the hungry ghosts from constantly devouring. Soon the tail took the initiative to return to Yaga's body and was absorbed again. It will be gone. Pain looked at Yura, who had almost lost his movement, and hesitated when he wanted to kill Yagin. I heard that if you kill Renzulai, the tail beast will follow. The piece is dead. If you kill Yaga, will the three tails die with them? The plan requires a tail beast, and the three tails must not die. Actually, there is nothing to kill Yura. The tail beast can be resurrected even if it is dead, but it just takes time. Yexinid.4 is now in front of Pain. Said flatly to Pei, the tail beast is actually a collection of Chakyang Lali. As long as the three-tailed chakra does not disappear, one day they will still gather together to form a new three-tailed. As for the three tails after this freshman, will there be memories of the past? Then don't know, said. Listening to Xinius' words, Ben still didn't do anything, because Pen didn't believe in Xinu. Even though Xinu said it can be resurrected, what should I do if May 1st is not resurrected? So at this time, Pain naturally can't go down. Collect the tail beasts, and then resurrect Dodo and use Dodo as the final weapon. The plan to frighten the entire ninja world must not go wrong. Pen chooses to take Mayo out of Yukara's body, so that it can also kill Yukara. The tail beast was drawn out. There must be no doubt that the strength of the human column, basically there will be no accidents. Tan Dao Pain did it himself and put. Maya was drawn from Yukara's body. He was drawn out. The three-tailed 10 minutes that broke the seal many before, he was absorbed by the hungry ghost Dao. Too much chucks. That's why Sanwai is so sluggish. The body size has become smaller. 3-time hurriedly fled, looking at the three tails who escaped. Pain did not make a move to leave three tails, although Akatsuki organized it to collect tail beasts. But it was not the time yet, and Heavenly Dao Pain had no intention of attacking the tail beast now. On the second day, if you attack the tail beast, it means that you will be an enemy of the 5 ninja villages. The current Akatsuki organization does not have the confidence of this strength. Nagato, many looking at Yura who set up air. For the sake of Lianshan, Tan Dao Penti pierced his viscera with a black stick, lest he was not dead. Never let go of the dead body. After Xinu finished speaking, he realized that he didn't seem to be qualified to talk about pain. Compared to him, pain was considered good. It's like Huyekong who was killed before. Not only was the body killed, but Xinu took it back to study and left. Pain watched more and more sacredness gathered in the distance. Obviously I don't intend to continue to entangle. Never thought of destroying Xunying village and killing Zenran, the water shadow of the wood. It is not a major event at the same level as the destruction of the building of the ninja village. Killing the water shadow will cause a sensation, but it will calm down if it doesn't take much. But if Jing destroys Wenren-kun, it will not be so simple and can calm down. Pain said he would leave and leave Zenran village with Shura Road, Hell Road, Hungry Ghost Road, Human World Road, and Animal Road. Seeing Pen's evacuation, the sandal corners of Chimaru Red Sand will naturally not continue to entangle with the ninjas of Shock Ninja Village like a fool. Soon, the people of the organization will be the gold department withdrawing spirit. Including Xinu also left Munen village Mizukijura. The ninjas of Shock Ninja Village were not too sad after being killed, mainly because Yura was really unpopular. Too cruel. It is precisely because the entire Yuguran Indo of Yura has turned into a blood mist ninja village. In fact, many ninjas in Kasumi Ninja Village are eager to wait for Yukara to die. Although these things were not Yukara's original intention, he did it after he was controlled, but no A knew. So this temporary strength can only be remembered by Yukara, especially now that Zaijin is dead. Even the opportunity to refute is gone. After leaving Yuwu Ninja Village, Xinu ignored Pen and the others, and went straight back to the country of the Vortex. As for the subsequent shadows, Xingyu is not particularly concerned. The death of a water shadow is nothing more than anything worthy of attention to Xingyu. If you have time to pay attention to this it's better to accompany Juxinai and the others, and take care of what a dead water shadow does. Xinu returned to the country of the Vortex. And the death of Shu Ying this time did not cause a sensation in the ninja world. Water Taigo is an island country in the sea, so it's relatively closed. It's hard to spread the news. Besides, Zenran village did not want to let this news go out. After all, someone came to kill Shu Ying. This is a shame for a village. Shaming. Tools Quinbu and 64837. Support original works of Fellow Novel Network k.allo.cam Chapter 274. Let's see who teaches whom. 25 him back. What about people 3 inches? Xingyu returned home. Found that there is no one at home. Kuzina, Tsunade, Mikoto, Xionan, and Triumim are not at home. Is it going to practice? They are also diligent, but this is something to be happy about. Xinu walked out of the tail to ask for C and then went to the area where he usually practiced with blood. As predicted, Kushina and the others are here. Jinran's are Xionan and Triumim, while Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade are watching. It's not that Juxinai and the others don't work hard. The face is Juxinai and they feel that there is no room for improvement in their strength. It is difficult to improve. The Super Shadow class peak has reached its limit. Going up is the 6th level, but the difficulty of the 6th level is mentioned. That's a kind of too much beyond words. From the view of Hokage, how many of them rely on Pu's own ability to improve to 6? Jiping is the most advanced device relying on Kaigui. Jin Mu Hui leaned on the fruit of the sacred tree. The 6 brothers Xinu didn't understand the situation, but their 2 brothers were born much taller than the others. Then Lidao Madara, Lidao Belt to Naruto, and Sasuke. None of them rely on external forces. Madara and Daido rely on the tail of the soil to become a pillar of strength. NS. Toben has the power of 6 levels. Naruto and Sasuke, the 2 protagonists, are the power mouths given to them by the 6-way immortal Taiji and Muyui. Now including Xinu, they all rely on external forces to become the 6th rank. If Xinu didn't have the help of the external force of the system, the shadow level is his limit. Super shadow level is difficult. So Xingyu also opened up and hanged. This is an open world. Do you want to become stronger if you don't open it? What about playing notes? Late Naruto. The characters that were not able to hang up all became soy saucers. The topic seems to be a bit far off. Many back to 6. Juxina turned his head and looked at Kushina standing behind them. 3 grams, Xingyu said, rubbing Kushina's hair. My hair was messed up. Kushina gave Kushina an angry look. You just watched Xiaonan and Trumi Ming cultivating. Don't you work hard? 3 inches. Xingyu sat between Kushina and Shakin. He hugged them both and said, I don't want to work hard, but the strength doesn't seem to be promoted anymore. Meza shook his head and said, Ninjutsu and Shaolin have been thoroughly mastered. The chakra frame has reached its limit. There is no way to improve it. CAD_ you can practice physical skills. Kushina said to Mikoto. Forget it. I don't want to practice physical skills like you, Kushina. What if you become a muscular girl? Will you still like me then? Meza thought of becoming a muscular girl from Crane. Suddenly felt a little bit evil. Xing Kang looked at Chase thoroughly. Is it possible that the city of physical training will be full of flesh? Xingyu himself has also practiced to the extent that the muscles are bursting. Guile Khan is already on the way. At this time Tsunade took over and said, Road. Indeed, one punch can collapse a building, which is really enough. And their strengths are not in physical skills. In the original work, Tsunade's mastery skills are indeed medical ninjutsu and strange power physical skills. But Tsunade's strongest method now is Mudun. Xingyu looked at Jixin and the others. In fact, Xing Hong's method helped them improve their strength and strength to the 6th level. It's just that Kushina can't. It's like the 6 ways to block the sun given to Naruto and Sasuke by the flow path immortal in the original book. Let Naruto and Sasuke have 6 levels of power. Kushina can do the same. It's just that if it really is, the strength of Namazashina and the others may have been limited to that point. That's why Kushina didn't bestow the 6 powers of Juxinai and the others. Kushina felt that Juxinai and the others had their potential. Coupled with his own help, it may not be impossible to reach the 6th dream level. If you can't do it later, Kushina will consider giving them strength through the straight road. What are you in a daze? Juxinai watched Xingyu stupefiedly using his fingers to play with Zan Xinia's cheeks. After 2 jabs, Kushina felt that it felt very good. So I can't help, reached out and squeezed. What are you doing? Xingyu pinched Juxinai's cheek to the west and asked Juxinai anger. Drive me! Juxinai shouted at Kushina with a grin. I even want to bite the star, but Juxinai's cheek was still pinched by Kushina. She couldn't do it at all if she wanted to bite Kushina. I think you'd better save your energy. Aren't you tired? Xingyu asked 9 Kushina, who was dancing with teeth and dancing. You know to bully me. Mikoto, hurry up and help me. I see Xingyu is floating, and teach him a lesson. Juxinki shouted with Mikoto in blood. Don't call me. I'm not as bold as Juxinai. Good luck to you. Meza looked at Juxinai. Fortunately, it was Juxinai who was going to die. Mikoto doesn't want to participate in the country. Needless to say, if you get involved, will definitely be bullied by Xingyu. Chu and Juxinai added 2 together. Can't beat Kushina, so Mikoto is very self-aware and resolutely ignores Juxina. Teach me a lesson too. Let's see who teaches whom. Kushina hugged Juxinai. Of course. The back figure disappeared instantly and stayed sitting here. Mikoto and Tsunade, guess what will happen to Huna? Tsunade said to Miza. I don't think it will be serious. Soreness means lying on the bed weakly for a few days. Gaikin said with a smile. Tsunamo looked at Mikoto speechlessly. Isn't that serious? But with Kushina's physique, he doesn't need to lie down for a few days. But I won't be able to recover for a while. Think of the feeling of weakness that I have experienced. Tsunade's face felt hot. Sister Tsunade, your blushes. Are you thinking about going too? If you go there, you still feel good. And Juxin Nai will also be grateful for that. Miza said to Tsunade jokingly. Gaikin, your courageous lady even dare to make fun of me. Tsunamo looked at Zenko in annoyance. He wanted to catch Miza, But Miser had anticipated Tsunade's movements a long time ago. He quickly used the instant technique to be 5 distances away from Tsunade. At this moment, Xiaonan and Chumi Ming put down their practice and walked over together. Xiaonan asked curiously, "How about Brother Xingyu and Sister Xinei? I just saw Brother Xingyu come back." Although Xiaonan was practicing before, but I still noticed that Xinei came to her. The two of them are going to do good deeds. Maybe you can go and see Xiaonan. Tsunade suddenly dined Xiaonan and smiled slightly. There is already a vigilance inside. The reason why Tsunade is so wary is mainly because Xiaonan was pitted by Tsunade. It's been pitted before, so Xiaonan is naturally vigilant. Especially when Tsunade showed such an expression to her. It feels like Tsunade's sister, you have no good intentions. Xiaonan stepped back by 0, leaving Tsunade far away. Hezuo has a high sinking distance. Tsunemo is full of black lines. Although it does mean to pit Xionan, but knowing that I am so distrusted in Xionan's heart, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Is there anything wrong with my last name in chapter 275? 35 Is there anything wrong with my last name in chapter 215? 351 When Tsunade and the others returned home, they didn't see Hoshiba and Kushina in the living room. This was what Tsunade and Miser expected. Xinu shouldn't go out with Juxina, right? Taranka couldn't help interjecting. No, you'll know when you go to the door of the room and listen, Tsunade said to Terumim. Upon hearing this, Ming really walked towards Xinia's door. When he came to the door of the room, Ming could hear some sounds faintly. Suddenly Ming's face hung, then said in embarrassment, "It's still daytime now, although it is already evening. But the sun hasn't completely set yet." So he did that kind of shameless thing at this time. Ming ran away shyly. Xiaonan, who was still curious, didn't pass. Combined with Ming's expression, Xiaonan had already guessed it wisely. "Sister Mikoto, me and you go to prepare dinner," Xiaonan said to Mikoto with a blushing face, and as he said, he pulled Miser into the kitchen together. After Mikoto made the meal, Xina walked out of the room. She also helped Juxinai from the room smell inside. As for why you need to hold Juxinai, this is naturally because Juxinai has no strength and his legs are soft. If you are not supported by Kushina, simply unsteady. Seeing this look like Juxinai, Tsunade and the others stared strangely. "Come over." Kushina was embarrassed to stare carelessly. Although Juxinai's personality is too big, but it depends on what matters. At this time, Juxina is embarrassed. That's not a normal thing. "What are you looking at?" Juxina showed a fierce expression, staring at Mesa and the others with cute faces. "Yo, do you think you are the former Kushina?" Tsunade had a mischievous smile on his face, walked towards Juxina, and raised his jade finger to poke Juxinai's face twice. "Damn it, it's deceiving too much." Kushina was furious when seeing Tsunade taking the opportunity to bully her. "Open your mouth and bite." Towards Tsunade's fingers, because it was too weak, the speed was too slow, and naturally he couldn't bite Tsunade. He could only stare at Tsunade angrily and helplessly. "You wait for me to recover, I must let you look good," Kushina said loudly. "After you recover, too, then you have to wait for you to recover. Now I don't want to bully as much as I want." Tsunade squeezed Kuzuna's cheek. Funny, I'm so angry. Kushina looked at Tsunade, who was teasing her in front of him, thinking more and more angry in his heart. "It's like when I was a kid." She was really bullied by Lizuna, but that was when she was a child. Language. The Sengsutra has no power to resist. Now she has the strength that is not bad for Tsunade. Naturally, she doesn't want to be bullied by Tsunade. Just like your angry look. Tsunade felt that such a good opportunity, how could he let it go, so that she would be able to get rid of him? Kushina took a deep breath, then calmed down, knowing that it's useless to be angry now. The more angry, the happier Tsunade old woman will be. "Hoshiba, you can see it, Tsunade, An old woman bullying me in front of you. Kushina thought for a while. Now there is only one way to ask Hoshiba for help. Old woman. Tsunade's face suddenly turned green, and Kushina dared to say that Tsunade was hiding in. Pantai chakra burst out in the body. Although you don't have to worry about lifespan anymore, you can live forever and stay young, but women still care about this aspect. Seeing Tsunade's anger, Kushina was suddenly refreshed. Letting you bully me just now, and now let's see how I fight you back. Isn't it? Aren't you an old woman? By the way, let me first count how old you are than me. I don't know if you can count the 10 fingers. Kuzina looked at Tsunade provocatively. A smile appeared on the originally annoyed face. Juxinai, if you don't cry today, I'll just follow your last name. Tsunade squeezed his fist and threatened Kuzina. Is there anything wrong with your last name? Kushina blinked. Look at Tsunade's like a fool. At this time Tsunade recovered, and she was considered married to Xinu. According to the custom, it should follow the surname Xinu. Use Umaki. Sit down and eat. 2. If you don't eat anymore, you will be eaten up by the Zomai banquet. Hoshibo interrupted Kuzina and Tsunade. Otherwise, according to Xingya's understanding of the two of them, he would definitely keep fighting. I ate it all. I don't have that great ability. Dr. Omi replied after curling her lips. She doesn't have enough appetite. Mikoto and Xionan prepare a lot of meals. Triyumi Ming thinks she can't eat even 10. Seeking flowers. 1,210,211. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Xina glared at Terumim and said, bullying people. Terumiming glanced at Xina bitterly, but it was probably a habit of being bullied. So Terumiming didn't yell too much to settle accounts with Xinu. Let's let you go first. Tsunade hummed softly at Kushina. Do you think I am afraid of you? Kushina was still unconvinced. Before, she was squeezed by Tsunade, but Kushina decided to find a chance to pinch her back. Sit down quickly. Hoshiba poked Kushina's puffy cheek, and then sat down on the chair with Kushina. Xina, feed me. Juxinai looked at Xina with her mouth open. Can't you eat it yourself? Xingyu said depressedly. I really can't eat it. Kushina was shaking a little while holding the chopsticks. I feel that the food is not stable when I go to the food. At this moment, Mikoto looked at Kuzina with sympathetic eyes. Kushina, you worked hard. Mikoto patted Kushina on the shoulder and looked at Kushina pitifully. Okay, I'll feed you. Xina picked up the food and handed it to Juxinai's mouth. Then Juxinai immediately ate it happily. Then he cast a provocative look at Tsunade, who was sitting across from her. Tsunade gritted his teeth. If there was no such provocative look at Kushina, Tsunade doesn't think too much. And now Tsunade is 100% sure Juxina is absolutely not so weak that she can't even eat, so it was deliberately pretended, and the purpose was to let Xingya feed her to eat. It was really good. It seems that if there is a chance, she wants to try it too. Tsunade hasn't really tried the taste of being fed by stars. Tsunade felt a little jealous when she saw Kushina's beautiful expression. Elle felt that the original delicious meal was not fragrant anymore. In fact, it was not Tsunade alone who felt that the food in his hand was not fragrant at this time. Even Mesokonan and Trumim felt the same way. Kushina, this is a group attack. Not only Tsunade, even Meizarex, Xionan and Trumim have received critical strikes. This is on map artillery. It's just that Kushina hasn't noticed it yet. If Kushina has noticed it, it is estimated that Juxinai will be happier in her heart, and she will show off even more vigorously. Chapter 276 The Innocent Four Generations of Reikage 45. Don't be smug. Don't you see it? Tsunade, Mikoto and the others want to beat you. Xingyu watched and enjoyed his feeding service. In addition, Juxinai with a smug look on his face. There was a little speechless in his heart. Don't you find that you are pulling hatred? Even the gentle Mesa has the urge to beat you. You are still proud here. Have it? Kushina was stunned for a moment, but she found that Tsunade was itchy by her angry teeth. I didn't notice other people's expressions at all. He glanced at Mikoto. Mikoto's face was obviously a normal smile. How could I want to beat her? She has the best relationship with Mikoto. However, After Xenia said that Jixinai was also surprised, obediently enjoying Xenia's feeding him stuffed. Tsunade said that he was shown a face, and he would not eat it anymore. Him full of gas, him full. 2, 1 and 3 Mikoto, Xionan, and Triumim left one after another, and then Hoshiba and Kuzina were left on the table. Are they eating so little today? 2. Jixinai took a bite of the chicken leg Xenia handed over, then said puzzledly. Xenia gave Jixinai angrily, why do we eat so little? Don't you have any points in your heart? But looking at Jixinai's dull expression perhaps she really didn't know it in her heart. Adhering to the principle of no waste, Hoshiba and Kushina ate all the food. Probably because of excessive physical exertion, Jixin ate a lot today. Let's go back to the room. Xenia stood up and said with his arms around Jixinai. No. Do you want to come? Jixinai's face collapsed. It means that I really can't bear it anymore. Don't worry about face issues at this time. Can't work for the sake of face. Suck back somewhere. What are you thinking in your little head? 2. Just go to rest. Xenia flicked Kushina's smooth forehead. Then a princess hugged Kushina and walked towards the room. Hugged by Xenia in the pose of a princess, Jixinai showed a sweet smile on his face. It's so warm to be hugged like this. I really want to be hugged all the time. Xenia's life is very peaceful, but the ninja world is not peaceful. Ordinarily, after the Third Ninja World War, it didn't take long until the end of the ninja world, and the ninja world should calm down. But because of the Nine Tails chaos, Kai village suffered heavy losses. The ninja world that had calmed down once again broke the calm. Yinren village wants to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune for the original Leaf _ so it goes to war with Konoha village. Sand Ninja village and Iwan Indo did not participate, because Sand Ninja village and Iwan Ninja village are no better than Yan Ninja village. The reason for the Ninja World War in the first year. The losses in Sunen village and Iwanen village were much greater than those in Yanen village. Even if I want to shoot against Motoya now, I don't have enough power. Not long ago, the fourth generation of Raking was severely injured by Xenia and was dying, and it cost Ning Tai Tai to rescue the fourth generation of Raking and belong to the eight-tailed people. Zuli's trump card is gone. Although Kairabi survived, there was only a tail of 8 tails left in his body. Ordinarily, under this circumstance, the fourth generation of Raikage should have truce with Motoya, but the fourth generation of Raikage's bold completely blocked the news that he was seriously injured. Anyway, there were not many people who knew about it, and then continued to fight Konoha village. Now we are at war with Honai village. He also has one unavoidable reason that he must get a pen from Konoha village, then develop Yinren village. The fourth generation of Raking understood it. Relying on himself, he would never be able to avenge Wuxi Xenu. So the fourth generation Raikage changed direction, developed the ninja village, and then gather the power of the entire Yinren village to deal with Uzumaki Xenu. This is the most reliable method thought of by the fourth generation of Raikage. But in fact, this is the most unreliable way to do it, wanting to deal with Xenu by quantity. This is obviously whimsical and naive. It's like a crowded tactic. Does it work for Uchiha Madara? Does it work for Senjujima? A tremor is used. Pull a meteorite down from the space and kill you. Can you escape? 2. You don't even need the sky obstacle. As long as the birth of the tree world can be killed in seconds, Mew done. Although the birth of the tree world is only a level forbearance technique, but this trick is very fierce. Even the shadow class is entangled in it. Zeoyan will also be consumed, and although it is a level ninjutsu, it is not as simple as A-level ninjutsu when used in Xenia's hands. However, these 4 generations of Raikage didn't know that he felt that the human sea tactics should be effective on Jade Maelstrom Xenu. The key is that there is only this method, but other methods to deal with Maelstrom Xenu can't come up with the 4th generation Raking. If you want to develop Yinren village, you also need money. And the number will definitely not be small. Even though the daimyo of Thunder Country is very supportive of the development of Yunren village, you have to ask him to spend a large sum of money, and the name of Ulzigo may not be able to give it. So you can only make money from Konoha, who makes Konoha so rich. And now the fourth generation of Naruto Idai. Benai village is obviously in a state of weakness. Based on this idea, even in this state, the fourth generation of Raikage still did not stop Yinren from fighting with Konoha village. At the same time, news about the killing of the 5 generations of Water Shadow in Yuren Village 1 also spread throughout the ninja world. Many people are watching the jokes in Yunin Village. Although the news about the murder of Yura, Wenin Village was blocked as much as possible, but there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Even if Wenren Village is far overseas, news is blocked, it was still passed on. Now I don't know how many people despise Wenren Village. The other items in Tern Village were mostly changed to the 4th generation Shadow. The 5 generations of Water Shadow in Zenran Village were all killed, and they were killed in the village. This can make people laugh off. Diayanindu was put on a weak label. When the 3 generations of Shui Ying were killed by Uzumaki Xinu, Zenran Village was laughed at by the entire ninja world. After all, when killing 3 generations of Water Shadow, Xinu is not so famous yet. In the eyes of others, the 3 generations of Shui Ying died in the hands of an unknown kid. Naturally will be laughed at. The next 4 generations of Shui Ying died mysteriously, and they didn't know how they died. Yunin Village was ridiculed again. Now even the 5 generations of Water Shadow are dead, while people in the ninja world laugh at Snow Ninja Village. They also spread the curse about Shokin Village. Water Shadow 1.9 The Water Shadow in Yunren Village is cursed. As long as it becomes a water shadow, it is a short-lived ghost. Will not live long. Now no one in Yunren Village dares to block the shadow of the water. Moreover, even if you want to choose a water shadow in Zenran Village, it is not easy to choose. As the shadow of the village is weak, you can't take it. First of all, you have to have control over the village, the strength of others. And now in Zenran Village, there is no one who is pitiful to a shadow level. It's impossible to select an elite Shinin or Zuning to become the water shadow in the village, right? So now Wenren Village has fallen into an era without water shadows. At least for the time being, water shadows cannot be selected. If you choose someone who is not strong enough to be Shui Ying, there will definitely be a lot of people who are not convinced that the dispute in Zenran Village will be even greater. But a village can't always have no leader. If this goes on, it will soon be reduced to a small ninja village, and be removed from the 5 great ninja villages. Chapter 277 System Task. Black Eat Black 55 In a blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Although Xinu was basically in the country of the vortex, far away in the small overseas island, far away from the ninja world, but Xinu knows all kinds of news about the ninja world. There are 3 generations of puppets, Raikage acting as Xinius Iron Moon, and Beige reports the situation. Xinu has a better understanding of the big and small things that have happened in the ninja world. Today, Xinu had to leave the country of the vortex. Mainly the tasks issued by the system. The system did not release tasks for several years and finally released a task this time. For this task, I'm afraid he is going to Konoha Kusho. It is worth mentioning that the system has also given stars in the past 3 years. Yu has 3 copy cards, but these 3 copy cards are just ordinary copies. Xinu has a total of ordinary copy cards, 4 advanced copy cards, and a god-level copy card. Take the star and UI together, then use 10 ordinary copy cards to synthesize 2 advanced copy cards, and then use 5 advanced copy cards to synthesize 1 or 2 god-level copy jade. So now Xinu has 2 god-level copy cards and 1 advanced copy card. The reason for synthesis. The main reason is that ordinary copy cards are basically useless for Xinu, and advanced copy cards are also useful for Xinu. Only god-level copy cards that can copy everything are useful for Xinu. Maximum. It's just that Xinu wanted to use it, and couldn't find the object to use it temporarily, so too Zed could only keep it in his hands. Xingyu intends to copy the power of the 6 Tao Immortals after finding the great Jian Mu Hui of the 6 Tao Immortals. Or wait for Tai Jian Mu Hui to resurrect, copy all the power of Tai Tong Mu Hui. After copying their power, Xingyu's strength can definitely pass the 6th level specifications. As to what point it can reach, Xingyu, who hasn't tried it yet, doesn't know. At Hoshiba's speed, he came to Konoha in a short time. After he came to Konoha, Hoshiba asked, "The messenger of Yunren village has not yet come to Konoha village." If that's right, the mission released by the system this time has something to do with Yunren. The goal of the mission is to steal the sun's heart in the hands of Yunren. The battle between Honai village and Yunren village has come to an end. The 4th generation of Reikichi's idea is to take advantage of Konoha's weakness and take advantage of it. But even if Konoha experienced the Nine Tails incident, Duzili suffered heavy losses in the battle, but L was not that easy to bully. If Yunren village did not take advantage and continued to fight against Bentu, it would only suffer even more. To be precise, Yunren village could not afford it. So I sent a messenger before. Come to negotiate. Of course, this is only the superficial purpose, but the real purpose is for the Hyuga clan's white eyes and blood to continue the boundary. The Yunin envoys group used the negotiation as a reason to take the opportunity to take a member of the Hyuga clan back home. In the original book, Yunren took away Hinata Hyuga. However, Yunren didn't really catch him and was rescued by Hinata Fanzu, and also beat the leader of the Yunin envoy group to death. This incident was originally Yunren's fault, but in the end Yunren raked in a backlash, asked Konohadu to surrender the one who killed their leader Sarutobi Hizaki in order to neglect Kting. People humiliatingly handed over Hyuga Nissa. The younger brother of Hyuga Nissa died for his elder brother. This also caused the son of Hyuga Nissa to hate the clan. But now Xingyu wants to intervene. I just don't know where the plot will go. Kakashi, you are finally back. I want to challenge you. Please challenge Kakashi. A loud shout out of blood attracted Xingyu's gaze. Then Xingyu saw a person who looked like Kapaz. The melon skin pot lid is matched with a green tights. Xingyu expresses his appreciation. Come. However, Xingyu also knows who the other party is. Except for Mei Chai Kai, the only person who dresses like this in Konoha village seems to be the only one, but Xiaoli is still a kid now. So it will only be Met Ki, another good friend of Kakashi. But Kakashi looked back at Met Ki with a headache. Just after returning from a mission, I met Met Ki. Is his luck so bad? Glancing at Met Ki coldly, then Kakashi left without looking back. At this time, Kakashi hadn't walked out of the shadow of bringing the earth and Lin's death, so his personality was not good. Xingyu looked at Met Ki. Xingyu was still a little interested in Matke's son Dunjia. After the 8 doors were fully opened, Akai, who played Yikai, almost kicked Ludaban to death, almost kicked out the finale. I don't know if my physical fitness can open 8 doors without injury. Xingyu whispered to himself. I haven't seen Baemon Dunjia, and Xingyu doesn't know Baemon Dunjia, so I can't guarantee it. Well, who are you? Why haven't I seen you in Konoha village? At this time, Met Ki walked to Xingyu's side and looked at the Dao of Xingyu. Oh, do you know the people in the entire Benyi village? Xingyu asked when he looked at Met Ki. Met Ki shook his head. Benyi village is very large. It is impossible for him to know everyone in Konoha village. It's just that Xingyu's red hair is a bit conspicuous. Red hair is rarely seen in Konoha village. If it is really from Konoha village, he must have heard of it. Actually, I am not from your Konoha village. Xingyu patted Met Ki on the shoulder, then disappeared and left. Metka was stunned for a moment. Not from our village. Shinobu from other villages. The person, thinking of the opponent, disappearing instantly. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to use it. Only a ninja. No, I'm going to report to Master Naruto. At this time, Akai looked cautiously as one of the few elite forbearances in the village. Although Akai is usually very funny, he is very reliable at critical times. At a critical time, it is possible that the more funny people are, the more reliable they are. Ksinu didn't know that Akai had gone to report to Saruto Iri.853, and Ksinu would not care if he knew it. Ksinu didn't hide it at all when he came to Benyi, directly to entered swaggeringly. Never thought of hiding. With his current strength, why even sneak in? He is so upright. He didn't believe that Sarutobi Risen dared to come to him for trouble. Even if the monkey Fire Risen really eats the gall of the bear. With this courage, Xingzai doesn't mind slapping him to wake him up. I didn't bring Juxinai and the others out this time. I don't know if they will be angry after returning. Xinu thought of Juxinai. Elle suddenly had a headache. Forget it. It's too hard to go back and pull it into the room to comfort him. Walk in Konoha village. Konoha hasn't been here for a few years. Konoha village is more prosperous than before. It really deserves to be a village built in the richest place, with advantages that other Shinobu villages do not have. The Nine Tails incident 3 years ago did a lot of damage to the village of Konoha. But the village of Konoha recovered so quickly and developed better. I have to say that Xingyu has to look at the moon phases too. Of course, this must be the financial support of Tming, the country of fire. Without the financial support of the country of fire, Benyi village would never recover so quickly. It's nice to be established in a rich country, not like Sand Ninja village. I can't wait to live with my waistband. Chapter 278 Hinata 15 Xinu stayed in Konoha village for 2 days, and the envoy sent by Yunren village came to Konoha village. To the envoy group of Yunren village, the entire Konoha all greeted him grandly, staring at Xinu very crookedly. Treat the enemy really well. Hokage dignified and ran to greet him personally. The price is too low. Xinu looked at Sarutobi Hizen, who came to meet the envoy of Yunin himself on the street, and couldn't help shaking his head. He had some contempt for Sarutobi Hizen. But the originally restrained group of Yunin envoys saw Sarutobi Hitazumi personally greet them, and saw Konoha's attention to them. I know it in my heart. Attitude begins. Becoming arrogant, Yunren headed by I puts on an arrogant watch compared with them. Konoha wanted to negotiate a peace, so they took the initiative. Originally, because this was the home court advantage of Benyi-kun, they were still a little confused. But because of Sarutobi's attitude, make them arrogant. Really boring. Xingyu turned around to leave. A slightly naive voice came into Xinius' ears, and looked down, only to see a little Lolita with short lavender hair lying on the ground. Her little hand rubbed her little brain. When Xingyu turned around, she was so hit Xinius' body. Then I fell. And to Hinata, Xingyu looked at Xiao Lolita's eyes, then intervened in a questioning tone. Hinata raised his head, with some doubts in his misty eyes. Does the other party know him? Too. In fact, Xinu didn't expect that he would meet Hinata in this place, and stretched out his hand to pull up Hinata, who fell on the ground. Don't hit me next time. I thought you touched porcelain. Xingyu squatted down. I patted Hinata Hyuga's little head. Yes, I'm sorry. Hinata looked at Xinu in fear, tears rolling in her eyes, as if she would cry at any time. Xingyu was immediately depressed. Doesn't he look like a bad guy? Don't say people see love and flowers bloom. At least it's not scary. Am I scary? Xinu couldn't help but asked Hinata. Hinata only bowed his head and his little hands were tangled, not knowing where they should be placed. Tears of nervousness flowed out. Xingyu was full of black lines, especially after seeing the strange gaze around him. Xingyu was even more uncomfortable. Now he is probably being treated as a bully. That's a bastard. Xingyu hugged Hinata directly, and then disappeared. He swears he has never been so embarrassed. Hugging Hinata and came to the top of the 2 tall buildings. Xingyu put Hinata down and looked at Hinata, who was crying. Xingyu had a headache. Don't cry. I didn't bully. After Xinu finished speaking, Hinata really didn't dare to cry anymore. He looked at Xinu. Only promise. And looked around in panic and fear. Although I know that Hinata was relatively weak when he was young, unexpectedly, it was actually weaker than he thought. It is already low self-esteem and lack of self-confidence. This though, it has something to do with Hinata's natural character. but it also has something to do with the education of Hinata. Hyuga Nizu is too harsh. That's why Hinata is like this, although most of them are rich ladies. But there is a lack of self-confidence everywhere. Xingyu sat on the roof and didn't speak. Hinata didn't dare to speak either, and just stood here like this. Don't you ask who I am? Finally, the moonlight of Xingyu looked towards Hinata. Hyuga, I'm sorry. Hinata bowed again and apologized. Xingyu was even more speechless. Needless to say, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blame you. Looking at Hinata's soft and weak appearance, he was indeed arousing affection. Let's go. I'll take you back. Xingyu took Hinata's hand. Then he led Hatsuta down from the top of the building. Hinata was frightened and immediately hugged Xingyu and closed his eyes tightly, thinking that he was going to die. It's okay. Xingyu patted Hinata's head. He closed his eyes. Hinata opened his eyes when he almost fainted. Don't be so timid. You can't become a qualified ninja like this, Xingyu said to Hinata. Although I know Hinata also has a strong face, I know that Hinata is a girl who is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. But now Hinata's performance is really not suitable for being a ninja. My father said the same. Hinata lowered her head, and her father often told her that she couldn't be a qualified ninja at all. Then you think so too? Xingyu asked Hinata, rubbing Hina's head. The reason why he rubbed Hinata's little head is because Xingyu feels very comfortable. The hand feels very good. In fact, Hinata felt very comfortable at this time. I really enjoy Xingyu's head-to-head killing. She hasn't come here yet. Have you been treated so tenderly? Her father was very strict with her. As long as she did a little bit badly, will be reprimanded. Never enjoyed the gentle treatment of his father. In fact, it is normal. With Hyuga's character, even if he really cares for his daughter, Hyuga will not show it, but will only hide it in the heart. I don't think I can do anything well. Father said I have no talent. Hinata complained to Xingyu with inferiority. Fat, you are only 3 years old now, and you haven't started to practice. How does he know that you have no talent? Xingyu thinks Hinata's talent should be good. Only it is because of the low self-esteem and lack of self-confidence in the early stage, leading to the strength is too weak. Hinata is called the whitey-eyed princess _ Can she be worse? Second, let's go and take you home. By the way, discuss something with your father. Big brother. Do you know my father? Hinata raised his head towards Xingyu and Road. Of course I know, I used to be classmates with him. Although the relationship is not good, but it is not bad too. Hinata looked at Xingyu in surprise. It's not like her father's peers. Bring Hinata and Xingyu to Mu Yakan Hyuga Giants. Miss, it's great. It's great that you are okay. At this time, the two clan members cried with joy. When a child of Hinata went out, it was naturally followed by members of the Hyuga clan. Originally, they followed far behind, but suddenly lost. They are also talents when they lose a little girl. Then the panicked Hinata met Xingyu, and then Xingyu took Liwangao Hinata and left, and they couldn't find Hinata anymore. Lost the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. This crime is really too great. If you can't find it, the patriarch Hyuga Nizu definitely take their skins. Fortunately I now see. Did you send the lady back too? If nothing happens, you just leave. When facing Xingyu, the two clansmen of the Hyuga clan spoke lightly. The look of sending you away quickly. I have to say that this attitude is really unpleasant. In fact, this is the urinary sex of those big families, but small families are fine. And the bigger the family, the more they look down upon the people in Konoha village, especially the Uchiha and Hyuga clan. The thousands of hands are gone. The Bozibo and the Hyuga are considered as Konoha village. The family is the worst, so the family's clan is a bit arrogant. It's just that Xingyu is facing right now. If anyone who knows Xingyu's strength knows, he would definitely be willing to call them the strongest. I'm really not afraid of death. Chapter 279. The sun is also a wolf. 25. I saw two clansmen want to drive Xingyu away. Xiao Hinatan suddenly became anxious, waving her little hand and blushing. Big brother is my father's classmate. You guys. Miss, you were not deceived, were you? Before Hinata finished speaking, the two Hyuga tribesmen interrupted. The gaze looking at Xenu became even worse. Said it was a classmate of their patriarch. This is fooling the ghost. Anyway, they absolutely don't believe it. But this person is really courageous enough to actually lie to their Hyuga clan. Roll. Xenu didn't have time to gossip with these two guys, and the two Hyuga tribesmen who stood in front of Xenu flew out. Two big holes were smashed into the wall of the Hyuga family. Big Brother Tai. Hinata looked at Xenu nervously. Let's go in. Xenu lowered his head and smiled slightly at Hinata, then pulled Hinata into Hyuga for a year. It is not the first time that the Hyuga clan star feathers have come. I've been here once before, but the patriarch at that time was not Hyuga Nizu, or Hyuga Nizu's father. The movement caused here is not small and naturally attracts Pianixiangii. Although there are not a few members of the Hyuga clan in the original work, there are many members of the Hyuga's clan as a wealthy family. Xenu didn't mean to wrestle with them for the sun. 360 people who ran over directly use illusion to control them, then took Hinata to the core place of the Hyuga clan. This is also the place where the patriarch of Hyuga Hizu lives. Come here. Hinata became nervous. Turning his head and looking at Hinata, it was true that the father of Hyuga Nizu had some failure. Vortex Star Feather. This. When Hyuga walked out of the room, after seeing the vortex and star feathers, Hyuga was stunned. And when he saw Hinata next to Uzumaki Xenu, Hyuga Nizu was angry. Xuanxi Xenu, you released the young field, huh? You have a problem with your head, right? Xenu looked at Hyuga Hizu with a foolish look. Hyuga Hizu's face was blue, and he was calculating how to rescue his daughter from Xenu's hands. Soft fist, 8 diagrams and 64 palms. The huge sun-blocking gossip array envelops the star feathers, and then Hyuga Sunzu waved his hands towards the star. You fight's over. Xenu raised his fist blankly and then threw a punch forward. Bang up! Hyuga Hizu's body flew out and directly smashed through the house, rolling on the ground several times before stopping. Sickness should make you sober. Xenu feels that his subordinates are being merciful. The current Hyuga Hizus are at most hurt. If Xenu is serious, can pull the Hyuga Nizu to ashes. Hinata has a small mouth and hasn't reacted for a long time. Was it his father who was beaten up just now? Ahem. Hyuga got up. Yes, mouth was choked with blood, which made him feel better. Hyuga Nissa, you figure it out. Wouldn't you think that I was the one who arrested your daughter? At this time, Hyuga Nizu returned to his senses and realized that he was indeed reckless just now. The main reason is that Hyuga and Hizu subconsciously think that Hoshibo is not a good person. Although Xenu is not the rebel of Konoha village, but it was classified as the rebel of Konoha village by default. It's just that no one mentioned it. Speaking of you, the Hyuga clan is pretty awesome. I'll take your daughter back. You didn't even say thank you. Xenu looked at Hyuga and his feet lightly. Hyuga Hizu's face changed for a while, then he bowed to Hoshiba, and said seriously, I'm sorry that we lost. One punch hammered him into a prawn. And Hyuga could only bow his head. His Mihuki Nizu now wants to ask how did his daughter meet the Uzumaki star? After struggling for a while, Hyuga Nizuo still did not ask, rubbed the area where Uzumaki Hoshiba was injured, and then invited Hoshiba in. Hinata asked in a low voice toward Hyuga Hizu. The face of Hyuga Nizuo was stiff. How could it be okay? He is completely holding on to his body now. To be precise, he wants to face and suffer. Face 4. In order to maintain the great image of father even if it hurts. Fast cheer to get down. Hyuga Nizu said it was okay with Hinata. This face is absolutely not to be lost, especially Hyuga Nizu is a face-saving person. Hinata, you leave first. We have something to talk about. Hyuga Nizuo said to Hinata with a straight face. She didn't dare to resist her father's orders when she left. Hinata just left. Hyuga's mouth began to bleed, and when he saw that a mouthful of blood was about to squirt out, Hyuga's feet were hard and swallowed back through gritted teeth. You are also a wolf and admire. Xenu admired and gave a thumbs up to the Hyuga Sun foot. This is more than a ruthless one. 2 points, and it's horizontal. Hyuga Hizu's complexion flushed, and it took a long time before he came to ease. Fortunately, letting her daughter Hinata leave. Otherwise it would be more shameful. Uzumaki Xinu. You come to our Hyuga clan. Shouldn't it be more than sending the little girl back? Hyuga Hirozu looked at Xinu Eugene. You go rinse your mouth first. I don't want to talk to someone with a mouth full of blood. Xinu waved his hand to Hyuga's Japanese foot in disgust. Hyuga Hisa's mouth twitched. I will be like this. It's not thanks to you. If not, I can't beat you. I've already started with you now. Hold back, hold back. You can't be angry. After all, you can't beat Maelstrom Xinu with your hands. It's mainly impulsive before you start your hands with Maelstrom Xinu. Looking at it from the side, in fact, Hinata is still very concerned about Hinata. After all, Hyuga has not completely given up on Hinata. Hyuga Hanaho hasn't been born yet. The only daughter of Hyuga Nisaka Hinata is naturally pinning everything on Hinata. As the eldest daughter of the clan, as long as there is no accident, Hinata is destined to become the head of the Hyuga clan. Gargle. Later, Hyuga Nizu said, I don't believe you are just sending the little girl back. Tell me your purpose. Yes. That's true. Hoshiba smiled at Hyuga Hizu and said, it's just what I want to say, which is not a good thing for you. Hyuga Nizu's gaze condensed. Isn't it a good thing for him? Such words. Hyuga Nizu would rather not say anything about Uzumaki Hoshiba. However, Hyuga Nizu couldn't stop Hoshiba from saying anything. It's about your own Ogawa Hyuga Hinata. I think your daughter Hinata is very talented and is going to take her leave. What do you think? The expression of Hyuga Nizu changed. Of course Xuan Xinu took away his female Juice Hyuga. No, how could my daughter be taken away by you? I refuse this matter. Hyuga Hizu no hesitation refused. Don't rush to refuse. I think Hinata will leave with me. I can give full play to what he asked you to teach. You may have abandoned Hinata. What Xinu said was the truth. Although Hinata was very fond of in the original work, Hinata's strength was not strong. The complexion of Hyuga Hizu, incomparably dark Uzumaki star, these words, it's like saying that his teaching ability is not good. Chapter 280 I promise not to kill you. 35 Uzumaki Xinu. I admit that you are very strong. There may be no one stronger than you in the entire ninja world. But you are not suitable for teaching Hinata. Hyuga Nizu said in a deep voice. What suits Hinata is the soft fist handed down by the Hyuga clan. This Uzumaki Xinu can't teach Hinata at all. And in the future, Hinata will become the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. How can he be in charge of the Hyuga clan to teach Uzumaki Xinu? It's rare that you would praise me, but you can say, why am I not suitable for teaching Hinata? Xinu smiled, and then asked Hizuka. Soft boxing, although you are powerful. But you can teach. I will do this. Your Hyuga clan's soft fist technique is very simple. If Hoshiba directly interrupted Hyuga's Japanese foot, Hoshiba would naturally use the soft boxing method. He had obtained the secret techniques of Konoha's various families from Danzo, including the soft boxing method. Xinu also deliberately studied the soft boxing technique. His soft boxing technique is stronger than Hyuga Nizu. To be honest, Hyuga is really weak. Actually the strength of the elite Shangnin. It's barely a quasi film. But I don't even have the strength of Yingjai, the patriarch of the Huai clan, and the strength of the Shadow class. As far as the Hyuga clan is true, they dare to call Konoha wealthy. This is funny, especially after the Uchiha clan was annihilated. It became known as the Konoha first family, and the moisture in it was too much. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are now tied together. However, the strength between the two clans is huge, and there are many strong Uchiha clans. In fact, if the counties Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui are not 2 or 5 children, the Uchiha clan may really have the power to overthrow the village of Konoha. At least Uchiha Tomite and Uchiha Shisui are at the absolute shadow level, but they can compete with Ueki. The Hyuga clan L, who is on the same level as the Bo clan, can't even get a movie level. I really don't know what the Hyuga clan can be proud of. The Uchiha clan has at least arrogant capital. But the Hyuga clan really does not. You said you know the soft fist of the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Hizu frowned and said that they knew the soft fists of the Hyuga clan. He also said that the soft fist of the Hyuga Hizu is simple, which makes Hyuga Hizus unbearable. Naturally, do you think I will deceive you? Be silent. With the strength of Maelstrom Xinu, there is no need to deceive him. But if Uzumaki Xinu could do soft boxing, he would still not believe it. The soft boxing technique can only be performed with the white eyes. There is no such thing as white eyes. Using the soft boxing method, it also has its form and is not a god. Why don't you come and try 3? I promise not to kill you. Seeing Hyuga Nissa, I still don't believe it. Starkey said to Hyuga Hizu. The face was serious. The roughness is that the fluctuations in the heart of the sun's feet are so big that he comes to try and promise not to kill him. Listen, is this what someone said? 3. Hyuga Nissa clenched his fists. The more I thought about it, the more angry. Why? 2. Why not take advantage of Wuxi Xinius' weak strength at the beginning, and fix him well? When I was at the ninja school, I remembered that the strength of Yuzao Xinu was not outstanding. Why is it that strength has become so strong now? However, Hyuga Nissa didn't know that Xinu was also hiding his strength at that time. If every day was enough to play against Xinu at that time, it would still be at a disadvantage. Although I don't have a white eye, it is an evolutionary version of the white eye. I still have it. So is it weird that I know how to fist? The evolution of white eyes is reincarnation eye, and Xinu's 9-hook jade wheel reincarnation eye is even more. Senior reincarnated eyes have all the power of reincarnating eyes. The evolution of white eyes. Hyuga Hizus' breathing was a little bit short, and I heard the selection of the white eyes from Uzumaki Xinu. Could it be that I can enter K2 with the white eyes? Yes. Shaoyonian can evolve _. Why can't you evolve with a blind eye? 3 inches. In fact, Xinu felt that his eyes were not as weak as imagined, just like Datongma Huai eyes. Strong pressure. Can you tell me the evolution of Guanya's white eyes? Although Hyuga Nico does not know the whirlpool and how Hoshiba knows, but Hyuga Nico, believe it. The strength of the whirlpool star feather. 2. There should be no hesitation in running over to tease him. It's too difficult to evolve to roll your eyes. You can't do it at all, so I won't say it. It makes you more troublesome. Hoshiba didn't tell Hyuga and it really couldn't do it. The evolution of the Otsuki clan into reincarnated eyes requires transplantation of the pure white eyes of the Hyuga clan. And the Hyuga clan wants to evolve into reincarnating eyes. It is not clear what star feathers they need. Maybe you need cells from the Taitong family on the moon. For example, the cell evolution of Bozobo Spot using the 1,000 hands pillars. Reincarnation. Ask for flowers. Now the Datongma clan has been annihilated by Xinu, and there is no ash left where to transplant the cells of the Daijianmu family. Hinata Hyuga had a gloomy face, and Uzumaki Hoshiba lifted his appetite, but in the end he didn't say anything. Hyuga Nissa felt panicked. If you leave Hinata to train me, maybe I can let Hinata's eyes evolve. Xinu didn't dare to make a guarantee, so the word used was maybe. Mikoto's eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes failed to help her evolve into a round eyes, and the difficulty of helping Hinata evolve the reincarnation eye. Afraid of being bigger, Hyuga Nissa was silent. He still didn't think about it. Hinata, I am definitely going to take it away so I told you just to inform you. Your decision is not important. Hinata is related to his mission. Besides, Xinu already liked Hinata very much, so there was no discussion about taking it away. Hyuga Nissa looked at Xinu angrily. What is the difference between this behavior and a robber? If it wasn't because the opponent was Uzumaki Xinu, if his strength was much stronger than him, Sunblood would definitely have to flip his eyelids. I plan to live with your Hyuga for the time being, so you just arrange it. Hoshiba smiled and said to Hyuga Nizu with a dark complexion. At this time, I wanted to hit the Ubisoft Xinu with a fist, which was a bit too much. However, considering the strength of Uzumaki Hoshiba, Hyuga Nisuka chose to endure it. Gang Benfist almost beat him to death. Hyuga Hizu doesn't want to get another punch. If he gets another punch, he will definitely die. With a black face, Hyuga Hizuka ordered people to arrange a place for Uzumaki Hoshiba, and at the same time, Hyuga Hizuka had to worry about how to explain to the third generation of Hokage. Swirl. Xingyu lived here suddenly. He had to explain to the third generation of Hokage. After all, even though Uzumaki Xinu was not a traitor, but it's similar to rebellion. The reason why it wasn't betrayal was mainly because the strength of Wuxi Xinu was too strong and he didn't want to offend him. That's why Uzumaki Xinu was not listed as a traitor. And now Uzumaki Xinu lives in the family land of the Hyuga clan. If he doesn't explain clearly with the third generation of Naruto, Sarutobi_ who knows will cause the third generation of Naruto's suspicion. Hyuga Nissa does not want to be squeezed out by the three generations of Naruto. Just look at Baozibo clan. It's miserably squeezed out by the three generations of Hokage. The land was forced to move to the outskirts of the village. Chapter 281 Mission Change 45 System. Why the task has changed. Xingyu was at the place that Hyuga Nizu arranged for him at this time. After coming here, Xingyu suddenly received a message from the system that his mission had changed. The original mission was to take away Hinata in Yunren's hands, but now it has changed. The mission has become to take away Hinata, which has nothing to do with Yunin. The rewards of the task are the same. They are all a high-level copy card. Although the mission change had no effect on Xinu, Xinu was curious about the reason for the change. This is the first time such a thing has happened. If you don't care, it's really weird. Master, you are in the Hyuga clan now. According to the system's calculation, the chance of Yunren robbing Hyuga Hinata is 0. The black eating black task is not established, so the task has been changed. So this is R. At this time, Xingyu said little bit, it was 5 or 6-0 to understand. If Yunren ran over, Xingyu might directly be hammered to death. It would cause Yunren to be unable to rob Hinata at all. Because of this, the system tasks have changed. This also lets Xinu know that the mission of the system may change due to reality. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Hoshiba stayed in the Hyuga family for 2 days. And every day I had nothing to do with Hinata to play with. On the contrary, the relationship with Hinata has gotten closer a lot. That night, Xingyu was sitting in the yard feeding the fish in Hinata. There is a pond in the yard with a lot of fish. I heard Xiao Hinata say that it was raised by Hyuga Nizu. I didn't expect Hyuga Nizu to have this kind of interest. An unexpected guest has appeared. Xingyu raised his head. He glanced out of the room's shadow. The leader of the envoy of Yunin village, did not expect to do it today, and the goal is still Hinata. It is normal for Yunren to place the mark on Hinata. After all, Hinata is young. Without the power to resist, it is easy to start. But now next to Hinata, there is Xinu who is too boss. Yunren head and dare to come, then all will come to die. How can there be other people? 3 inches. The cloud ran his head and followed the moonlight. Seeing Xinu next to Hinata, his brows wrinkled tightly. If there are other people, it will be difficult to do so. You must kill the opponent with a single blow, and you must not disturb the Hyuga clan. Yunren to and although quite confident, but him not confident enough to face it. For the entire Hyuga clan. Unlucky for you. Yunren's head and his eyes became a little bit fierce. Gyani Uxiohui approached Xinu and prepared to kill Xinu, who was in the way, and then take away the daughter of Patriarch Hyuga. Aren't you tired of hiding? Xingyu watched this Yunin's sneak close to herself, feeling a bit funny clumsy lurking. Even Beijult didn't escape Xingyu's deep investigation, let alone Yunren. Found it? Yunren's head and his heart was slightly choked. As the most outstanding hidden ability, unexpectedly, was admitted to found too. Now that it has been discovered, it is useless to hide it. Yunren went straightforward. Come out. Xingyu took a look. Good fellow. You guys here to do bad things. Don't know the disguise. Don't even wear the mask, but wear the forehead protection, for fear that others won't recognize him as Yunren village. But Xingyu thought afterwards, as long as you missed, Hiding and not hiding seemed to be the same. Big brother Hinata nervously hid behind Xinu and glanced at the fierce Yuninto in fear. After taking a glance, Hinata became even more frightened. Don't be nervous, Hinata, it's just a little Yunren. Even if the four thunder shadows are coming in front of me, you have to get down. Xinu gently stroked under Hinatan's little head, and comforted Hinatan. Arrogant and ignorant, your biggest mistake is not calling someone the first time. Yunren's head and pulled out the sword, exuding cold murderous intent all over his body. The ninjas of Yunren village respect the Reikage in the village the most. And just now Xingyu said that even if the fourth generation of Reikage came, he had to get down. This completely aroused the anger of Yunin's boss, Xenus. The hatred value also reached the highest. Your biggest mistake. It's that you didn't get out in the first place. Xingyu sneered. If this guy gets out, well, Xingyu still won't let him go. Soft fist. 8 diagrams and 64 palms in a flash. Yunren 2IU was hit in the acupuncture points all over his body, not to block Chakra's fate, but to kill him on the spot. Now that Xingyu had made a move, it was naturally impossible to leave him a way out. 2 shot directly to death. Turning his head, Xingyu didn't let Hinata look at it. The reason was that Yunin was a bit dead. Awful. Although the control force does not want to be so cruel. However, the leader of Yunren couldn't help but fight. The body is twisted and odd-like. It is estimated that the people who know him most will not know him anymore. It's not bad. Did not directly beat the opponent into a blood mist. This is already considered good. Let's go, Hinata. Let's leave. Then we will inform Hyuga and take care of it. Xinu took Hinata's hand and used the instantaneous technique to leave here. Find Hyuga Nisuke, who is dealing with affairs. As the patriarch of a large family, there are also many affairs offices in every day. How did you come? After Hyuga Nizu saw Hoshiba feeling a headache, what Hyuga Nizu wants most now is Uzumaki Hoshiba to leave quickly. I came here to let you handle some small things. You should know the leader of Yunin from Yunin village, right? Although Hyuga Nizu was puzzled, he nodded, and he had paid attention to Yunin's affairs. Although it doesn't seem to have much to do with the Hyuga clan. But how could Hyuga Nizu not pay attention to major events in the village? However, Hyuga Nizu had a bad feeling in his heart at this time. Why Uzumaki Hoshiba will mention this suddenly next. Don't get excited, Xingyu said to Hyuga 8 foot, lest Sun Xiang-sun is too excited. However, after hearing Hoshiba say this, Hyuga Nizu felt even worse. Just now, I beat him to death. The corpse is still there in your yard. Go ahead and take care of it. It won't stink. What? Hyuga, who was fairly calm just now, stood up directly at 5.9, staring at Uzumaki Xinu with too much eyes. He doubted himself. Was it just now? I heard it wrong. His Solstice Hyuga Nizu really thought he had heard it wrong just now. Uzumaki Xinu really killed Yun92 and killed 2. What are you doing in such a panic? You didn't kill it. Xinu looked at Hyuga Heiser speechlessly. Although he guessed that Hyuga 8.0 would be very excited, he didn't expect the reaction to be so big. With this courage, it is really not suitable to become the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Heiser had a black face, although it was indeed not the one who killed him. But people died in his Hyuga clan, and this matter must be explained by the Hyuga clan. Sure enough, he knew that if Uzumaki Xinu stayed in the Hyuga clan, there would never be any. What a good thing is now fulfilled. This is to give them trouble for the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Heiser looked sad, thinking about how to deal with this matter. The most important thing is how to get rid of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 282 The Day Waiting for You to Regret 55 Looking at the solemn face, the Hyuga Sunfoot, as if someone had just died at home, Xingyu was quite speechless. I killed the people. Just tell the 3 generations of Hokage directly. It's not enough. Do you think Sarutobi Haizaki can still ask me for an explanation? Also, you don't care about Hyuga Heiser? Why Yun Shinto will appear here? Hoshiba's words made Hyuga Heiser sober. At this time, Hyuga Hizu suddenly thought of something he should be concerned about. It is indeed why the leader of Yunren appeared in the Hyuga clan. Why? Hyuga Hizu asked Hoshiba. Xingyu is. He could only ask Xingyu, the only insider. Yunren took him because of Hinata. He wanted to take Hinata away, and when he met me, he sacrificed honorably. Xingyu directly reported the matter to the Japanese Football Association. After learning about it, Hyuga Hizu was furious. Yunren was so courageous. When they come to the Hyuga clan to commit crimes, are they good for bullying? Are you thinking, Yunren is so bully for your Hyuga Hizu? Xingyu asked, looking at the uncertain Hyuga Hizu with an expression of 27. How do you know, Hyuga? The Japanese foot was stunned for a moment. The thoughts in his heart, how did the whirlpool Xingyu know? Guess. Whoever it is after all. I think so. Xingyu really guessed. After all, he doesn't know how to read minds. Actually, it's true. Yunren really treats your Hyuga clan as a good bully. Otherwise, they won't take action against your Hyuga clan. Yunren obviously peeped at the bloodline of your Hyuga clan. But don't they peep at the bloodline of the stronger Uchiha clan? They must have peeped. But they didn't attack the Uchiha clan obviously because they think your Hyuga clan. It's better to bully. Xingyu's expression and tone looked very plain. But Hyuga Nissa feels contempt in it. Our Hyuga clan, absolutely no worse than Uchiha clan. Hyuga Nissa said to Hoshiba out of pride. Let's pull it down. Compared with the Uchiha clan, your Hyuga clan is really worse by more than 1 star. In Hoshiba's eyes, the gap between the Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan is really too much. Hoshiba didn't know during the Warring States period, but now when the two clans compare, the Hyuga clan has been completely blown up. Even if the future Uchiha clan is annihilated, the Yu who survived, Zibo Itachi, is still able to completely explode from his family, being so despised. Hyuga Nizuo, a person who regards family dignity more than life. I should have turned my face with Xingyu, but it's useless to think of turning my face. Hyuga is held back. Since you saved the little girl, we Hyuga will take care of it. Hyuga Nizu said seriously to Hoshiba. 2? Xingyu has a question mark on his face. Is Beak Xiang Sunzu stupid? You saved Hinata. Naturally, our Hyuga clan will not let the benefactor take responsibility. I will tell the 3 generations of Hokage. Yunren. I killed the head. Hyuga Nizu said righteously. Hyuga Nissa feels that with their status as a clan, even if the leader of Yunren is really killed, the 3 generations of Hokage will not embarrass them. What's more, it was Yunren's fault this time, and Hyuga thought it was okay. At the same time, this can be regarded as a return of the favor of Uzumaki Xingyu. Hyuga Nizu doesn't want to others, especially this person is Uzumaki Xingyu. Okay, you have integrity. Hoshiba puts a big thumb L towards Hyuga Sunfoot, and then pulls the ignorant Hinata away. Now, Hyuga Nisu is quite modest, but I don't know if he will cry next. Xingyu waited to see his jokes. Originally took away your female Jew who wanted to help you, but you refused by yourself, with Xingyu's character. Naturally not. I rushed to help Hyuga-san sports. So wait for a good show. Hoshiba is waiting for the one that Hinata regrets and wants to cry next. Xingyu paid no attention to cultivating feelings with Xiao Hinatan. Xingyu looked at Xiao Hinatan so cute, didn't intend to take it away forcibly, but wanted Hinata to follow him voluntarily. Hyuga Hizu went to take a look at the corpse and looked at the corners of the corpse's mouth. There was a twitch, and then he became more afraid of Xingyu. If this is offended, Xingyu won't be beaten like this, right? Just thinking about it. Hyuga Hizu felt very horrified. I found a few clansmen, brought the corpses that were not human-like by Uzumaki Xingyu, and went to find the 3rd generation of Hokage. It was night at this time, but the 3rd generation of Hokage has not left the Hokage Tailu, still in the office. Let's go. You are 3 inches. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Hyuga Nizu in doubt, not knowing the reason why Hyuga Nizu came here. 3 generations. People, this time there is a very important report. Hyuga Hizu signaled to the 2 members of the Hyuga tribe, and then the 2 Hyuga tribes brought the body of Yun Rentwiji. Sarutobi Risen stood up directly. Although Sarutobi Risen didn't recognize him because he was beaten in an inhuman form, but Yunrin's forehead showed everything directly. Japanese football, what's going on? Sarutobi Risen asked seriously toward Hyuga Hizu. 3 generations of adults. He is the head of the Yunin village envoy. When I came to my Hyuga family and prepared to kidnap the little girl, after I found out, I lost the fight. Beat him to death. Hyuga Japan Football Association reportee. The expressions of the 2 Hyuga tribesmen standing behind became horrified. Is it so heavy from the family? Even Sarutobi Risen had forgotten the identity of this man. I looked at Hyuga Nizu with suspicious eyes. It's like this. This is definitely not an explanation for a miss. It should be a heavy hand to the death. Japanese football, you should know that this is not easy to handle. Sarutobi Risen took a cigarette, and then with a worried expression, Dixiang 527 said to 527 Rixueri, don't care if it's a day. Xiang made a heavy hand. Anyway, the result is that the head of Yunren died, and that would represent the previous peace talks. It is very likely that it will just go straight to the soup. Hyuga Hizu was silent, and at this time, it was decided by the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Risen. Hyuga Hizu very believes in Sarutobi Hisaki. He will definitely defend himself. 3 generations of terror. I hope Yunren can give us the Hyuga clan an explanation, and I will leave first. After a long silence, Hyuga Hizuka left with the 2 tribesmen, leaving Sarutobi Risen to face Yunshinta's corpse in front of him. Go, call the rest of the Yunin envoys over here. Sarutobi Hisaki said to a dark ninja hiding in the dark. In fact, Sarutobi Risen was also a little angry. The Yunren guys, even when they came to Konoha village, they dared to do things. Sarutobi Risen's thoughts at this time were to seek justice for the Hyuga clan. He didn't believe that Hyuga would deceive him. This time it was definitely Yunren's fault. Soon the other members of the Yunin mission were called over. In fact, when they were told that they were coming, the members of the Yunin mission felt bad. After I arrived, I saw the body of my captain. I understood that the matter was exposed and it was not an adult to be carried like this. Shaped. The people in Benai village started too hard. If they went for clothes, they couldn't recognize this as their captain. Chapter 283, Everything is for the village. 15 In the Naruto office, Sarutobi Risen looked at this Yunren with a calm face. Everyone. Should I explain this matter? The aura of Sarutobi Risen pressed several Yunren. After all, he had experienced battles on the battlefield, and Sarutobi's momentum of slaying his body through 100 battles scared a few Yunren. Looking at each other, they are here. They all abandoned their lives. Is it still scared? So think. They were not afraid of Sarutobi's momentum anymore. One of them, Yunren, looked at Sarutobi Rishang with a sneer. 3 generations of Hokage. You should give us an explanation for this matter. Why did our team leader have an accident in Yokiba village? Do you Motoya want to start a complete war with our Yunin village? Yunren's sharp voice made Sarutobi want yigs. This group of guys actually wanted to reverse black and white. It was your captain who broke into the Hyuga clan. You want to abduct the daughter of the chief Hyuga and be killed by the chief Hyuga. Don't you want to admit it now? Sarutobi Hitoshi slapped the table angrily. Treasure words, obviously you are still our captain and hand over the murderer. Otherwise, just wait for the war with our Yunren village. Yunren naturally did not repent, and threatened Sarutobi Rishang with a war. Sarutobi's face was stern, and his dignified Konohada's Hokage was actually threatened by a few Yunren. It's impossible to hand over the Chief Hyuga. I will not pursue this matter on behalf of the Chief Hyuga. It just passed. In the end, Sarutobi Risen still compromised a step. However, it was this step that made Yunren's eyes brighter. Sure enough, the 3 generations of Hokage did not want to fight Yunren village. No. You must surrender the murderer or you will go to war with Konoha village. Sarutobi Risen's face was blue. Just as he was about to turn his face, Danzo suddenly opened the door and walked in. This matter. We agreed. Danzo said blankly. Danzo, What are you talking about? Sarutobi Hitoshi looked at Danzo angrily. Although we can agree, but you must immediately sign a peace agreement with our Honai village. No war. Danzo ignored the Sarutobi Rishap, and said to the Yunren, this is natural. As long as you can sign an agreement, we immediately sign a peace agreement. Yunren will naturally not refuse that. They did not want to continue the war with Konoha. And this way they can continue to get the eyes of the Hyuga clan. Why not? 4. After discussing again, Yunren left. After Yunren left, Sarutobi Hizen looked at Danzo angrily. Danzo, are you trying to take a member of the Hyuga clan in exchange for peace? Sneasel Sarufi, if you really want to refuse, you should interrupt me before, instead of waiting for them to go. Tell me this. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Rishu disdainfully. If Sarutobi Risen really disagrees, he won't keep Tangmo while discussing with Yunren. Except for the innocuous scolding at the beginning. 2. Then there was no statement at all, which shows that Yuan Dazhun has defaulted. What else to say at this time? Is undoubtedly hypocritical. Danzo turned around and left, leaving Sarutobi Hizaki, who was sitting silent in the Hokage office. I'm sorry, I can only sacrifice you for the peace of the village. The current Konoha village really can't stand the toss. A guilt flashed in the eyes of Sarutobi and Rzan. As for whether Sarutobi and Rzan were real, guilty, or false guilt, only Sarutobi and Rzan themselves knew. Early the next morning, Hyuga Nizu was called over. Originally, Hyuga Nizu was happily waiting for Sarutobi and Hizaki to give him an explanation. Woolen cloth. As a result, the confession was waiting underscore, but Sarutobi asked him to confess. Japanese foot. I know I'm sorry for you, but this is really no way. Moto village really can't fight Yunren village. I wronged you. Everything is for the village. Sarutobi Hitoshi patted Hyuga's shoulder and said, everything is for the village in the first 10 years, and Sarutobi Hisaki intends to let Hyuga Nizu sacrifice himself in exchange for peace. If it's Uzumaki Kusinu, definitely slap Sarutobi with a big slap, and then scold him to go to your mother's village. But Hyuga Nisab, useless lust, not even being angry with Sarutobi. After that, Hyuga Nizuo left Hokage's office expressionlessly. As for what his mood is now, I guess only Hyuga Nizu knows. Regret it? Xingyu looked at the joke on his face. The godless Hyuga turned his head and glanced at Uzumaki Kusinu. He indeed regretted it. If it was said that Uzumaki Kusinu killed it, maybe he won't be where he is now. Just don't know the reason. In the end, Hyuga Hirozu did not say that the leader of Yonin was killed by Uzumaki Kusinu. However, Hyuga also wondered why Yugo Kusinu seemed to know what happened in the Naruto office. Although he has this doubt, but Hyuga has no intention of asking. Heartbrokenly returned to the Hyuga clan. Would you like something interesting? Hoshiba looked at the back of Hinata and made up his mind. If he followed the development in the original book, and the next step is to die for Hyuga Nissa. It's just that Kusinu wanted to change a bit and also wanted to break the peace of the ninja world, and make a big event. The boring ninja world. Just let me become more exciting. Hyuga Nizu, I hope you can seize this opportunity and give it to you for your sake. Really the top 9. If you want to find an opponent and can't find it, then the boring Xingyu is only left to make trouble. Now think about it. It's not bad to make the ninja world's chicken and dog jump. Kusinu doesn't yearn for peace like other people is. The main reason is that Kusinu understands that there will never be permanent peace in this world, and there will be battles in human places, and war also evolved from fighting. It's a pity that this gang of Naruto world comes out, can't recognize this truth at all. Kusinu leisurely returned to the Hyuga clan, and then took a small Hinata out to go shopping. As for Hyuga Nissa is gathering members of the Hyuga clan for a meeting. The elders of the Hyuga clan were summoned. And then Hyuga had enough to talk about their matter with the elders of the Hyuga clan. Bangwa, one of the elders of the Hyuga clan directly Zao smashed the cup in his hand. It's too deceiving. My Hyuga clan thinks that Konoha was born and died. Ape, Fei Hizen actually treated us like this. Hand over the patriarch. Go out. If you really do this, Then what face will the Hyuga 2 clan stand in the ninja world to our Hyuga clan? Absolutely cannot be nailed to the pillar of shame. The Hyuga clan elder said, I have a suggestion. As the patriarch, the Japanese football must have nothing to do, and the Japanese football and the Japanese football are twin brothers, so it is better to let the Japanese football replace the Japanese football. The three elders of the Hyuga clan suggested. Heard this proposal. The idea of raising the eyes of the other elders seems to be a good idea. Can not only keep the patriarch, but also keep the face of the Hyuga clan, and even the eyes of the Hyuga clan. Not leaked out. Hyuga Nissa is a person who divides the family, and is set up in a cage. The Yinzong family can control and destroy the brain nerves of the members of the family through this curse. At the same time it can ruin the white eyes. Chapter 284 Hyuga and Nisu are back. 25 Hyuga Nisa's complexion was extremely bad. Although the elders came up with a strategy to save his life, and his brother Hyuga agreed, but Hyuga B. Nizu was not happy. He wasn't a heartless person either, thinking of the bad feelings he had with his brother when he was a child. Nixu Nizu can't bear to let Hyuga Nisaza die for him. At this moment, Xina came back with Hinata, and at a glance he saw the Hyuga Hina sitting in the courtyard with a seamy face. Hinata, go play by yourself. Hoshiba touched Hinata's hair and walked towards Hyuga Hizu. Hyuga clan, I want your brother to sacrifice for you, right? Hoshiba sat down and asked Hyuga Hizu. Hyuga Hizu looked at Uzumaki Hoshiba in wonder. Why do you know everything? Seeing you are so pitiful, I plan to give you a chance. Do you want? Xina smiled and looked at Bixi Angrizu. Instinctively felt that Makoto Xinia's smile was a bit ill-intentioned. However, Hyuga Hizuzuka didn't want the sacrifice of the day's slack in his heart, so he still asked Hoshiba, what opportunity? He wanted to save Rishinel, and Wuxi Xinu obviously had the ability to help him save Rishin. Even Hyuga Nissa feels if Wuxinu can really help him save the day's slack, he really wants to take Hinata away, and he will not object. How do you think Konoha village treats your Hyuga clan? Xingyu didn't answer Hyuga Nizu. Instead, he asked. Hinata's face sank. To be honest, the practice of Sarutobi Hizumi really made Hyuga very heartbroken. During the Ninja World War, the Hyuga clan didn't make much effort, but now they say they want to sell the Hyuga clan and sell it directly. Today, it is the first time that the Hyuga clan has suffered such humiliation. Of course it's uncomfortable. Actually, the Hyuga clan, Fakuma village, it is just a dispensable victim. Today, you are exchanged for peace. There will still be this possibility in the future. Do you want to keep doing this? What do you want to say? Hyuga Hizazu squinted at Xinu. Being able to become a patriarch. Of course Hyuga Nizu is not a fool. He had already expected what Xinu wanted to say in his heart. Rebel, Sunfoot, don't be bullied by Konoha. El Benai treats you like a dog. Don't you even have the bones to bite each other? Xinu's word for a dog completely aroused Hyuga's anger. To be honest, Hoshiba's remarks, the Hyuga Nissa who said he really had the idea of defecting, but it was soon suppressed by Hyuga Nizu. If you really want to rebel, there is only one dead end for the Hyuga clan. Konoha village will never let them go. Hoshiba saw the hesitation on Hyuga's face, decided to add another fire. TSK Tusk, during the Warring States period, the Hyuga clan was also a big clan comparable to Senju and Uchiha. Now they are so spineless. The ancestors knew that they would be pissed off. Ying was oppressed. Just don't resist. NS. We have to beg for mercy as we run. What a sad family. Enough. Hyuga Hizatsu was on fire, and he stood up angrily and looked at Xinu. Is that angry? Am I wrong? Do you really still have feelings for Benya-kun? Everyone regards you as tools. Blue veins violently rise. Hyuga's feet gritted his teeth, and his eyes opened in anger. Looks extraordinarily hideous. Don't be incompetent and furious here. This will only make me look down even more. If you can decide to rebel, I might be able to help you. Xinu finished speaking. Left. As for whether the Sunblood Sunfoot can be moved, it depends on what Hyuga Sunfoot thinks in his heart. If Hyuga Nissa can really swallow this breath, There is no way. It's really muddy. Forced support is useless. After Hoshiba left, he left Hyuga and Nizu alone here to think. As the saying goes, forbearance becomes more and more angry for a while. The more you step back, the more you lose, and now Hyuga is feeling more and more losing. Hyuga Nizuo turned back. After thinking about it for a long time, there was nowhere to be angry in my heart. With the influence of Hoshiba's words, Hyuga made up his mind. Urban Xinu. I hope you don't pit me. The reason why Hyuga Nissa made up his mind is because Xinu said to help him. But if the Vortex Xinu pits him in the end, I'm afraid the Hyuga clan is really going to be over. In the end, Hyuga Nissa chose to believe in Uzumaki Hoshibaji. The fate of the entire family. They are all pinned on Hyuga Xinu alone. Swear. Hyuga has never thought about it. He will have such a crazy day. It seems you figured it out. Xinu walks over with a smile. And the Hyuga clan defected. How much would it cause in the entire ninja world? What about the impact? If the defect fails, then the Hyuga clan will be nailed to the pillar of shame and be ashamed by future generations, and perhaps it will not have much impact on the ninja world. But if you work, the impact that can be caused will be greater. Urban Xinu, the youngest member of the Hyuga clan. Basically, it must be placed in your hands. I hope you will cheat me. Hyuga Yuzaki looked at Xinu deeply. Don't worry, I can still trust the whirlpool Xinu. Xinu patted his chest and said, forget the rebellion. I just want to take the Hyuga clan and leave this cold and merciless, the village. Hyuga Nizu sighed and said, launched a rebellion and attacked Hokijite Ailu. This kind of thing Hyuga has never thought about. The family and the one doozy confrontation. This is absolutely undesirable. Hyuga Hizu only wants to leave Konoha with the Hyuga clan. Then Hyuga Hizu left, and then secretly gathered the high-level Hyuga clan to start a secret meeting. What, brother, you want to defect to Konoha? Hyuga is also here. At this time, Hyuga looked at his brother Hyuga in shock. This is really his brother's idea too. Yes, it was Konoha village who was unjust. Don't blame me. We are unkind. Hyuga Nizu said firmly. Now that he has made up his mind, Hyuga will never waver. His foot, do you know that? This decision may push the Hyuga clan into the abyss, said the Hyuga clan elder. I know. But my Hyuga clan can stand and die. But I will never live on my knees. Hyuga Hizu clenched his fist and stayed in Konoha to hand over his own brother. Even if there was a gap between them because of the clan and separation, but still connected by blood. You are the patriarch, you decide. Hope you will be responsible for the entire Hyuga clan. The elder of the Hyuga clan sighed and said to the Hyuga Hizu that he did not take the decision to block the Hyuga Bifut, mainly because he couldn't swallow this in his heart. Sarutobi Hitoshi is too deceiving too much. The great elders of the Hyuga clan are older than Sarutobi Hizen. Experienced the glorious era of the Hyuga clan. Who once dared to bully the Hyuga. Now that he is bullied, he is naturally angry. Sometimes dignity is more important than fate. If you make this determination, you will naturally have a whole card. And Maelstrom Xinu said he would help. Hyuga Hizu breathed a sigh of relief, and then said Uzumaki Hoshiba that made him make up his mind, and also to make him. We Anshan. 1. Chapter 285 The Hyuga Clan and the Clan Rebellion 35 Patriarch, will Wuxi Xinu really help? Are you really determined? After the elders of the Hyuga clan left, the remaining Hyuga Hirasashi asked Hyuga Hizu in a complicated mood. Daily, you should call me eldest brother. Since Hyuga Nizu became the head of the clan, Hyuga Nissa has never been called Hyuga Nizu big brother, but honorifically called the patriarch. This is also the rule of the Hyuga clan. Okay, brother. You also think it's crazy that I suddenly wanted to rebel against Konoha with my clan. In fact, I also think it's crazy. Xiang Nai's solemn face, which has remained unchanged for 10,000 years, suddenly showed a look of helplessness. I can't help it. Staying here is just used as a pawn, or the kind that can be discarded at will. There are certainly reasons for Xingyu to choose to defect from the U clan, but these reasons are only a small part. The root cause was the depression in Hinata's heart. Sarutobi Hizen didn't even discuss with him, so he sold him. For the sake of peace, even one's own people can abandon it. This village is no longer a village that the Hyuga clan will continue to guard. Hyuga is completely chilled. Hyuga sinking. Be silent. In fact, he also knew that if it weren't for his elder brother suddenly made this determination, then he died for his eldest brother, going to die for the Japanese foot. To tell the truth, Nissan is indeed unwilling in his heart. He is obviously a brother, but the fate of the West is very different. It's just that in the end, the big brother actually chose to defect from the whole family. Now Nisaro is a little touched, and Nisara thinks that it must be the big brother who wants to keep him. So he made this determination. In fact, there is really this reason. Japanese football didn't mean to see his own brother go to death, and he still died for him. You can prepare for the escort. I'm going to find Wuxi Xinu. You talk. Let Xinu do him a favor first. And by the pond, Hinata finally found Xinu, and there was a small young field beside Xinu. Hinata was very panicked at this time. Hinata became even more panicked after seeing Hyuga Nizu come over. He quickly grabbed Xinu's hand and asked in a panic, "What should I do, brother Xinu?" Hyuga Hisa's mouth twitches. Hinata is called Uzumaki Hoshiba brother too. Never mind. Don't care about these anymore. He has important things to ask Xinu for help. It is related to the life and death of the Hyuga clan, and Hyuga can't take care of other things. It's just that Hinata panicked. Son, still making Hyuga Nisa very puzzled. Did he do something bad? Reassure Hinata, I just accidentally fed a few fish to death. The Japanese foot will not care. Xinu patted Hinata's head and said, "Hear Xinu's words." Hyuga Hizuka immediately looked into the pond, and saw several fish floating on the surface of the water. They turned their belly directly, and were obviously dead. For the fish I raise, Hyuga is very fond of 24. In normal times, Hyuga is unavoidable to get angry. But now Hyuga has no time to care about any fish. Xinu, I am looking for you to help me if I have something to do. Hyuga Hizu said to Xinu, let's talk about it. It's okay to help you. After all, I promised. Xinu is still waiting for Hyuga to make trouble. It's okay to help him, as long as Hyuga and Hizu don't retreat. I want you to help me send the women and children of the Hyuga clan out of Konoha village. Can you do anything? Hyuga understands the consequences of the defection of the clan, and Konoha village will never allow it. Fighting is absolutely impossible to avoid rabbits, so he can be safe by sending the old women and children out. No problem. It's easy for me. You take him. Let's gather together. Hoshiba nodded towards Hyuga. Hinata immediately went to act when he learned that he could. Don't worry about what method Uzumaki Hoshiba has, as long as he can. Big brother Xinu, is there something wrong with my father? Hinata grabbed Xinya's clothes with her hands. Towards the Star Eugene Road. Hinata, as a child, don't worry about so much. This is an adult's business. Oh, Hinata nodded ignorantly. Hyuga Nisa's action is fast. It didn't take long to gather women, young and old in the clan, then take them. Come to Xinu. Seeing that hundreds of people, young and old, Xinu directly arranged them into the divine power space. Anyway, the divine power space was big enough. And they also prepared food and drink, and lived in it without any problems. Of course, they wouldn't stay in it like that. At the beginning, Hyuga Nizu was worried and went into the divine space to take a look. After seeing it, Hyuga Nizu said, the mountain. Hinata will take care of you. Hyuga Nizu solemnly said to Xinu, looking at your appearance, why is it like you want to give a last word? Let's be small. I won't cheat you. You meet. It'll definitely help when it's dangerous. Ask for flowers for Hinata's sake. Xinu will also save them. And it was he who flicked Hyuga and defected. Hyuga Nizu left the yard without saying anything. Came to the training ground of the Hyuga clan. This place is relatively large, and all the ninjas of the Hyuga clan gather here at this time. When Hyuga Hizu walked, they already knew. Just now Hyuga Rizna. I have already said that they want to defect from the tribe. This is the decision of the family of Hyuga Nisa, as a member of the division. Naturally only follow, even if the front is waiting. Theirs is a 10,000 abyss, and they have to jump down with them. Your parents and children, they have been sent to a safe place without worrying about them. Now what we have to do is leave the village of Konoha. Hyuga Hiza took out the forehead, and then used kunai to leave a scratch on the forehead. When other ninjas of the Hyuga clan saw this, after hesitating for a while, they also left a scratch on Konoha's forehead that was a betrayal. Go. Hyuga Hiza didn't talk too much nonsense. The other Hyugas also knew the reason why the patriarch wanted to defect. Although they didn't give up Konoha, they still support the patriarch in their hearts. Obviously it was not the fault of their Hyuga clan, but let them suffer. The proud Hyuga clan couldn't bear it either. Stepping out of the Tman of the Hyuga clan means that the Hyuga clan has completely defected. There is no turning back. As for the road ahead. B knows to Nizu, but he just stayed in Konoha village and continued to be angry. The movement of the Hyuga clan is not small, of course. It has alarmed Anb, especially recently. Anb has paid great attention to the movement of the Hyuga clan. The ninja in Anb immediately reported to Sarutobi Hisaki. Sarutobi, who was dealing with affairs, got the news and immediately left the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hizen knows what's going on here. It made the Hyuga clan a lot of anger. Originally, Sarutobi Hizumi wanted to compensate and appease the Ixia Hyuga clan afterwards. Suddenly, I heard the Anbu report. The Hyuga clan became rebels, and Sarutobi and Hizen were shocked at that time. Forget about other things. Sarutobi Hizen went to intercept the Hyuga clan in person. At the same time, he instructed Anb to act together and be sure to intercept the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hitoshi never thought of it. Hyuga Nissa is so radical. P.S. Ask. Subscribe. Go on. This subscription is going to drink Northwestwind_E_. Chapter 286 The Hyuga Family vs Konoha 45. Before the Hyuga clan left the Honai village, Sarutobi Hisaki finally led the Anb ninja and stopped the Hyuga clan. Japanese football. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hitoshi looked at the scratches on their foreheads, with anger on his face. Don't you know what to do? Since Ling, the Hyuga clan left the village of Konoha, Hyuga Hizuka stared at the monkey Hizen, secretly ready to fight. Why? Sarutobi Hisaki asked with some discomfort. That hell was the second family in the village. Just defected like this. This is for what? The 3 generations of Hokage want my life. Why? Hyuga Hizuka looked at Sarutobi Hizumi with some sarcasm. Do you have nose points in your heart? If it's not for Hyuga's Japanese foot training, yell at Sarutobi Hinanizu. You misunderstood Konoha and didn't mean to sacrifice you. 020 Saru Hisaki said, this is true. Saruto Hisaki really didn't mean to sacrifice Hyuga Hizus. The main reason is that it is impossible to sacrifice the patriarch of Hyuga Hizus. Originally, Sarutobi Hizen was thinking about it. Let Hyuga. The clan surrendered a more important person casually, and then dealt with the Enren village. There is no intention of sacrificing me. That is also to sacrifice my clan. It was the Enren-kun who was plotting a crime. Why did my Hyuga clan pay the price in the end? Hyuga Nizu asked coldly. This is a matter of quality. So Sarutobi Risen was speechless. I will rise to the Japanese soccer team again. Xingyu was not far away, watching what happened here. What he wanted to see was this scene. To Hinata. Hinata is not here now. Sent to the country of the vortex by Xinu. Go, let Mikoto and the others take care of Hinata, and then Xinu can't wait to watch the play. If Xinia's purpose was to make the Hyuga clan defect, it would be fine to take the entire Hyuga clan and leave. However, Xinia's purpose is more than that. What he wants to see is what kind of sparks will be drawn between Hyuga and Konoha in a year of defecting. In other words, Xinu wanted to watch the show. The route depends on the excitement, and Konoha and the Hyuga clan are the 2 protagonists in the play. Xinu faintly watched how Sarutobi Rishan responded. But no matter how Sarutobi Rishan responded, there will definitely be a fight this time. At the moment when the Hyuga clan decided, L had no turning back, and Sarutobi Hayazaki couldn't let their Hyuga clan leave. It was destined to fight. Japanese foot. Everything is for the village. You should understand the horror of war. Do you still want to start war again? When Akikobu and Yunren go to war, countless ninjas will die. Sarutobi Hijiri said with emphasis. Abandoning a person from the Hyuga clan, and then exchange for peace after being bored, is a very cost-effective business for Sarutobi case. In Sarutobi Hayazaki's expectation, although the Hyuga clan will be dissatisfied, but they will never make extreme defections. Matter Green, it's just that something unexpected happened like this. The main reason was that there was a star feather in it. If there is no Xinu, even if Hyuga wants to defect, there is no such capital either. It is too difficult for the whole clan to defect. The women and children in the two clans are the biggest concerns, and at the same time, they are dragging down L. Now Xinu helps them solve their concerns. Let them rest assured. Sarutobi Vizan didn't know that it had something to do with Xinu. If he knew it, I'm afraid Igz would be alive. 3 generations of Hokage. Don't say anything for Duzi. Now there are no Hokage village in the Hyuga clan. Any relationship anymore. Hyuga Nizu decisively said that even the Senju clan who originally built Konoha village are gone. The Hyuga clan staying in Konoha. Will they be the end people like this? This is also one of the reasons why Hyuga Nissa decided to leave Honyo. Fit, if you are determined to defect, then I can only take you down. Sarutobi Hizen took a deep breath. I also understand that there is no point in continuing. Hyuga's 8-footers may have made up their minds completely. We just want to leave Benai village. I have no intention of being an enemy of Benai, but you don't want to force us. Hyuga Nizu opened his eyes, and then put on a soft kickstart position. At the same time, the other ninjas of the Hyuga clan behind him, like Hyuga Hisus, opened their eyes, and then put on a soft fist starting position. Sarutobi Hitachi made the seal with both hands, and then ejected an extremely violent flame from his mouth toward the Hyuga clan. Child, empty palm. The two brothers Hyuga Nisaka and Hyuga Nissa joined forces to release Gossip together. Sora Palm finally blocked the ninjutsu attack of Sarutobi Hisaki. At the moment when Sarutobi Hizen started his hand, the ninjas of Lanbu also made a shot together. Attack the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Go. Let them know how powerful our Hyuga clan is. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan are also unwilling to be outdone, and fight against the ninjas of Anb. The soft boxing technique is actually quite powerful, especially acupuncture. Blocking chakra directly. If a ninja can't use chakra, L means that it has been abandoned. But the Hyuga clan also has shortcomings. That is the lack of long-range attack methods. Gua. Although Kong's Hang can attack remotely, but among the Hyuga clan, not everyone has it. There are not many Anb ninjas brought by Sarutobi Hirachi, and when they fought, they suddenly couldn't suppress the Hyuga clan people. See this situation. Sarutobi Hizen directly sent one of the dark ninjas to summon the Konoha ninja. The Hyuga people listened to the order and broke through with all their strength. Hyuga Hizu shouted loudly. His fighting mind is not strong. It would be nice to be able to get away from the village of Honai. As for revenge on Honai, let's forget it. It's not that Hyuga Nissa doesn't want to. It's that Hyuga is self-aware and knows that it is not Konoha's opponent. There are tens of thousands of ninjas in Honai village, but dozens of them. Even if all the strengths are not weak, but they can't carry the 10,000 ninjas of Murakami. Don't want to leave. Sarutobi Hizen's face was somber to block the Hyuga Nizu brothers. Today, even if the Hyuga clan is wiped out, it is absolutely impossible to let the Hyuga clan leave Honyado. This is also a face problem when choosing to go to Konoha village. If the Hyuga clan is allowed to defect to Konoha village, what will the other families in Konoha village think? Will there be other families who have the same intention of defecting? For example, Baozibo, who has been squeezed out for a year. So this sign must be pinched out in the bud. The first must not be opened. Once the first is opened, there will be the first and the third. There are even countless. Individual. Brother, you took the tribe to leave me and stay to cut off the road. Hyuga Izaza said firmly. In the eyes of Hyuga Nissa, I picked up this fortune, too, so even if he really died in battle, he does not regret it either. It's useless. Hyuga Nissa did not agree, mainly because the strength of Hyuga Nikkei was not enough. If he let his younger brother Hyuga Nisaza cut his way, he would be defeated by Sarutobi without a few tricks. Now that the two brothers have joined forces, they are barely able to hold Sarutobi Hitoshi. And if only Hyuga is left alone, said that Sarutobi was cut, and Buninja is enough to deal with him. Chapter 287. On behalf of Fighting is Online 55. The Hyuga clan is really weak. If you change to the Boziba clan, it will definitely be no problem to break out of the Konoha village. Xini looked at the dragged Hyuga clan. Can't help but shook his head. Now the ninja team hasn't come over. It was dragged by Sarutobiru with dozens of ninjas. Waiting for a while, if the Konoha ninja army comes over, the Hyuga clan will probably be wiped out in minutes. I still need to take action. Xingyu opened up the reincarnation of the Ninigo Jade Wheel. Originally, I didn't expect the Hyuga clan to be able to kill Konoha village on their own. Xina said to help. However, he didn't plan to take action personally take action against Sarutobi's son. Xingyu felt that the price was a bit lower. His eyes fluctuated slightly, and his pupils diverged. At this time, Hyuga Hizuto, who was resisting the attack of Sarutobi Hizumi, suddenly felt that his body was out of control. What's going on? Hyuga Nissa was a little panicked. The body loses his own control. Hyuga is not panic, but although the body is out of control, but like a cloud and flowing water, avoiding the attack of Sarutobi Hisaki. Sarutobi Hizen held the King Kong wishful wand in his hand. He swung it very fast, but it can't beat Japan in the slightest. His eyes narrowed. Sarutobi Hizen took a few steps back. It was found that something was wrong with Hyuga Nissa. 27. Hyuga Nissa faced his attack before, can only resist forcibly, but now he easily avoided all his political attacks. It was like changing one person and one sheep. Was it hiding before? Of course not. At this moment, how could Hyuga Nisaka hide his clumsiness? He couldn't wait to let his strength be used 10 times, 100 times. It's the body of Hyuga Nissa now. It is Xina controlled, so the change will be that big. Avoid the ape fires and regarded it as a stick, and then held it in his hand. A spiral pill appeared and smashed it at Sarutobi Hizen's face. Although Sarutobi Hizen had a thick skin, he couldn't reach the level of using his face to pick up the spiral pill. So he hurriedly used the diamond wishful stick to block him in front of him. Although a mold, this action is quite fast. Xina whispered to himself as he watched the Sarutobi Hizen who was smashed by Hyuga's foot. How can you get a spiral pill after helix pill? Sarutobi Hizen looked at Hyuga Hizen in shock. Hyuga Nissa was actually even more shocked than Sarutobi Hisaki. He couldn't explain this problem either, but Hyuga Hifut faintly guessed. When it's there, maybe it's the whirlpool Xina who has taken a shot and directly controlled his body. Think of the means of swimming vortex staff feathers. There was a tremor in Hyuga Hiza's heart. The feeling of being controlled was uncomfortable, and it felt like his body was not his own. Big brother? The day difference in front of the ear also looked at his big brother Hyuga Nissa in shock. Said the sea daily, took the tribe to leave. Hinata Rihan ordered Terizashi, although the body is controlled, but Ori is still Hyuga Nissa's own, and it doesn't matter what he wants to talk. But, no but. Don't forget that I pay. Have a whole card. Hyuga Nikkei reminded of the daily disparity down. In an instant, Nikkei understood. Then he nodded to Hyuga Hizuzaka. Soft boxing, 8 trigrams, 6 masters and 4 palms. Hyuga Hizuzaki performed a soft fist starting position, and the surrounding shadows, as well as Sarutobi Hisaki, were all placed in the gossip formation. Then he shot quickly, and the fist rubbed against the air to create flames, making Hyuga's attacks seem to be accompanied by special effects of flames. In fact, This is about the same as Metakai's 8th Dungia 6th door 2 moves towards the peacock. The attack speed is too fast and it rubs against the air to create a lot of flames. The soft fist that was originally a single attack has now become a group attack. The figure of Hyuga Hyzus shuttles through the gossip array. As long as the ninja who was carried directly fisted and killed him, only the third generation of Hokage could block the fist of Hyuga Hyzus. After blocking the attack, Sarutobi was cut and withdrew to a dozen meters. There was a dull pain in his arms. A handful of old bones couldn't hold it. Sarutobi High/'s physical skills are not weak, but as the older you get older, Sarutobi High/ naturally declines in physical skills. What's more, attacks of this level can already threaten the shadow level. It can be blocked because of targeting. The reason is more than just him. I misunderstood you. I didn't expect your strength to hide so deeply. Sarutobi Hisaki looked at Hyuga Hizu very cautiously. Hidden a woolen thread. I am the one who will play for him. Xingyu, sitting on the roof in the distance, couldn't help Ye Kao, and Xiang Sunfoot could not have this strength, relying on Xingyu's help to fight on his behalf. At this time, Hyuga Nizu did not feel the slightest pain in his limbs. The body was controlled by Xinu, but he was the one who suffered it. Just now, Hyuga's body couldn't bear it. Cause multiple strains on the body. For the sake of face, Hyuga Nissa did not scream out. Go! Hyuga Nissa took the opportunity to take the Axiang tribe to leave the village. All the blocked and ninjas were killed by the outburst of Inoki under Hoshiba's control, and naturally no one stopped them. Sarutobi Hitoshi wanted to stop it. However, Sarutobi Hizen himself was blocked by the Hyuga Nissa controlled by Hoshiba. Hinata's heart was throbbing, and I looked forward to Uzumaki Hoshiba's heart. Don't do the same thing as before. If you do it again, Hyuga Hinata feels that his body may be useless. Naruto is too human. At this moment, the large army coming. Although some ninjas went out to perform missions, the Konoha ninjas who came here in a short period of time at least broke 1,000. Sarutobi Hisaki immediately gave an order in his heart. The Hyuga clan has defected, and now the order to capture the Hyuga clan is issued. The people who come here are not just ordinary ninjas. There are also some ninjas from the Motoba family. After hearing this command, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, the Nara clan 1Z0, the Mountain clan, the Autumn Road clan, the Oil Girl clan and other clan ninjas all stared in shock. Is this true? The Hyuga clan actually defected? Defected this, not alone, but the whole family has defected and become a betrayal. Looking towards Hyuga Hyzutsu, I saw the forehead on Hyuga Hizu's forehead. There has been an additional scratch. They believed it was true. We have defected to the clan. Uchiha Tomitake looked at Hyuga Nizu. I don't know what I'm thinking. He also knows some of the unfortunate circumstances of the Hyuga clan in recent events. Even Uchiha Fudake secretly gloated. But now seeing the Hyuga clan defecting, I don't know why. Uchiha Fudake can't laugh anymore. The two masters of pupils in Honai village. The clan is also the first and second wealthy, and there are naturally grievances between the two sides. And grievances are not yet hell. It is said that the Hyuga chose to defect to this way of death. Uchiha Tomitake should be happy, but he really couldn't be happy in his heart. Instead, there is a feeling of sadness. The same is true for other families. Lips dry and teeth are cold. They have also learned about the Hyuga clan. This time Hyuga Yaijing chose to betray Omen, although the approach was extreme. But they can understand in their hearts. At the same time, I admire the Hyuga clan, who actually dared to defect. This kind of courage is enough to be called the strongest. I don't know if the Hyuga clan has any trump cards. Chapter 288 Puppet 3 Generations Reikage vs Sarutobi Sun/15 The ninjas of all major families in the main leaf, including the Uchiha clan who had a bad relationship with the A clan, did not show up against the Hyuga clan. The only ones who really obeyed Sarutobi Hisaki's orders and attacked the Hyuga clan, only Sarutobi clan and civilian ninjas. Sarutobi clan is a family of Sarutobi Rishan, so it is natural to obey Sarutobi Rishan's orders. After all, Sarutobi. Rishan is not only Hokage, but also the patriarch of Sarutobi K clan. And those civilian ninjas who have no family have no friendship with the Hyuga clan. At this time, they naturally obeyed the orders of Naruto-sama. Some trouble. Starfeather. Look, with so many Konoha ninjas, it is really difficult to solve the problem just by controlling Hyuga hippopotamus. The main reason is that Hyuga's Japanese foot is too weak. Even if there is Starfeather control at most, it is to fight against the Shadow class to the Jade to stand alone in the 1,000 army. It is better to wash and sleep. Psychic Heart. Xingya's knee-handed seal. Then, with a press on the ground, the third generation of Raikage was directly psyched by Xinu. Urban Xinu is too human. Yao's thick voice came, and then the third generation of Raikage directly half-kneeled on the ground. The puppet hell made by Xinu with 3 generations of Raikage's solar body, but it is no longer Xinu's puppet. Xingyu didn't bother to control it, so let Yao control the 3 generations of Raikage's corpse. After Xinu was pulled out of Kirabe's body, your eye was sealed on the 3rd generation of Raikage of the puppet. Later, Xinu felt that it was troublesome to control the 3 generations of Raikage of the puppet, so he reached an agreement with Yao. Let Yao control the 3rd generation Raikage of the puppet. Hoshibo was given the 8th freedom and Yao was responsible for helping him collect some information on the ninja world. Report to Xingzai every once in a while. At the same time, Yao didn't dare to run away without permission because the freedom Xinu gave Yao was a semi-free body. Although you can control 3 generations of puppets walked in the ninja world, but Irao was actually sealed in the body of the 3rd generation of Raikage. It itself can't get rid of Xinu's seal. Xinu wants to control it only by thinking about it. So even though Yao got a free part, he didn't dare to violate Hoshiba's orders. And now life is already satisfying for Yao. Compared to the other Tail Beast brothers, Yao is now the most luxurious treatment. What else is it dissatisfied with? He is a little grateful to Xinu in his heart. Go and block those Konoha ninjas. Xinu told the 8-tailed bull ghost. Right. Yao Xinius instructions naturally did not dare to neglect. Set off immediately, controlling the body of the 3rd generation Raikage of the puppet. Go straight to those Konoha ninjas. Although the 3 Raikage controlled by Yao can no longer use the power of Xinius reincarnation eye pupil technique, nor can he use Xinius ninjutsu, but the ninjutsu that the 3 generations of Raikage originally knew before his death can still be used. In addition, because of Yao, the power belonging to the 8 stars naturally exploded randomly. After all, it was originally controlled by Yao. Huang Yu had already let go of the body control of Hyuga Sunfoot. However, there was a panic in the heart of Hyuga Hizu, who was regaining control. Xuan Yu Xinu should not will see so many ninjas, then sell him 3. Just when Hyuga Nizu thought this way, his consciousness suddenly changed and he appeared in a pure white space. Where is this place? The illusion space I created. Xingya's voice. It came from behind Hyuga Nizu, and it was shocked. Look at you panicking like this. The mentality and quality are not good. Hyuga Nizu's mother sells approval in his heart. Can he not panic when he is suddenly pulled into the illusion space? And it is the first time he has heard of the illusion space. Now, you can walk as far as Konoha Ninja. Naturally someone will help you stop. After Xinu finished speaking, the entire pure white space disappeared, and then Hyuga's consciousness returned. At this moment, the tall body of the Sunchai Raikage appeared in front of the Hyuga Sunfoot. He should be the one that Uzumaki Xinu said to help me stop Konoha Ninja, right? Hyuga Hizuka glanced, and then left directly. He wanted to make peace with Hyuga Hizuka and the others who had left first. Then do it again. The 3 generations of the puppet Raikage's heavy body as a mountain blocked the Konoha ninja's path. This 3 generations of Raikage, aren't you dead already? Sarutobi Hizen looks a little serious when he looks at Sanfire Raikage. The killing of the 3 generations of Raikage. The whole ninja world knows. Now that he saw the 3 generations of Raikage alive, he was not surprised. However, the 3rd generation of Raikage did die. The only thing in front of me was a puppet made from a corpse. My uncle is an 8-tailed bull ghost. Yao's voice was very loud. and it shook Sarutobi's ears. The eight-tailed chakra formed a coat, covering the body of the three generations of Reikage of the puppet. Then 5 tails come out. Now behind 2-tailed beasts. 8 tails. Sarutobi Hisaki is very confused. I don't know what the situation is. His mind is about to become a mess. Isn't the 8th man's Yulai Kairabi? When did the dead 3 generations of Reikage become the 8-tailed man's Yulai too? Putting these things down for the time being, Sarutobi Hizumi knew that the other party was unkind. Its Solstice Hyuga clan's defection may be related to this, otherwise the Hyuga clan should not dare to defect. Did the Hyuga clan defected to Yinren village? Sarutobi thought in his heart. Think. When the Hyuga clan may defect to Yinren village, Sarutobi Hizen's face will be as black as the bottom of a pot. As the second largest family in the village of Konoha, the defect of the Hyuga's clan has had an impact on Konoha village. Not to mention the weakening of the 9 aspects. It is difficult to manage the internal stability alone. The Hyuga clan can speak of a bad head. 3 generations of Reikage. This is Konoha village, and you can't tolerate you in the wild. Sarutobi is holding the King Kong wishful stick, knocked towards the 3rd generation of Reiking. Bang! The wishful stick of King Kong was blocked by one hand of the Thunder Shadow. This stick can knock down a building, however. It was easy to block the Thunder Shadow with one hand. The original 3 generations of Reikage were famous for their physical skills, not to mention that they are now wearing a tail beast coat and entering a half-tailed beast state. A heavy elbow hit Sarutobi-san. Sarutobi-san hurriedly used the King Kong wishful stick to resist. But Pang Tai's strength poured out non-your good. Let Sarutobi-san's face flushed, almost spitting blood, was elbowed to fly dozens of meters shop. There was a painful expression on the face. Even the ape demon, who was not a bad body, was beaten and injured. Ape, are you okay? Ape demon asked Ape Herfireson. Fortunately, too much strength has been removed. Sarutobi Hizen said with a sullen face. I was suffering from the pain in my arms with a sullen face, feeling that his bones were all broken. Go on. Protect Naruto-sama. Konoha and ninjas rushed forward, although looking at the 3 generations of Reikage who turned the half-tailed animal in front of them, they were a little scared. But in order to protect Hokage, protect the village, they rushed forward. You little Sarutobi-san reminded them. The previous fight has already let Sarutobi-san know the strength of the opponent. But their fight just now, Ape, Rizan was a little bit dead. Obviously, ninjutsu is the best, but as a result, he has to run up to fight martial arts. Even if he is beaten to death, he deserves it. Chapter 289 The Professor of Ninjutsu deservedly 25 Sarutobi Rishap couldn't stop an elbow blow from the 3rd generation Reikage of the puppet, not to mention these ordinary Konoha ninjas. The 3rd generation Reikage punch of the puppet can kill several. One Shangren got a punch from the puppet's 3 generations of Reikage. When he flew out, the ninja behind was beaten to death by Shangren. This is a fierce beast, and even the elites can't stop a punch. Moreover, the defensive power of the tail beast's coat is super strong. Intensive ninjutsu attacks passed, and even the tail of the beast's coat could not be broken. After Sarutobi slashed for a while, he immediately caused the ninjas who were lower than the upper ninja to retreat. Because the middle and lower ninjas just died. Shangren can at least entangle one. Of course, the risk of death is very high even for Shangren. We can't watch it anymore, and we will shoot together. Narashikahiza said to Yamanaka Keiichi and Akimichi chose Yuza. When dealing with the Hyuga clan before, they were unwilling to take action, mainly because they have a good relationship with the Hyuga clan. But now to deal with foreign enemies, we must take action. Shadow manipulation. Naruto wanted to use the secret technique to control the 3 generations of Reikage of the puppet, but the secret technique of Naruto was good, too, but the power difference was too big. Mrs. Gap. Naruto didn't control it for a moment. 043 with a bang. Naruto_mo half knelt on the ground. Upon seeing this, Yamanaka Keiichi and Akimichi block hurriedly helped Narakaji up. Luju, what's wrong with you? I was bitten back by ninjutsu. I'm afraid I can't help. Naruto said with a wry smile. I didn't expect this. Still can't control the other party. Hi Yi, you stay and take care of Luju I will fight. Kudao Gongzuo said to Shanzong Hai. Among the pig, deer and butterfly trio, only Kudao Gongzuo is good at frontal combat. While Narashikohizu and Yamanaka Keiichi battle with their secret arts, they are better at assisting. Okay. You have to be younger and don't get hurt. Yamanaka Hai patted Autumn Roji seat on the shoulder and said. Sarutobi Hizen finally remembered that what he was best at was ninjutsu. Control the soil on the ground. Then the earth became the same as the water flow, through the third generation Reikage of the puppet to the ground. To Dun, Huangquan Marsh. This ninjutsu is somewhat similar to Tuli Uday. The land under Shadow's feet turned into a swamp. Especially because of the previous use of the big earth flow river, the thunder shadow of Sanfei fell into it more quickly. Sarutobi Zen's strength is still online. Xini looked at the ape who was performing ninjutsu. Fiery slash. The blood succession boundary can't be compared. The Sarutobi Rishan who does not have the blood limit can't, but in terms of ninjutsu, the title of Sarutobi Hitoshi's worthy ninjutsu professor is a true professor, not just a beast. L0's Shanj is too much, and may be weak in physical skills, but in terms of ninjutsu, looking at the entire ninja world, it can be compared to Sarutobi. There are still more. Duodun. Fire Dragon U-Bomb. Use marsh mud to trap the puppets for 3 generations. Reikage then uses Huodun to completely solidify the mud by the high temperature of the flame. Completely trap the 3 generations of Reikage. Hokage Summer is so strong these Konoha ninjas admired the 3 generations of hiking Sarutobi. When Sarutobi hit the worms with one move before, they were still a little desperate in their hearts. But now he uses ninjutsu, directly reversing the previous image. The image of the 3 generations of Naruto became taller again in the hearts of these Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Hizen saw that the enemy had been taken down, and his face showed a smile. The proud Wetu is too early. Hoshiba looked at Sarutobi Hizaki and Konoha ninja, muttering to himself faintly. Just relying on such a trick. Do you want to solve the problem of Luoyi and Puppet 3 fighting Thunder Shadow? It's still a long way away. Boom! The whole Konoha village shook, and then Yo's huge body appeared in Konoha and let out a roar. The tail is completely animalized, and the 8 tails are out. My son. The constant volume on Sarutobi's face solidified. Living. Then it gets more and more ugly. Retreat and evacuate the villagers in Konoha village. The tail beast comes out completely. It is not so easy to deal with Chag. People who have experienced the chaos of the tail of Konoha are very clear about the powerful destructive power of the tail beast. Even if Yo's strength is not as good as the 9-tailed L, it is still a tailed beast. The difference will not be too much, right? They sacrificed 4 generations of Hokage when dealing with Kyuubi. Do they have to sacrifice a shadow? After Yao appeared on the stage, he directly condensed the tail beast Jade. Yes, not at all beeping with Konoha's people, because it prevents being interrupted, so 8. The tail quickly condenses the tail beast Jade. The speed of condensing is fast, but relatively speaking, the power is not so great. However, no matter how powerful it is a tail beast Jade. And it is absolutely no problem to flatten a hill. I don't know if Konoha village has any other cards. Xini didn't stop when he saw Yao release the tail beast Jade. See if there are any hidden cards in Konoha village. Of course, even if Konoha village has no whole cards can't stop this tail beast Jade. Xini doesn't care about L. After all, his relationship with Konoha village is not good now. There is nothing he cares about in Konoha village. At best, he will save Nai, Liang Luju and the others. After all, the relationship between them is okay. Facing the tail beast Jade that was about to be launched, Sarutobi Risen shouted loudly, "All back!" After the ninja Motoba was ordered to retreat, Sarutobi Hizen used the technique of shadow clone to separate 4 shadow clones. Then the main body and the shadow avatar will perform ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu displayed includes 5 escape techniques: wind escape, earth escape, thunder escape, water escape, and fire escape. Alien bullet technique. Unleash 5 different types of ninjutsu, and attack Yao at the same time. It collided with Yao's tail beast Jade that kicked up. This trick. It should be Sarutobi Hizen's strongest combination of ninjutsu. It also shines in the original work. Xingyu couldn't help but come over. This combination of ninjutsu is good. I copied it, Xingyu said with satisfaction. No copy card is used, and the system copy card is basically no longer needed for ninjutsu. Juga Lun Resurrection. I can copy all ninjutsu. That alien bullet technique of Sarutobi Hichi and the collision of the 8-tailed beast Jade. The glass of the entire Honai village was shattered. Looking at the big hole 100 meters in diameter ahead, Sarutobi Risen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was able to withstand the attack of the tail beast Jade. However, the price paid was a bit too much. The chakra of Sarutobi Risen consumed more than a third, and he could barely use the technique of Xysid Alien Bullet. The strength of the 3 generations of Naruto is really unfathomable. Uchiha Hitomite clenched his fists when he saw the strength displayed by the ape hit Izumi. Originally, Uchiha Fudake had a lot of careful thoughts in his mind, but now after seeing the strength of Sarutobi Hizaki, those thoughts in his heart were suddenly extinguished a lot. Even if he took out the hidden kaleidoscope to write the wheel eyes, he might not be able to deal with Sarutobi Hichi, not to mention that to deal with Sarutobi Hichi, he would be an enemy of the entire Konoha village ninja. Sarutobi Risen also didn't know the strength he showed had caused Bozibo Fuiexyohachi to be reduced a lot by accident. At least Uchiha Hitomite didn't have any thoughts for trouble for the time being. The 290th chapter, The Decision of the Hyuga Clan. 35 Xin'd copied that alien bullet technique of Sarutobi Sun Slash, and had no intention of continuing to do things, and was about to leave the village of this leaf. My son, retreat. Xinius' voice sounded in Owe's mind. Originally, I had to have another enhanced version of the tail beast Jade. Yao put away his mind. The huge body turned his head and left, and disappeared into Konoha Ninja's sight in a blink of an eye. Gone. Saru, after seeing the departure of your eye, Frizen stayed in the same place for a long time and recovered. Although I don't know why Yao has gone, but Ku can leave. To Sarutobi and LT, Frizen, it is the best news. Don't see that he blocked the tail beast Jade with 5 escapes and 5 different combinations of escape techniques before. But if there are 2 more 8 tails, he too will lie down. Ku, the oppressive tail beast, left, and the ninjas of Moto Village took a sigh of relief, looking at Sarutobi Hisaki with more admiration. As expected, even Hokage from Konoha Village had beaten the tail beast away. Although Yao was ordered to leave by Hoshiba, the ninjas of Motoba didn't know. They thought that Yao was afraid of the 3rd generation of Naruto. So I ran away. 1. Some Konoha ninjas have regarded the 3 generations of Naruto as the strongest must-have in the past. In my heart, I even wanted to blow the 3 generations of Shaoing as the strongest in the ninja world. If Tsuzuki Anger's Eugene knew that L and your eye had 2 tricks, he would be regarded as the strongest Naruto one. I don't know if he would cry. Not mentioning Konoha, Hoshiba has already found Hyuga and the others who left Konoha Village. At this time, Hyuga Nissa is recovering from his injury. Being manipulated by Xingyu burst out with a force beyond his own body's endurance, resulting in serious injuries. Furthermore, I will send you people from the tribe. Xingyu said that he used the power of God. The women of the Hyuga clan in the space, young and old, release B. In addition to people, there are also supplies of the Hyuga clan. Xingyu also gave them all. Vortex Xinu. Thank you. Hyuga Nizu solemnly shot at Hoshiba. Thank me? I didn't expect you to thank me. I think it's good that you don't hate me. If it weren't for Hoshiba, the Hyuga clan is still living a leisurely life in Konoha. Where is it like now? To embark on the road of displacement. Thank you anyway. Okay, I accept your thanks _ so don't keep say thank you to me. In fact, I just want to satisfy the fun in my heart. Hoshiba waved his hand to Hyuga and said, standing behind Hyuga, Nizu is full of black lines. Our Hyuga clan defected to Konoha village. Is it fun for you? Are you having fun? Zu is really right. Xinu is really looking for fun. So this will pick the Hyuga clan to defect. Wang, what do you have to do next? Xinu asked Hinata. Although Xinu provoked the Hyuga clan to defect, it was Xinu that he never thought about finding a place to settle them. We are going back to our former clan land, we'll make plans later. Hyuga Nis had already thought about it before, and after leaving Konoha village, they returned to the former Eta clan land. The former Hyuga clan land refers to the clan land of the Hyuga clan during the Warring States period. After joining Konoha village, the former clan land was abandoned. Now Hyuga Nizukazu leads the ninjas of the Hyuga clan back to their former clan land, and then discusses how to deal with Konoha village, become the rebel of Konoha village. It's not safe to leave Honai, but Hyuga Nisu is not particularly worried that even if Konoha really sends someone to Hyuga, Nissa feels that the Hyuga clan can handle it. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hisaki will certainly not do it himself, other Konoha families. Basically, he won't do anything. After all, he can't do a good job. Besides, the Hyuga clan has no hatred with other clan except Uchiha clan. As for ordinary civilian ninjas, Hyuga Nissa is even more unafraid. As a ninja of a large family, he always looks down on those civilian ninja. Well, it is difficult for civilian ninjas to obtain ninjutsu, and it is normal to be looked down upon. Like a big snake, Mayu and Jiraiya are the rising civilian ninjas like Feng Shuiman. No matter which ninja village is very rare. Moreover, Oshimaru, Jiraiya, and Feng Shuiman all grew up by virtue of their relationship. Although Oshimaru and Jiraiya were civilians, their teachers were Sarutobi Hisaki. And Feng Shuiman is a disciple of Jiraiya. He was the disciple of Sarutobi Risen, so he was able to come into contact with the art of Flying Thunder God. If there are no such opportunities, Feng Shuigui at most, it is the achievement of elite shinobi. No matter how talented it is, it will be useless if there is no opportunity. Now that you have a place to go, then I don't bother to care. I'm leaving. Wait a moment. Seeing Xinu going, Hyuga Hizu stopped him. Ask for flowers. What else? Xinu turned his head. It's about Hinata. I hope you can take good care of Hinata. Please. Please. Hyuga Hisus, please. Say to Hoshiba, don't worry about this. Hinata is definitely better to follow me than to follow you. If Hinata misses you someday, I will take her to see you. Hoshiba's words, Hyuga and Hisus, did not refute. In this case, Hinata followed Uzumaki Hoshiba. It's definitely better than following him in the Hyuga clan. There may be danger at any time, but in the Uzumaki Xinu, at least there is no need to worry about safety. Leave this to you. For the sake of Hinata's face, there is really something that an official can't solve. You can find me once. Xinu took out a handful of the second Flying Thunder God Kima. He threw it towards the Hyuga Sanzu, and Hyuga reached out his hand to catch the Flying Thunder God Kima. This is the God of Thunder God Kyuwu. As long as you enter chakra on it to trigger the God of Thunder, I can perceive it. You can also fly Thunder God's technique. Hyuga, the Japanese foot, held this kunai. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and a serious face that had remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years appeared. It's no surprise that he is not surprised. This is the ninjutsu that the fourth generation of Naruto became famous, although it was developed by the second generation of Naruto. But in the hands of the fourth generation of Hokage, it was truly carried forward. The reputation of golden glitter is made by the art of the God of Thunder. I'm going to know more. Is the technique of Flying Thunder God difficult? Hyuga was speechless. Is it difficult? How hard you say, gave Hyuga Hizuto, Thunder God kunai. Hoshiba left, and this time Hyuga Nizu did not stop him. Let's go too. It's too close to Konoha village. It's not safe. Hyuga Hizu told the tribe, and then Hyuga Hizu took the tribe to the former Hyuga tribe. And Xing, you had already returned to the country of the vortex. After seeing Xingyu's return, Hinata immediately ran towards Xingyu, holding Xingyu tightly with her little hand. Hinata is a little scared here, although I also know that the ladies and sisters here are not bad guys. But Hinata is relatively timid and afraid of life, even if the gentle Mikoto X, Xiaonan and Hinatan were reluctant to approach. Now that Xingyu came back, Hinatan was truly relieved. He sighed, and his nervous heart relaxed. Chapter 291. This is the operation and the meal 45. Little Hinata is quite cute, just don't let him touch it. Kushina looked at Hinata, who was sitting next to Xingyu, said depressed. He is not a fierce person. Why is Hinata so afraid of herself? When she tried to reach out to touch Hinata's head, Hinata would run away in a panic. If Xingyu knew what Jixinai was thinking, he would definitely not help but curl his lips. After you get angry, you are very fierce. Don't you know it yourself? That can only say that your charm is not good, Xingyu said with a smile. Xingyu, you said my charm is not good? And what? Jixinai gritted his teeth, looked at Xingyu and began to clench his fists, staring at Xingyu threateningly. However, Xingyu didn't feel half threatened. Hinata will live with us in the future? Meza asked Xingyu. Well, Hinata will live with us from now on. Xingyazi also talked to Hinata before 623, and Hinata also expressed his willingness to live with Xingyu. After that, I can see Hinata every day. Xiaonan smiled at Hinatan, and then Hinatan immediately lowered her head. Her hands were tight, holding Xingya's clothes. The Hyuga clan has defected. You fooled. You are really amazing. News about the defections of the Hyuga clan Xing and you had already told them before. Tsunade also admired Hoshiba, who could make the entire Hyuga clan defect. I'm only playing part of the reason. The reason why the Hyuga clan decided to defect is not unrelated to Honai. The reason why Xingyu can say a few words. Let Hyuga Hitoshi make up his mind to defect with the Hyuga clan. The worst reason is that Hyuga Hitoshi is dissatisfied with Motoki and Sarutobi Hitachi. Oh, I think Diakai village may completely decline in the future. Tsunade couldn't help sighing's sound. Either two families of Senju and Uekiha used to establish Konoha village, while Hyugazu is the biggest family apart from Senju and Hokkaido. Now Chizu clan still has her and he left, and they have nothing to do with Konoha. The Hyuga clan also defected. As for the last Uekiha clan, Tsunade understands the relationship between Uekiha's clan and Kainabora, and will definitely follow in the end. Everything was done by myself. If it weren't for Sarutobi to kill the moth, I might still be in Konoha. Woolen cloth. Xingyu hadn't planned to leave Konoha village. It's just that Sarutobi was too disgusting, and Xingyu didn't bother to stay in this leaf. Stop talking about it. I suddenly feel wronged. Tryumim said depressedly. When the Ninja World War was the third time, she wanted to come to Uzumaki country for a temporary rest, but in the end she stayed here, and later became a rebel in Zenran village. What's wrong with you? Did you feel wronged here? So Xingyu raised his hand and habitually tapped Tryumim on the forehead, making the already aggrieved me even worse. Buckled. Bullied by you every day for 2 days. Tryumim felt that she was about to become a puff. I don't know how many hits on the forehead. Ahem, amused to it. Sorry. Xingyu looked at and rubbed his forehead. Tryumim with a grieved expression on his face. With a light cough, he said to Tryumim, embarrassedly, what are you talking about? Tryumim looked at Xingyu angrily and got used to it. You are actually used to it. Tryumim said that she is a strong girl. Never cry. Well, I swear, I won't knock you casually in the future. Forehead. Xingyu touched Tryumiyan's head, and comforted Tryumim, making Tryumim's face slightly red. Yo, Tryumim, you are shy, Kushina said when he saw Tryumim, who blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Tryumim at this time, but not the charming and bold Tryumim in the original book. He is relatively easy to be shy. If it were the future Tryumim, maybe when Kushina made fun of her, she just turned back and laughed. 111111Z11 tolerate. In the world, the fact that the Hyuga clan defected has basically spread throughout the ninja world. The Hyuga clan defected. The 4 generations of Kazkij Razara cold writing sounding is a bad thing for Konoha village. But for Sand Ninja village, This is definitely something to celebrate. In the Third Ninja World War, Sand Ninja Village was defeated by Konoha. As a result, he was forced to make an agreement with the Konoha Village Visa Alliance. However, Liu O'Shea is very young. Although his strength is not very good, he has great ambition. I have never given up on the idea of making a shot at Ben Yi. As for the signed alliance agreement, that thing, it's just a useless contract. Once it turns over, it's a piece of waste paper. And over there in Iwashinobu village, after receiving the news, Onoki kept laughing, which made Lois as a son very burdened. Is there something wrong with my father's brain? Tukage is too human. Are you okay? Hwang Taxiyoing asked Oyemu. What can I do? I'm fine, Onoki said with a big smile. There is good news from Konoha, that the Hyuga clan has defected to Benai village. On a wooden handle passed. Hand the incoming news to Hwang Tu, and let Hwang Plus take a look. To be honest, Tsunoki felt that the various operations in Honai village were too much. Uzumaki Hoshiba once did not know why he left Konoha village, but he must have had a relationship with the high-level staff of Konoha village. This Onoki must be grateful to Konoha village, otherwise the Konoha village with Uzumaki star feather might be able to destroy other Shinobu villages. Afterwards, Shumohagai, a powerful film class man, was forced to death by the people of Benyakan, which also made Oyemu ecstatic for a while. Then, not long after the Third Ninjutsu was over, the Nine-Tailed Rebellion broke out in Konoha village. The fourth generation of Naruto and Fengmaizuman was sacrificed in the Nine-Tailed Rebellion. Now that the Hyuga clan has defected again, what else is Konoha do? The only thing left is the Sabaitobi Hisan supporting the old bones. Taiyemu is still waiting for the Uchiha clan in Honai village to have an accident. Regarding the internal situation of Konoha village, although Oyemu said no, he knew too much about it. However, the contradiction between Tamakai's senior management and Uchiha's clan is still clear. This contradiction will break out sooner or later. Once it broke out, Konoha village and Uchiha's clan either died for you or for me. Anyway, no matter what the final result is, only 3.7 is good for Iwainin village, but there is no harm. Unexpectedly, the Hyuga clan actually defected, and they actually succeeded. Is Konoha village that weak? Hwangta suspiciously turned towards Temujin at this time. Taiyemu put away his smile and fell into contemplation. Before, he was just proud, and he forgot about this aspect of the problem. If it hadn't been for Hwangta to raise this doubt, he might not have thought of it. There is no introduction in this area on the intelligence. It seems that no intelligence has been collected. I need to focus on investigating it. Onoki feels that it is indeed necessary to investigate carefully. What power does the Hyuga clan have to learn from Konoha? The village defected? Oh, no matter how strong the family is, can it be compared to a village? It's absolutely impossible. In Taiyema's eyes, the Hyuga clan is good though. But it's just not bad. Not as good as the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan successfully defected, Onoki would definitely not be so surprised. Chapter 292 Konoha of Internal and External Troubles 55 Taiyemu sent people to investigate the reason why the Hyuga clan had successfully defected, and at the same time, the fourth generation of Reikage from Yunren village also received news. At the same time, the 4 generations of Reikage received, also from Sarutobi / 3 generations of Reikage Yatso's favor appearing in Sarutobi Hizumi. How could it be possible that Sarutobi is in Yunren village? And as far as Sarutobi, Takage suspects that Hyuga clan defections are all related to Yunren village. But it is indeed related. If it weren't for Yunren village, how could the Hyuga clan defect? The 4th generation of Reikage hit the desk with a punch, and the poor desk suddenly heard 4 points. Swirl star feather. The 4th generation Reikage couldn't help roaring when he saw the quality of Sarato Irizan Guaniu, the 3rd generation Reikage and the 8 tails. The 4th generation Reikage knew that it was related to Uzumaki Xinu. His father's corpse became the puppet of Wuxi Xinu, and Yao also fell into the hands of Wuxi Xinu. and it could only be related to Wuxi Xinu. So in the face of the letter from Sarutobi Risen, the fourth generation of Reikage directly responded with an extremely tough response. Go to Wuxinu. If you want to go to war with Yinren village, Yinren village will also be accompanied. This is the original words of the fourth generation of Reikage. The same was also passed to Sarutobi Risen here. Sarutobi Risen did not expect that it would be related to Uzumaki Xinu. In fact, he should have thought of it long ago. Akai and him reported to him before. 28 Sarutobi Risen also knew that Uzumaki Xinu had come to Honai village. And then Hyuga Hizuzuki came once and told him that Yuya Xinu lived in their Hyuga clan. Later when the Hyuga clan defected at that time, Ape Krychun had forgotten these things. Did not remember. Now I understand everything. It turned out that the Hyuga clan had defected. Among them were Uzumaki Xinu's handwriting. No wonder the Hyuga clan had such courage. Things that couldn't be figured out originally. Now all are available. In order to explain clearly, but after real understanding of Choo-Choo, Sarutobi Rizchi became even more uncomfortable. It has something to do with Huaxing Xinu. So what should I do now? Go to Maelstrom Xinu to settle the account? This idea just disappeared in an instant, and the current Konoha village is not suitable for the extravagant branch. Unable to provoke the enemy of Uzumaki Xinu. Once only 12 years old, Uzumaki Xinu had the power to deter the entire ninja world. How much has Uzumaki Xinu grown now? His strength has become a mystery that all the 5 great ninja villages want to explore. But no one ran stupidly to test the strength of Wuxingyu. Sarutobi Risen doesn't want to eat this crab-prone Konoha village. As the true leader of Hokage in Konoha village, he knows best how much strength the village of Hokage still has. On the surface, Konoha is still the biggest shinobu village, but its strength is probably not the #1 shinobu village. It is for this reason that Sarutobi Izumi is in the Hyuga clan, choosing to sacrifice Hyuga's ethics and compromise with Yinren village. It's just that the final result is that if there is regret medicine to buy, Sarutobi Risen Akatsuki must actually be 200, and will definitely not betray the Hyuga clan. 067 It is a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. That is, the street really has. It's sold. Sarutobi Hisaki can never buy 1162 side. Lost. The Hyuga clan. Benai village was also damaged by Jitai and the interior is very unstable. This is also the biggest consequence after the Hyuga nation defected. The Bozubo clan, who was originally honest, have become a little arrogant recently. If it weren't for Uchiha Fude's pressure, the Uchiha people will be even more arrogant. The main reason why Uchiha Fumitake was pressed is that he was not sure after seeing the strength of Sarutobi Hitoshia and Uchiha Tomitake thinks. This time, with the lessons learned from the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hizen should find a way to win them over, and will definitely not suppress them. However, Uchiha Tomitake thinks too much. At this time in the Hokage office, the discussion is about suppressing the Uchiha clan. Danzo took Maito Menyon and Zwan Xioch-hun, and got up to the Hokage office to find Sarutobi Hizaki. Sarutobi, the Hyuga clan defected, and the Uchiha clan was about to move. What do you think should be done? Sarutobi Hizen took a deep breath. Seeing Danzo's eyes twinkling, Li Mang and Sarutobi Hizen could roughly understand Danzo's thoughts. I want to hammer the Uchiha family to death at once, but the current Konoha village really can't stand the toss. And at this time Konoha can't live without the Uchiha family. Danzo, the Uchiha clan can't move, otherwise it will affect the stability of Konoha village. Sarutobi Risen solemnly said to Danzo, not only internal worries, but also external troubles. Yinren village has not yet negotiated a peace, and other Shinin villages are still watching, and the major families in the house are somewhat dissatisfied with the Hyuga clan. Think about it, the Hyuga clan can sell it, let alone them. At that time for peace. What should I do if I suddenly sell them to the enemy? Including the 3 loyal Hokage families, Zuludi, are now a bit dissatisfied, let alone other families. At this time, If you hit the Uchiha clan again, what will the other clan think? 3. I'm afraid that there will be no need for foreign enemies to take action. Konoha will disperse by himself. The stability of Konoha village to the Uchiha clan is the biggest instability in Konoha village. Only the Uchiha clan can be stabilized by removing the Uchiha clan. Danzo is very tough, just wanting to destroy the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi rich inside. Danzang spotted Tayu. No, what's the situation with Konoha now? Doesn't he know? The Bozobo clan can't move now. At least they can't move now. Danzo, you'd better not act randomly. You have to remember, I am the Hokage of Moto village. In this matter, Sarutobi Uki is hard to get tough, just to suppress Danzo. Humphrey, wait for the day when the Uchiha clan really rebels. You can regret it. Danzo snorted angrily. What he tires the most is that Sarutobi Rishu uses the identity of 470 Hokage to suppress him. After all, Sarutobi High/It's Hokage village that is in the hands of Sarutobi Hitoshi. Sarutobi, we are here to tell you that no matter how you treat the Uchiha clan, don't let the Uchiha clan enter the inner layer. Menyon Mito said straight to Sarutobi. He is not the same as Danzo, like extreme desire to destroy the Uchiha clan. However, Mito Menyon didn't want to be Apetobi hero. Let the Uchiha clan people enter the strategy layer of the main leaf in order to win over the Uchiha clan. In this way, they divided their rights, Jumito Menyon and Zwunxioch-hun. Of course, quit. That's why they came here with Danzang inside. Okay, I promise you. Sarutobi Risen knew that this was their biggest concession. However, this is also the intention of Sarutobi and Hisaki. Originally, there was no plan to let the Uchiha clan enter the high-level power. I didn't want to destroy the Uchiha clan, mainly because Sarutobi Izumi was thinking of the village and not really didn't want to destroy the scourge of the Uchiha clan. That's right, in Sarutobi's heart, Uchiha clan is also a disaster, especially after things happened to the Hyuga clan. Winning the Uchiha clan is impossible. Not to mention Danzo's obstruction. Ape Frozen himself did not trust the Uchiha clan, so he would still suppress the Uchiha clan in the future. Chapter 293. Tsurumi Ming, you are responsible to me. 15. Why bring back a little girl? Tsunemo looks at Kusinu with a weird expression, and behind Kusinu, the little girl with red hair and glasses. Age is a little bit older than Hinata. Not where did Nunianiu come back from? Couldn't it be the awakening of a special cancer job than Jiluo Likong? Tsurumi Ming looked at Kusinu with a perverted eye. Tsurumi Ming, come over, I'll give you. Kusinu waved her hand to Tsurumi, letting Tsurumi Wido come over. And Tsurumi is not stupid. Although I don't know, what does this buff mean? But looking at the stars, Yu's dark face, Tsurumi Ming knew that there was absolutely nothing good in the past. Brother Hoshiba, what Tsurumi Ming said is not true. Is it 3 inches? Xiaonan looked at Xingrai with a strange look, and then he brought back 2 little girls. NS, has it really awakened the Lilicon attribute? Even Xiaonan looked at him with such eyes. Xingyu felt that his image had collapsed. But Xingyu didn't think there was anything wrong with Lilicon in his heart. After all, Lori is so cute. Who doesn't like it? Red hair, there. Isn't it our wandering clan? Juxina asked Xingyu. The reason why Xingyu could find the vortex incense phosphorus. Beige was still looking for it. Deliberately. With Beiju's intelligence ability, it would not take more time to find the vortex incense magnet. It turns out to be a member of the Wu tribe. A smile appeared on his wife's face. Kushina crouched down and touched Uzumaki's head. Afraid of life, just approach Xingyu himself. On the other hand, Uoxai Anglin has a more generous personality, at least not as afraid of life as Hinata. But after getting along for a few days, Hinata is now doing a lot more work than before, facing Mikoto and Kushina, and they are not so much afraid of life. Why not happy? Juxina looked at Uzumaki fragrant phosphorus and saw the sadness on her face. He couldn't help but ask. At the same time, Juxina looked suspiciously at Xingyu. Suspected whether Moyu was bullying the little girl. Hey, Juxina, you put away my skeptical look. Not that boring yet. _ later, Ksina told Jixinai that her mother had just passed away, so Uzumaki Xianglin was so sad. The mother of Vortex Phosphorus has an ability that can be cured by others. Just bite her skin and absorb her chakras, the injury can be cured. Perhaps this is the ability of her mother's fairy body. After the wandering clan annihilated, as fortunately, they escaped from the country of Uzumaki, and the surviving people of Uzumaki clan were taken in by Kaoren village after escaping to Kaokun. Coming in as a price, it is necessary to help Kaoren village's sudden treatment to recover from the injury, and the mother of Uzumaki Phosphorus was exhausted and died. Is that so? After Mikoto listened to Xenia's description of the situation of the incense Phosphorus, she pitied the whirlpool incense Phosphorus. Damn Kuzina, I'm going to Hoshiba to hold back the furious Gushina, said to Gushina. Road. A Shenluo dancing went down. Even the village is gone, and the current Kaoren village has become a giant pit. It must be disabled. Come on, Trumi Ming, you come over and I will show you the more horrible thing. Xenia looked at Trumim, who was whispering, and said to her, I'm not a fool. I won't go there. Trumim shook her head quickly, and got a long distance from Hoshi and Eula. Since you can't come, let me go. Xingya's figure disappeared instantly. Just as Terumi was about to run, Xingyu had caught her behind her pen room. Take care of her, and you can comfort the fragrant Phosphorus. After Xingyu finished speaking, he grabbed Terumijin and left. As for Trumiki thinking about Mikoto and the others' call for help, Mikoto and the others ignored it. See, Xenia is determined to fix it, so they didn't participate, lest they looked at Xenia vigilantly and asked with a vibrato, what are you going to do? 3 inches guess. If you guess it right, I'll let you go. How about 3 inches? Xingyu embraced his hands. A look of beauty and beauty. How could I guess it? What do you want to do? It's definitely not a good thing for me anyway. Don't say I didn't give you a chance because you didn't grasp it. Xingyu shrugged. When did you give me a chance? Zhao Minai said, and then the eyes are powerless to resist anyway. So just let it be bullied. What do you mean? Xingyu asked Terumi Ming after squeezing her cheek. When he was pinched by Xingyu, Terumixia's body stiffened slightly. But then I felt used to it. It's not the first time I was pinched by Xingyu. I'm nervous and shy, my face is blushing. Xingyu looked at Terumi Ming's flushed cheeks, gently. Smile. I think Terumi Ming is very cute now. So she lowered her head and kissed Terumime's mouth. Terumime, with his eyes rounded, suddenly stared at Xenia with wide eyes. His eyes fell into dullness. Is Xiao stupid? Xenia waved in front of Terumi widow. Wouldn't he be stupid if he kissed him? Too, you are stupid. I don't care if I am not pure. You are responsible to me. Terumime said angrily to Xenia. The face is angry and angry. But I don't know why. It feels a bit dark and refreshing. This is my first kiss. You are responsible. Otherwise, I'll talk to Kana and others. Terumi Ming grasped Xenia's clothes and didn't let go. You can go out and talk to them right now. Hoshiba smiled and looked at the second mate. Terumi looked confidently at him, and then thought of the first kiss he had just lost, and really wanted to open his mouth to bite him. Okay. Of course I will be responsible for you. No, Wang Hao, you have really decided in your heart to make me responsible? Xenia stared directly into his own eyes. Of course, I have life after all. Terumijin leaned over Xenia's arms. In that case, should we complete a what about the steps? Xenia suddenly asked Terumi with a smirk. At the beginning, Terumi Ming did not react. But Terumi immediately reacted. His face turned pink with a sigh. I'm not ready yet. Terumi said quickly. But when Xing and you were really doing something, Terumi, you did not resist. So when girls say that, not really unprepared, just shy and embarrassed, in the middle of half pushing and half pushing. Terumixia successfully transformed from a girl into a woman. PSL car won't get up. Chapter 294. Juxin. Now with the blue sky above his head. 25. Juxina was lying at the door of the room. I listened carefully to the movement inside, but I lied here and listened for a long time without listening to anything. The house I live in was rebuilt by Xinu, and the sound insulation is particularly good. So Juxinai couldn't hear anything. Tsunade walked over and patted Kuzina on the shoulder. Kushina was taken aback, looking back and seeing that it was Tsunade. Suddenly asked angrily, "Why are you scaring me? Who scared you? What do you listen to secretly? Where did I sneak in? I was obviously eavesdropping." Juxin. Nay, I listened to Tsunade's words that she was sneaking up, feeling upset. "Is there anyone who is overhearing?" Xiaonan couldn't help Yi Kao. "Xiaonan, when did you learn to complain?" Juxin approached Xiaonan. One wanted to catch her, but Xiaonan had the art of flying thunder god _ when Juxin now was approaching. Xiaonan used the art of flying thunder god to get away. "Why are you avoiding me? I won't do anything to you." Juxin saw Xiaonan running away. Can't help gritting his teeth. "Well, I don't believe you anymore now, Sister Juxin. I can't hear anything. And I don't know what Juxin you are eavesdropping on the door specially," Mikoto said. "Mikoto, how do you know that 483 can't overhear anything? Did you heard?" Juxin looked at Miza suspiciously. "I haven't. Don't talk nonsense." Miza even YY-eared, and then quickly denied it, resolutely not admitting it. But Mikoto was even more suspicious of this, and even Tsunade and Xionan were suspicious of Mikoto. "What do you think Hoshiba and Triumi are doing in the room?" Mikoto immediately changed the subject. Haste changed the topic very successfully. Sentence moved the topic to another place. Kuzina, Tsunade, and Xionan were all lost in thought. "By the way, the two of them stayed in the room for nearly 1 hour. Tsunade said quietly. She also deliberately calculated the time. "Surely it's not doing something good. Do you want to break in and have a look?" Juxina suggested. "Okay, this glorious and arduous task is entrusted to you," Mesa said to Nashina. "Why me, Mikoto? Why don't you go in?" "Because Juxinai, you are beautiful, kind, smart, brave and generous. You are the unique best candidate." Kushina was expressionless. Although Mikoto praised him a lot. But Kushina hadn't lost his mind by this praise yet. "I see, Mikoto, I'm not a fool. I won't break in stupidly." Mesa sighed secretly, and Juxina became smarter. "It won't work if Jian wants to trick her, and it's better to let Hina use it." Kushina looks at Hinata slightly. "Me?" Xiao Hinata gave a blank expression. "Yes, don't you want to see your brother Xinu?" Hinata nodded. Even when facing these big sisters, she was no longer afraid of life. "But I feel more at ease when I see brother Xinu." "Enough, Juxina, don't pit Xiao Hinatan." Tsunade felt that after entering, he might see some scenes unsuitable for children so he couldn't look at Kushina Kenk Xiao Hinata. But Tsunade really felt that Kushina had no integrity at all. At this moment, Xinia's door opened and Xina walked out of the room. When Hoshiba walked out, Kuzina, Tsunade, Mikoto, and Xionan all looked over. Xingya's heart jumped, and then calmed down. "What are you looking at me for?" In fact, Xenia looks as stable as an old dog at this time, but the inner worm is very panic. "After all, I just did the thing. I'm sorry for Nine Xenia and the others." It is strange that Xenia is not panic. "Where is Terumi?" Juxinai came to Xenia's side, and Kyanbai moved slightly, and his face slowly turned black. "Xio, you are really getting more and more asshole." Juxinai's pink fist kept zooming in Xenia's eyes, and Xingyu quickly reached out to block Juxina's fist. "Ahem, if you have something to say, don't do it." Xingyu controlled Juxinai. Then he said, "Damn it, do you think you and Terumi are the same? Don't deny that I can smell it. My nose is very good." Juxinai wanted to bite Xingyu 10. After all, he just put on a green hat _ it's normal to have anger in his heart. "Don't say it. Just kill it." Tsunade stood up blankly. Mesa also silently took out a handful of kunai. Even small. Nandu looked at Xingyu angrily. Although Xingyu had expected it, he didn't expect a stage Chi-NS ending. "Calm down everyone. You have to understand that Baoji can't solve the problem." Xingyu called out loudly. "Ha, Xingyu. Don't you often use Bojiu to solve problems?" Tsunade sneered. "In the end, Hoshiba was severely taught by Tsunade and the others. The hair is messy, and the clothes on his body are torn into rags. It looks like a beggar. After taking a breath, I feel more comfortable. Kushina felt better. Kushina then counted with her fingers. Meza, Tsunade, Conan, and now with Terumim, she was already wearing 4 green hats. 1, after counting, Juxine. I was even more puzzled. Pounced on Xinu again and bit Xinu and 0. Next time, just bite off your thing, Juxina said viciously towards Xinu. Xinu shuddered. Juxina, is it really that cruel? He is also a werewolf _ you must be careful in the future. Seeing Xinia's scared expression, Juxina nodded in satisfaction, knowing that he was afraid. At this moment, when a young arm stretched out in front of Xinu, then Uzumaki Xianglin looked at Xinu. Master Xinu, take a bite. You can recover from your injury. Then Uzumaki Xianglin closed her eyes tightly. Although she hadn't been bitten before, she knew from her mother that she was hurt by a bite. However, Master Xingyu, who wanted to take himself out of Kushinan village and avenge his mother. She can give everything. The pain in the imagination did not come from a warm palm on her head _ stroking her head. Thank you. I am not hurt. Xina smiled and said to Xianglin looks very embarrassed. But Xingyu was actually not injured. Juxinai and the others are not willing to make heavy moves. Moreover, even if they really hit Xina with heavy hands, Xingyu's defense is not a joke. There are almost no people who can break his defense in the entire Hokage world, Hinata asked worriedly, mainly because Xingyu looked too embarrassed. His hair was messy. Of course it's okay. It's just a few little women. How could it hurt me? Oh, then Xinu. Do you want to come again time? Mikoto smiled. Asked Xinu. Although he was smiling, but his smile looked a little black. I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Xingyu didn't want to do it again, although he will be fine. But too embarrassed _ affecting his image _ Chapter 295. The corners are all stabbing Lucy 35 in Xinius' room. Terumim finally got up, but her body seemed to fall apart. A little weak, walking as if stepping on cotton. It's about to float. This is the price to be strong. But Terumim is the first time. In the first drink battle, Terumim had the longest battle time. No matter if it is Kuzina, Geikin, Tsunade or Xionan, they are not as good as Terumim. Oops. When opening the door, Terumim accidentally fell backwards. When he was about to fall to the ground, Hoshiba hugged Terumidu. Why are you up? 3. Don't lie down and take a good rest. I didn't see you when I woke up. I thought you ran away. Zhao Meiming said softly. Now Terumi's changed face was a little more charming, and with Terumi's charming voice at this time, it was a bit fascinating. You two should keep this posture for how long? 3 inches. Kushina looked at Hoshiba holding Terumim. Lenghun asked. Hoshiba heard this and directly helped Terumi to get up. Terumi listened to Kushina's words, and was not shy. Instead, he blinked at Kushina provocatively. Juxinai, are you jealous? Damn it, are you trying to provoke the authority of my palace? Kuzina looked at Terumim with his arms akimbo. Wait a minute Kushina, when did you become the main palace? Tsunade interjected, somewhat dissatisfied with what Kushina said. If you admit that Kushina is the main palace, doesn't it mean that she is going to lower Kushina? This is absolutely impossible. Kushina looked at Tsunade annoyedly. At this time Tsunade actually came to cut her with a knife _ so disgusting. Hoshiba looked at Kuzina, then Terumim, and decided to be quiet. Be quiet. Don't talk much because as long as he opens his mouth, he will definitely become an attack target. And silence is golden. In a blink of an eye, the few women in the past few days were still getting along with each other. When Xingyu was bored, just teach the whirlpool incense phosphorus to dry young field. Hinata's age is still too young to be suitable for cultivation. At the age of 3, he is still a little bit reluctant to practice. After all, Hinata didn't have any immortal human body that would be troublesome if he hurts himself while practicing. The refinement of chakra carelessness can really hurt yourself. After all, This is the extraction of energy from human cells. In the ninja world, barely calm. Although the defection of the Hyuga clan made a lot of noise, it was suppressed under the deliberate suppression of Konoha village. At the same time, Konoha village and Yinren village have reached a settlement, and Konoha village has paid a lot of prices, such as materials and money. As for the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hisaki did not do anything for the time being, because they learned that Uzumaki Hoshiba had intervened in the Hyuga clan defecting. Sarutobi and Hisachi did not dare to act rashly. This can be regarded as Xenia's deterrent power. L, who hasn't figured out the situation, certainly wouldn't dare to do it lightly. However, the calm did not last long. It was broken. Break in. This calm one is Jiaodu 2E. That's right, it's Jiaodu. This time the angle is considered to have caused trouble. Jiaodu received a reward on the black market. It was a reward from the eldest son of Ming in the land of fire. The reward was high. Even at the height of the corner, I couldn't help but be moved. Although I know that killing the eldest son of the fire country daimyo is a lot of trouble, but because of man-made money, the birds die out of food, and the horns feel that this vote can do it. Then Yudu was really 5. Not only did he kill the eldest son of Ming in the land of fire, he also killed 3 guardian ninja 12 guardians. At this moment, the daimyo who angered the land of fire, immediately notify Konoha village. Be sure to catch the murderer. And the monkey who got the news Frizan, without saying a word, he personally shot, and personally led the team to chase and kill Jiaodu. The reason why Sarutobi Hizen was so active was not because he wanted to lick the daimyo of the country of fire, but because his son was also killed. Sarutobi Hizen has 2 sons. One is Konohamaru, his father, and the other is Sarutobi Izuma. And the one who was killed by the fish was Sarupizma. Because I was at odds with my father, I went to be the guardian of the daimyo, Ninjido. But this time he died in the hands of Yudu. Even if the conflict between his father and his son is greater, have revenge for his son L. Sarutobi Izuma actually died. When Xingyu received the news, Shaimin had a weird expression and was actually killed by Jiaodu. In the original work, Sarutobi Izuma died in the hands of Yuda's partner Hida. Now Sarutobi Izuma has died before joining Akatsuki. The original leader of the 12 little strong pig deer butterfly died before the plot started. Who is Sarutobi Izuma? It has something to do with the old man of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Kuzina said to Hoshiba, Sarutobi Izuma is the son of Sarutobi Hizen, so there is nothing to care about. Xingyu was surprised at most when he got the news. After all, Sarutobi Izuma's strength is not worthy of lunch at all. At the peak of the original work, it is also an elite forbearance. Shanky of Flowers, 1110. At this time, Sarutobi Izuma is best known for his strength. If it was Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Naruto and others, Hoshiba might care about it. The 3rd generation of Hokage has a son. I haven't heard of it. Juxina said that he did not know that the 3rd generation of Hokage had a son. Kakuto is really brave and worthy of having a relationship with the original Hokage. Hands of people. Xingyu knew that Jiaodu was stabbing Luzi. Moreover, this Luzi was not young. Since the son of the 3rd generation of Hokage died, he would definitely not let Jiaodu go. Xinu, you said that the horns have fought with my grandpa. This fish is very powerful. Tsunade's gaze is on the moon. For Kakuto, Tsunade has also heard of it. He is also famous on the black market. Awesome, not too bad. But when fighting against your grandfather must have released a lot of water. The horns can survive. It should have been Senju Junma who let him go. If it was Uchiha Madara who went to assassinate Nuri Prefecture. I don't know how many spring, summer, autumn and winter have been spent in the grave. It turned out to be like this, but this is also an old monster that has lived from the time of my Yiga to the present. Tsunade is a little surprised at the lifespan of the corner capital. The Akatsuki organization should be lively. I'm going to have a look. Xinu is going to see Akatsuki. I don't know how wonderful Uzumaki Nagato's face will be. Yu has gotten into trouble. As the leader of Akatsuki's organization, Nagato is responsible for wiping Kakuto's ass. Can't watch the fish being chased and killed by the ninja of the leaf regardless. Otherwise, the Akatsuki organization can basically announce its dissolution. I want to follow, go together. Juxina immediately hugged Xinia-sama and said to Xinu, "Okay, then take you with me." Xinu used Huangquan Biliangzaka to open the door of space, and then entered it. "Hey, wait a minute. There is another person here who wants to go." Tru Miming ran in from the outside and said loudly, but at this time the door of space had disappeared. "Damn it, a step slow." Tru Miming sat down depressed. She also wanted to go over and join in for a fight. "I would not go out if I knew it. It has been on the street inside the house." "Then you can go to the tower with Xinu." Chapter 296. Pain is exposed to the old 45. Xinu took Juxina to the base of Akatsuki in the land of rain. "Is this the base of Akatsuki? It's like a rat underground in such a dark place." Kushina was carrying the inside of Akatsuki space camp, and couldn't help but Yikao said, "Why Xinu, you actually brought outsiders here." Tandao Pain didn't feel surprised to see Xinu appear here. Regarding the Geodu, it's impossible for Huaxing Xinu to not know. It's normal to come here. But after seeing 9 Xinu next to Xinu, he was obviously dissatisfied, and Akatsuki space knew, the fewer people, the better. After all, Akatsuki's organization is to collect tail beasts, and it is illegal to be an enemy of the 5 ninja villages. At this time, Akatsuki's strength is still insufficient should not be exposed. When I went to Wenin due to Kiliora before, has been exposed once. Fortunately, not many people are paying attention. Now the corner has provoked Kimura, the country of fire, and attracted attention. _25 and Uzumaki Xinu also brought Z outsiders. Nagato was naturally dissatisfied. "Hey, what do you dead puppet say? Xinya's wife in the house, where is an outsider?" Juxina is like a little pepper sample. Because Pain's words became popular, exposing Pain's old bottom. This was not what Hoshiba and Kushina said, but Kushina knew through perception, although the other party seemed to be a living person. But there is not the slightest breath of life in the body. Juxina has mute done, and masters the fairy mode. Sensitive to the breath of life, so I can see that Pain is a corpse puppet. Dead puppet. Oznai also heard what Juxina said, and looked at Heavenly Dao Pain. If there were any, the red sand scorpion couldn't help but look at him, who was best at playing puppets in the past, is very sensitive to the word puppet. The main body in the dark. Nagato clenched his fist very angry. The old bottom has been dismantled. Wow, this big guy is so familiar. Isn't this the outer golem? Kushina looked at the huge outer golem. Because the outer golem was too ugly, even after so many years, Kushina still remembered it. Facts have proved that not only beautiful things will be remembered, ugly things will also be remembered. Nagato, who is the main body, heard what Kushina said. I almost couldn't help but want to rush out. Question 1. Under the whirlpool. Kushina listened to her. It seems that you have seen the outer golem before, so when he didn't channel the outer golem, where was the outer golem? This problem. Nagato had never thought about it before. But now Nagato has to think about it. Boss, let's talk about me. Konoha's ninja is hunting me down. The fish all spoke. At this time, Jauda's figure is a magic lantern body. The body of L is not here. His body is still being chased down. Now he has just temporarily found a safe place to rest. In the big snake, the scorpion of the red sand. You, please check and help Yajiaodu. Heavenly Way Pain said, a chief of the mouth. I'm afraid we two won't work. My weapon is also there. Oshamaru glanced at Pen, and then said, E for the strength of Sarutobi Hitoshi. As a disciple, Dashwin naturally understood a little bit more clearly. If you go it alone, he is far inferior to himself, teacher. Instead, Yudu and Red Sand Scorpion are added. There is not much victory. What's more, he himself. There are other Konoha elite ninjas. The Konoha ninjas brought out by the 3 generations of Naruto. They must be elites. Then I will do it myself. Tandao Pain glanced at Daishiwan faintly, and then spoke. As for asking Maelstrom Xinu to help out too, He doesn't think he can ask, was Wang Xinu. It is estimated that he is mostly watching the excitement. Heavenly Dao Pain personally shot it, which is also in the heart of the big snake power. This time it is also a temptation for Heavenly Dao Pain. Uzumaki Kuzina said that their leader Pain was a puppet, and Shimaru felt that the possibility was very high. Especially thinking of Pain, I just didn't know his dear teacher Sarutobi. Can you help him force Pain's true ontology, set off directly, and then inform Kototo to meet them? But the meeting place is not the country of rain. It's not a last resort. Nagato doesn't want to expose the country of rain, so the place to fight, it's best not to do it in the country of rain, and the country of grass, which is close to the country of rain, was chosen by Nagato as the battlefield for this time, so all the fishes went to the village of Kushinen to join them. Let's follow. Shall we get up? Juxina asked Xinu. Of course. I go to see the excitement. If you don't want to follow, I will send you back first. Of course I am willing to follow you with hard work. Only the two of us. I won't give up this good opportunity. Juxinai held Xingyu tightly with both hands, for fear that Xingyu would run away by himself. Xingyu looked at Juxinai. It feels a bit funny, but I didn't let Juxina release him, because Xingyu felt very comfortable too. Because it is very close to the country of grass. Pain and the fish successfully rendezvous in just 1 hour. Boss, it's me who caused trouble for Akatsuki this time. NS. The horns said to Pain at this time, you'd really had to rely on the Yao organization, otherwise he would not be able to get rid of the ninja chasing in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hizen personally pursued and killed him, and cooperated with Kamkohada's most powerful perception detection ninja, so that the horns could not escape. You dare to kill the son of 3 generations of Hokage. Why don't you dare to fight with 3 generations of Hokage? Juxinai curled his lips while looking at the corner. Chioda chose to be silent at this time. Do you think I am not in a fight with the 3rd generation of Naruto? If it is the 3rd generation of Naruto's opponent, I don't have to run away in embarrassment like this. Kikuto thinks that he has a strong mastery of ninjutsu, but when facing Ape Sun Slash, I found that I was much worse. Whether it is physical exercises or ninjutsu, in terms of illusion, they are stronger than him, and the corners are only for running away. Also fought against the original Hokage. I really want to know, how did you escape in the hands of the original Hokage? Kushina said poisonously. Xingyu looked at Juxina. With the skill of this poisonous tongue, Xingyu was already able to give her 80 points. Little girl, it will kill you to be careful when you speak. Jira's eyes flashed Z obliterated. Gas obviously. He couldn't stand the ridicule. Do you threaten me? Do you think I am afraid of you? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Juxinai was not afraid of the threat from Koto. Even the 5.5 girl with itchy hands still wants to have a fight with the corner, and she can't find an opponent in the country of Uzumaki. Zhao was angry. If it weren't for Uzumaki Xinajao who stood beside her, he would have done it a long time ago. In fact, it's fortunate that the fish didn't do anything. Otherwise, Juxinai could definitely kill him. If Juxinai really did it, she wouldn't keep her hands on the fish. Be prepared, boss. Guess. The ninja from Kekai village was about to chase him. The corner said to Pain. He has been running for more than a day, but the ninja who hasn't thrown away Konoha village can't rest much every time. The ninjas of Konoha village will catch up. Pain faintly said, waiting for Konohada's ninja to appear. What face will we be? Juxina asked Xinu. I can't guess, but it must be wonderful. Xinu is also looking forward to what expressions Sarutobi will show after seeing them. Chapter 297. Do you also have the fruit of face? 55. How long has passed since the meeting with the corners? In about a few minutes, Sarutobi Risen led people to chase him. When he saw that Jiaodu was more than himself, the angry Sarutobi Hizen was taken aback. Of course, the main reason why Sarutobi Risen was stunned was because he saw Hoshiba Kansina and Oshimaru. Sarutobi Risen's face was uncertain. I don't know how many times he changed, and he showed Xinu and the others a face-changing stunt. the expression of the three generations of Hokage. It's really indescribable. Kushina whispered to Xinu and said that the three generations of Hokage's expressions were comparable. Pork liver is ugly. Teacher Sarutobi. The crowd is gone. On the other hand, Ozaki greeted Sarutobi, then he glanced at Pain. He still needs Sarutobi Hitoshi to help him out of Pen's body. Help your aunt teacher. Don't let him down. Oshimaru. Why are you here too? Sarutobi Hiro asked Oshimaru, and at the same time, he glanced at Xinu. In fact, he said this. The same is also in the 28th question. Maelstrom Xinu. Instinctively, Sarutobi Hisaki felt bad. Could it be that they are all in the same group as the Horns? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hizen's expression became even heavier. If this is really the case in the county, it would be difficult to handle it. Three generations of Hokage. Give me a face. Let's forget about Chiodu's affairs. Pain was dissatisfied with being ignored by Sarutobi K, opening to increase a sense of presence from Sarutobi Re. One gaze didn't stop on him, and it stayed on Dashimaru and Uzumaki Xinu. This made the self-proclaimed god Pain very unchanged. Some Nagato in his heart said that I must be the one who detonated the audience, and everyone's moonlight must be focused on me. Star. You looked at Pain. Tomb. You also ate the fruit of face. 3. Are you capable of fruit of face? Obviously, Pain is not, because Sarutobi Risen didn't give him face with the art of Earth Dragon bullets at all. He hit the corner. As for what Pain said about giving him face too, I'm sorry. Ape Kazan doesn't know this guy, let alone giving him face. Shenluo Danzing. All of Sarutobi's attacks were blocked by repulsion, and Shenluo Danzing's move was regarded as an offensive and defensive physical move, which could be attacked or used for defense. It seems that the three generations of Maying has no face. Pain. Looking indifferently at Sarutobi Risen L's eyes, an extremely cold murderous aura was also revealed. In Nagato's heart, he actually hates Konoha very much, because his parents died in the hands of Konoha ninja. But later, he went to Jiraiya, who also taught Nagato ninjutsu. This caused Nagato to gradually let go of the hatred against Konoha and his father. But after all this, after Yahiko's death, Nagato hated Konoha village again, because Yahiko's death was caused by Hanzo and Motoa village. Who are you? At this time, Sarutobi Hizen put his gaze on Pain's body. Earlier, Sarutobi Hizen hadn't even cared about Heavenly Dao Pain. You can call me Pen. You can also call me God E. Pen said lightly and forcefully. I don't think he is strong enough, so he dared to call it a god. Xinu, you won't fix him? Juxine Ixiosung was a little upset. Seeing Pain pretends to be a little unhappy. Actually, to ordinary ninjas, Pain is indeed a godlike existence. Xinu said to Kushina, even the strong at the peak of the shadow level. Nor is it Pen's opponent. With all their strength, killing the shadow level in seconds is not a dream. In other words, he is very good. Then I also want to compare with him. Kushina said eagerly. He can't beat you. Kushina's real 9 should be at the peak of the Super Shadow class. It is definitely not weaker than Uchiha Madara during the Battle of End Valley. And with the long eye gate of the Uzumaki and the 6 ways of pain, they can't be the opponent of Juxnai after fighting their own life. After all, the reincarnation eye of the long L vortex is not his own. When using the powerful abilities of the reincarnation eye, it will consume his own life to display it. I can't beat it better, if it's better than me. I really don't want to fight, Juxina said with a big smile. Everyone likes to abuse others. Don't like being someone else. After taking a look at Juxinai, I have to say that Juxinai's character is very similar to himself. And he is also like Juxina's. If the enemy's strength is stronger than him, Xingyu really doesn't want to fight. L who likes to be beaten. It's not a masochist. Xinu and Juxina were chatting here, while Tan Daopain had already crossed the hair with Sarutobi, relying on Sarutobi-san's ignorance of Nenji's size of reincarnation. Sarutobi-san has suffered several losses. Your eyes, are they the legendary eyes of reincarnation? Sarutobi-san asked Pennsylvania. Although I felt a bit similar before, I didn't dare to confirm it. Now that he noticed the strength of the other party, Sarutobi Hizen would ask one question. It deserves to be the third generation of Hokage, but it has some insight. Pain floated in the air looking down at Sarutobi Hisaki. The legendary Eye of Reincarnation. Sarutobi Hizen's expression was extra cautious. It's not that Sarutobi's expression is careless, this is the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. The eyes of the six immortals have the power of the gods to destroy everything and create everything. Before Pen called himself a god, Sarutobi Hizen was a bit disdainful, but now Sarutobi is really likely to be worthy of it, because he has the people of God. Is Kayakadu and you in the same group? Sarutobi Hizen asked Pennsylvania. Yes, I am the leader of Geodu. What's the matter? Just answer it. Xingyu couldn't help saying. Just hit it. What are you talking about? I'm not here to watch your nonsense, I'm watching you carry a fight. 920 If it weren't for them to fight Xinuzikanyuzi. Come here Master Hokage, I'll contain the opponent, you go and kill Geodu. At this moment follow Sarutobi Hizen, the young ninja who got up to chase Yudu and said to Sarutobi Hizen. Xingyu was not far away from them, but could hear them. He glanced at the young man in surprise, but he still had such confidence and restrained pain. It's a member of the Uchiha family. Is it Uchiha Shishui? Seeing the clan sign on his clothes, Xingyu guessed in his heart. Shishui? Are you really sure? Sarutobi Hizen. Ask Uchiha Shishui. Xingyu guessed right. The Uchiha clan in front of him is really Uchiha Shishui. But that's right, except for Uchiha's water, who is from the Uchiha clan who wants to run over to help Sarutobi Hitoshi. I'm not too sure, but I will try my best to hold it. Uchiha Shishui also dare not say how sure he is. When Pain and the three generations of Naruto played against each other before, he also saw them all. Even the three generations of Hokage have suffered, and he is naturally not sure to take advantage. Pay attention to your own safety. Kakashi, you help stop the water. Sarutobi Richin turned his head and ordered. Hagai Kakashi is also here. He is now also a member of ANB. In order to protect Hokage, he followed Sarutobi to chase and kill Kototo. Fandlu remind you, 3 things about reading: collect, push, Shelxianki app 1 support fellow original works enjoyed the joy of reading chapter 298. The kaleidoscope of water stopping 15. Sarutobi Rishu has gone through Earth and Sarutobi to deal with Geodu. Then others are responsible for involving Pain. They don't need to beat Pennsylvania. Sarutobi Hisaki also did not expect Uchiha Shishui and the others to defeat Pen as long as they could be involved. 5. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Open. Uchiha Shishui gave a soft drink, and then opened the abbreviation 1 Huanyan. When he saw Uchiha Shishui's kaleidoscope writing round eyes, Sarutobi Bshan was shocked. He didn't expect Uchiha Shishui to open the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Such a young age can actually be opened. Right round eyes. In an instant, Sarutobi Hisaki's mind was a little complicated. In addition to Shishui, the Uchiha clan also has a genius named Uchiha Itachi, the son of Chiba Tomatake. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hisaki felt a headache, and the Uchiha clan seemed a bit too powerful. If a family is too strong, it will threaten the stability of the village. But now Sarutobi Risen has no time to think about it. At the moment Uchiha Shishui shot Pen, Sarutobi hit the stack and shot the fish. In any case, the horn must die not only to give an explanation to the daimyo, but also to give himself. His son Sarutobi Asma takes revenge. The last one is the most important. Sarutobi Xan is also selfish. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes inside the big snake. His eyes lit up, and he immediately shot Uchiha Shishui. Although the goal of Dash-Win is the reincarnation eye, it is not high enough to get the reincarnation eye. If you can get a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, it would be great. I've seen Susanoo Pay cast by Uzumaki Xinu, the power that is so terrifying to destroy the world. It should be no worse than the eyes of reincarnation. But Dashimaru also knows, only the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel can exert such power. The ordinary kaleidoscope writing round eyes certainly cannot. But even so, Dashimaru still wants to get the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. If you have a chance, you can get it. Naturally not, but now it's an opportunity for Dashimaru. Done? Kakashi's left eye Sanga Yoshuo stared at Taishi-1 and then used the upgraded version of Chidori one by one. This technique is a ninjutsu in which a large number of chakras are concentrated on the hand to form a high-intensity electric current, sprint forward and pierce the enemy. Because the sprint speed is too fast, it's best to use it with the writing wheel eye, and Kakashi happens to have a writing wheel eye that brought soil to him. Rekitoshiban's body, Oshamaru's body turned into a mud stream. At a critical time, Oshamaru used the earth substitute to avoid the blow. This means that Taishi-1 is more sensitive to crisis. Otherwise, there is no chance to avoid this trick. Even if Kakashi's strength is far inferior to that of Shadow B, but if you use Reichi's trick to attack, the shadow level in the small door will also be insidious. It's really dangerous ninjutsu. Itoki looked at Kakashi without expression. G is already angry in his heart. This ninjutsu starts. It's not bad. Juxnai's eyes lit up. She also thought Kakashi's Rachel was very good, although his ninjutsu can't cause much damage in the area. In terms of piercing ability, it is second only to Hell's Stab, Yujinzu. It's a pity that it's harder to hit someone because the speed is too fast. Without the eye vision aid, the misalignment is normal even with writing wheel eye assistance. After being spotted, it is easy to evade. Because the political attack was a straight line attack, there was no way to abduct it for investigation. But how to say this is also an sleevel ninjutsu, which is quite powerful. Xinu copy it by the way. In fact, if Hoshiba wants to study it by himself, he can also study the two ninjutsu, Chidori and Rachel. However, Xinu felt that the development potential was far from within the spiral, so there was no research. It might as well save time to develop spiral pills. Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist, relied on the second's way to rub the balls to the end. The battle scene is a bit chaotic. Sarutobi Hitoshi vs. Battle Yudu and Red Sand Scorpion. Shamaru is temporarily stopped by Hagai Kakashi, although Kakashi is not too snake pill opponent. However, it is still possible to stop Dashwin for a while. On the other side, Uchiha Shisui led other Konoha elite ninjas to deal with Pennsylvania. Shall we just look at it? Juxina said towards Xinyu-jian. Yeah, I'm here to watch the show anyway. If you are interested in shooting, then you can do it. Of course Xinyu was not interested in intervening, mainly because it is too weak. If you are a 6th level person, Xinyu naturally didn't mind the shot. Although Xinyu who abuses food or something likes it. But they are no longer as simple as dishes. The matter of stepping on ants underscore Xinyu has no such interest. It's better to watch ants fight. Woolen cloth. Forget it. I'll watch it here too. 9 Xinyu snuggled next to Xinyu, watching their battle with Xinyu. Originally, Kushina had the intention of wanting to make a move, but thinking that he had finally been alone with Xinyu W can't waste time. Susanoo Pay. Uchiha Shisui opens Susanoo underscore the green Susanoo High, resists the attack of Shinra Tensei on February 21st. This Susanoo is too green. This color is not good. Hoshiba looked at Uchiha Shishui's Susanoo and couldn't help saying. After turning on Susanoo, Uchiha Shishui was a bit miserable, with a pained expression on his face and blood flowing from his eyes. Looks a little scar. This is the price of using Susanoo. Susanoo's breaking power is strong, and the price paid is also high. Shizuo Nenu. Bozobo Zishui felt the pain of bone erosion. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but let out a low growl like a beast. It hurts too much. Without amazing willpower, it is impossible to bear this kind of pain. Uchiha's green fish Susanoo High is holding a high-speed rotating, drill-like spiral sword, towards pen. Stabbed in the past. I've found your weakness _ your ninjutsu that bounces everything away. There is an interval of 5 seconds. Uchiha Shishui looked at Pen and said the fight didn't last long, but Uchiha Shishui has found a weakness in Pen's reincarnation eye. Fighting talent. Uchiha Shishui is definitely not worse than Uchiha Itachi _ and it is no better than Hokai Itachi in other aspects. Uchiha Itachi's illusion was taught by Uchiha Shishui. In fact, Uchiha Shishui's death was indeed a pity. So what, can you attack me? Pain was very confident. Faced with the attack from Uchiha Shishui's Suizao, he didn't panic at all. When the spiral sword was about to touch Pen, Eltan Dao Pen's figure disappeared, and he was psychically hit by Brute Dao. In addition to being able to channel out psychic beasts, it can also channel other pens, so Uchiha Shishui's attack completely failed. Weird wrist rocket. Shurido's fist was launched together with his wrist, and bombarded Susanoo-Noha's body. Even Susanoo was repelled. Shurido's attack is basically similar to a thermal weapon attack. Although Tandao Pain basically concealed the light of other pain, but the power possessed by other pain, it's still pretty awesome. Chapter 299 Copy Uchiha Shishui's Pupil Technique 25. Hearing the endless explosions, Xingyu looked with gusto, and Nine Sina, who was next to Xingyu, looked itchy. I want to do it. The third generation of Hokage is also quite powerful. Kushina pointed to Sarutobi Kari, the thin old man who was just like a monkey. After the psychic was out of the ape demon, he held the King Kong wishful stick. One stick could sweep several puppets away. The scorpion of the red sand is very annoyed. Most of his puppets have been destroyed by Sarutobi. The trump card of the red sand scorpion is of course the 3 generations of Feniying, but hesitated again and again. The red sand scorpion still didn't take it out. Come, walk in the ninja world. The most important thing is the whole card. There is absolutely no harm in leaving a hand. Compared with the red sand scorpion that left one hand, this time Sarutobi-san did not keep his hand to face the enemy who killed his son. How can he keep his hand? After all 9 shots, all the monsters in Geoda were destroyed by one job, which is equivalent to being destroyed a heart. The most exciting thing is Pen 6 ways opposite Uchiha Shishui. Susanoo was destroyed several times. Every time Uchiha Shishui consumes pupil power and chakra repairs. He took out a handful of Bingliang pills from the ninja bag, and then Uchiha stopped water and swallowed it. The chakra can be recovered quickly in the military rations, but if this thing is used too much, there will be side effects, and the body will not eat properly. This is to restore the chakra by squeezing the cells, so if you are squeezed too much, it will lead to life-threatening. But at this time, 333 Hui Uchiha Shishui couldn't take care of it anymore. Only in this way could he maintain Susanoo. Dare to play like this? Uchiha Shishui is really a werewolf. Hoshiba said that Uchiha Shishui was really ruthless. Overloaded use of kaleidoscope to right round eyes, not only physical pain. 2. The eyes are also blind faster. However, even if Uchiha Shishui squeezed himself like this, he still didn't hold on for too long. The chakra consumed by Suzuo was not something that could be replenished. Suzuo Nen almost relieved, and Baoziboza Shui fainted. However, Uchiha Shishui ruined the Jurdao among the 6 ways of Pennsylvania. This record is also acceptable, but it doesn't make much sense. Hellroad can summon Hades and put the damaged pen into it to repair it. So Uchiha Shishui tried hard cut the ruined Shura Road. It can be repaired. Even if it can't be repaired, Nagato will make another Z. It's not difficult. I won't entangle you anymore. Inside the big snake that was entangled with Kakashi. Seeing Uchiha Shishui fainted, L got away instantly, and then went to Uchiha Shishui. If you're serious, Taishi-1 would have solved Kakashi long ago. But Dashimaru deliberately dangled here. The reason was that Susanoo's defenses were too strong, and Oshakin had nothing to do, so he could only wait for Pen to beat Uchiha Shishui to the ground. Although I didn't see Pen's body, but I can get a pair of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. It's not bad too. Taishimaru thought in his heart. Gold. Just wishful stick. Stretch. Just when Shamara's hand was about to touch Uchiha Shishui, Sarutobi Hitoshi's diamond Rai stick hit Shamara's body and knocked Ozemaru out. Miss Sarutobi. Daishimaru got up from the ground and looked at Sarutobi Izumi angrily. I was almost able to catch Uchiha Shishui. It's a pity that all of this was destroyed by Sarutobi. System. Consume an advanced copy card to copy Uchiha Shishui's kaleidoscope writing round eye ability. Xena said to the system in his heart at this time. Consuming one high-level copy card, Xena still has 3 copy cards. One of them is a high-level copy card, and Xang is a god-level copy card that can copy everything. Uchiha Shishui's other godlessness is a pupil technique that is worth duplicating. This pupil technique is very powerful. The key to being able to forcibly modify the opponent's will is that the opponent hasn't noticed any failures. Mesa's pupil technique is also another god. But Xenu didn't copy the bad piano, because Mikoto's other gods only have one. And the other one is monthly reading. And Uchiha Shishui's 2 pupil arts are other gods. Not Kaiu_ have passed these 2. Don't make a difference. One is to permanently change the will of others, and the other is to temporarily change the will of others. Therefore, Hoshiba has not copied Mikoto's other gods, but waited to copy the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Shishui after encountering Uchiha Shishui. Don't god. This pupil technique is really powerful. I don't know if it has any effect on the 6th level people after my use. Xena is very curious. For those below the 6th level, Xena can definitely change their will. But what about the 6th level? The 6 levels of Yin and Yang have reached the ultimate and the pupil of other gods. Surgery also belongs to Yin done mental power attack. It is hard to say whether Xingyu has an effect. The battle is over. As expected. Xena looked at the current scene. Everything was as expected. Sarutobi Risen would definitely not be able to kill Jiao Du unless Ape Fire-Zan has the ability to defeat Pen 6 Dao. Otherwise, Nagato would never watch the fish be killed. If the fish were killed under his protection, wouldn't it be expected that Akatsuki's organization would not be protected either? If the horns are just the strength of the elite Shinobu, Nagato would definitely not pay any attention to if you die, you die. No one else cares. Akatsuki actually had many Shangren and elite Shangren joined, but they were basically dead. Yuda's partner. Basically all of them were killed by Koto. The fact that Fuan could partner with Koto and survived, indicating that he was not that weak either. The main thing is that the flying segment can't kill it. His breath of the immortal is indeed a big. Kakashi, retreat. Sarutobi Hizen asked Kakashi to bring Uchiha Shishui, and then retreated before Sarutobi Risen faced the red sand scorpion and Yudu. It was not that simple to kill the horns without getting the benefits. Itself is a shadow. Grade strength, and that strange ability can't kill the opponent in a short time, and now Uchiha Shishui's combat power disappeared. The other elite ninjas also have their own injuries, and accidents will happen if they continue to fight. Sarutobi Uki led the ninja to evacuate. Boss, don't you go chasing it down? Oki asked, narrowing his eyes, a kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Just like this ran away under his eyelids. Taishiwan is unwilling in his heart. If you are willing to chase, then you go over. Pain glanced at Daishiwan, and then said to Taishiban, want to leave the ape? Flying Pen can do it, but Pen didn't do it. Killing Sarutobi Hisaki, Naruto, means going to a thorough battle with Konoha Village. Even if Konoha Village has been weakened a lot, it is still very strong. Don't say that there is no strong in Konoha Village. There is also a Jiraiya who travels outside. This cannot be ignored. Nagato really does not want to be an enemy of Jiraiya. Chiodu, don't go out to perform the task for now. Pain turned his head. Command to the fishy for the time being. I don't want to let the fish run out. If he runs out and is surrounded by the ninjas of Konoha Village, if he can't make it to the rescue, the corner will die. It's not that Pain cares about the life of Geodu, but that Geodu is still worthy of use and cannot die yet. Chapter 300. At this time you still think of other women. 35. Where is the whirlpool star feather? After everything was over, when Pain was looking at it, he realized that the maelstrom Xina had disappeared. Go, just left. The scorpion of red sand said towards Pain. Pain hadn't paid attention before, but the scorpion of red sand had paid attention. Xuan Yu Xingyi has already left. Pain nodded. Without saying anything, he took them back to Xiao to organize an organization base. Xina and Kushina didn't return to the country of the vortex. Kushina held Xinia's arm and acted like a baby at Xinu, wanting to stay with Xina for a while. Xina certainly did not refuse Xina's request. I miss when I was a kid. At that time, it was the two of us. Xina thought of the time when the Maelstrom clan had not been annihilated. At that time, she was the only one living with Xingyu, and no one else came to grab Xingyu. Now you have become a ghost. Xina recalled the memory, and suddenly thought of the present. Suddenly he showed grievance. His expression also became fierce. Before Yikao Yuan Farizan changed his face so quickly, I didn't expect you to do too much. Xingyu lowered his voice. Yikao said, I didn't let Jixinai hear it. Otherwise Jixinai would definitely come to bite him in anger. You said that if we go back after playing for a few days, Mikoto and the others will be angry and jealous. Xinu asked Xina. Okay, you still think of other women at this time? Xina looked at Xinu angrily and his fiery temper was instantly ignited. The small fist hit Xinu like a machine gun's. It's still unlucky, Xinu said helplessly while running ahead. The whole street is covered by Hoshiba and Kushina. Get upset, don't run away. I won't hit you anymore, Jixinai shouted to Xinu. Catch up for a long time. Nor did he catch up with Xinu. Xinu didn't want to let Jixina catch up. Jixina has chased her for a lifetime. Can't chase who knows if you are lying to me. Jixinai is also credible if I lie to you. I am a puppy, Xinu. Don't you believe me? Jixinai asked aggrievedly. Puppy? You often bite me, you are a puppy in the first place. Xingyu turned around, said with a smile, you stop it, I promise not to kill you. Jixinai's hair was constantly flying because of the burst of chakra, and he squeezed his fist and hit Xinu. Really angry? Xinu was really angry when he saw Jixinai suddenly shuddered, and then immediately avoided Kushina's attack. The unlucky wall next to Xingyu was directly destroyed. Ahem, just kidding with you. Don't be so serious. I like gentle women. Kushina, you are too violent. Xingyu coughed and said. That means you prefer. There are more Meiza and Xionan, right? Wang Xinai said uncomfortably towards Xingyu Jian. No, I swear to God. Kushina is my favorite person. The last two words Xina read silently in his heart. He didn't say it, his EQ is not so low, and he is not so deadly. It's pretty much the same. A sunny smile appeared on Jixinai's face. It looked very attractive. What's in a daze? Jixina was stunned when he saw Xinia's expression, and asked Xinu. Of course you are so beautiful, so when I look at you, Xingyu. I dared to swear that I absolutely didn't lie. I really looked at Xina and dumbfounded. Say such a thing. Jixinai flushed slightly, and then immediately covered up. She didn't admit that she was shy just now. Of course Xingyu found that Jixina blushed. However, Xinu didn't tease Jixinai, deliberately teasing Jixinai. What if something goes wrong? It would be troublesome to make Kushina annoyed and become angry. So Xinu didn't have time to look for this and irritate. I'm hungry, Jixina said to Xinu. Actually, I've been chasing Xinu for a long time. Kushina is real. Hungry, I'm hungry. Then see if there is anything delicious here. Xinu and the others are located in the territory of the Fire Country, on the street of a town. Xinu hasn't been here yet. Although Xinu had been in the ninja world before, he basically traveled to every country. But it's just that I have been to every country and not every place understands it. At least this small town. Xinu, has never been here before. This is the first time I have been here. I prefer Xina what you made for me. Juxinai looked at Xina expectantly. Kushina, you also know. Yes, we don't have the ingredients, we don't have anything to cook, so we can't do it at all. Xingyu spread his hands towards Juxinai. I said to Ninkinai that I was not reluctant, but that there was no way. Make bricks without straw. Hee. I think you lazy don't want to do it. Juxina felt that he had seen through Xinu. In fact, it was true. Xinu himself was lazy. Xinius Spot is not lazy when practicing. The reason why he has the current strength L. In addition to the help of the system plugin, his own efforts also take up half of the credit. No time spent in other trivial matters. Hoshiba's lazy side showed his practical Tsunade's words. That was what Mikoto used to it. When I was a child, whether it was in the country of Uzumaki or when I was living with Kushina, it was when Konoha lived in Tsunade's house. At that time, Hoshiba was always diligent, mainly because Tsunade and Kushina were lazy. If he was lazy at that time, they would probably be starved to death. However, after Mikoto had lived with them, these things were taken over by Mikoto, and Xinu was naturally free. Over time, you also slack off, especially when it comes to cooking. Now Xinu is able to cook without cooking. Laziness is all used to it. Whatever Juxinai said, Xinu didn't care if he was lazy anyway. He knew that he was lazy anyway. I think there is a very popular sushi restaurant over there. Let's go and take a look. Xingyu pointed out that the sushi restaurant over there is indeed very popular. Many people are queuing up. I guess the sushi sold should be good, otherwise it won't attract so many people. Juxina looked at it, and the curiosity in his heart was also raised. Then celebrities go by. Line up, this one should taste good, and it's a long distance away. Two can actually smell the aroma. Let's go over and taste it, but let's talk to you first. Next time if you ask you to cook me a meal, you can't refuse. Huxina sighed inwardly. Juxinai promised to do it. As for what Juxinai said next time, of course the next time I will talk about it next time. Even if Xina remembered to mention it next time, Xingyu still had a way to refuse at that time. Or come up with something else to attract Kushina attention. This Xina has used it more than once or twice, and it is unsatisfactory to deal with Juxinai. So Xingyu was very calm at this time, and indifferently agreed to get down the corpse.